This boy is often a victim of abuse in the camp. Pain piles up, and at home his mother vents her hatred on him. He thought the tragedy had reached its end. But he was wrong. The doctor announced he had an incurable disease. His body weakened until standing became impossible. He suffered so much he couldn't even use the toilet, while his mother watched coldly. He cried, begging his mother not to abandon him. She stayed indifferent, then disappeared from his life. The illness took his life in loneliness and cold. Before dying, he wished for love in his next life. A god heard his prayer and took pity. That god helped his soul reincarnate in another world. In his new life, he was born into a noble family. He became the youngest, most pampered child in the house. He thought this happiness would last forever, but joy vanished in an instant. At 8, his body suddenly became paralyzed. Another fatal disease appeared, impossible to cure. Years of treatment failed, and memories of his past life returned. He remembered the creator god Horizontan Philan who had helped him. Suddenly his body felt light and the illness disappeared. The servants were shocked to see the youngest move again. They were so moved they cried without words. He resolved to live worthily as the youngest of the Bolivia family. Yet just after recovery, his uncle dragged him to sword training. Thanks to training, his body strengthened and sword skills improved greatly. Uncle Idias, a doctor returning from the capital, cared for him after hearing the good news. The elder and his son appeared, mocking the two as family's shame. The son brought up old stories about his grandfather. Uncle Idias had been scorned as weak and left for the capital. Hearing his uncle insulted, he wondered why he still endured such things in this life. He again faced the same humiliation as before. He felt it was enough and could no longer endure. He punched the elder's grandson hard in the face. Everyone around was utterly shocked. He calmly fixed the face of the one he had punched. He shouted that the real disgrace was them. A beam of light shot toward him, but Idias blocked it in time. The elder grew furious that his grandson was humiliated. He screamed, threatening the boy with punishment. The boy shouted even louder, stunning everyone. He cursed back, saying the elder deserved a beating for spoiling a fool. Furious as he was, the elder could do nothing. Leaving, the elder threatened to make his older brother bear the blame. Just hearing his brother's name sent chills down his spine. Hindle, the eldest brother, was the powerful heir. Despite his stern appearance, he deeply adored his little brother. As a result, he bluntly ordered the elder to shut up. He declared anyone who touched his brother would face the entire Bolivia family. The boy sighed, wishing for such a heroic brother, while his own only caused trouble. However, he was still confined for a month for hitting a family member. Eugen felt wronged, thinking a few dozen punches didn't deserve such a punishment. The servants were speechless. Breaking the elder's grandson's jaw, yet only confined, was already lenient. With such a protective brother, how could he still complain? With free time, Eugene decided to study magic, but the library had too many books, leaving him unsure where to start. At this learning pace, becoming skilled seemed only a dream. He wanted to ask his brother to find him a teacher, but feared punishment. At that moment, his uncle brought a magic professor named Easton. Eugene honestly said he used his confinement time to study magic, but so far he only grasped a few basic textbook spells. Hearing that, Easton was shocked. He self-learned to near advanced level. Like a newborn, already reading and writing truly extraordinary. Easton realized Eugene was a natural-born genius. He possessed senses far beyond the normal 5, a rare ability seen only in legendary grand magi. Easton advised him to enroll in the magic academy where she taught. She promised to handle all paperwork if he agreed. Eugene asked his brother for permission, and he agreed, but with a condition. Within 1 month, he must prove himself a real mage. If he failed, he would obey all family arrangements. The story then recalls an ancient age when the world was in chaos. At that time, the first mage Lord Felon descended to save humanity. He purified the defiled world. He used magic to drive monsters from the land. When they vanished, only silent wastelands remained. Seeing the desolation, Lord Felon felt endless loneliness, so he used starlight to create the first 12 disciples. Together they brought life to the barren land, forming today's prosperous world. Teacher Easton affirmed all glory belongs to Lord Felon and his 12 disciples. After finishing, she saw Eugen nodding and asked if he was bored. He quickly denied it. She smiled, saying it was normal for children to tire of old stories. Suddenly, she asked what he thought about Lord Phelan, making him confused. He pondered, then said the god seemed sensitive and emotional, which pleased her. Easton suggested he view it from a mage's angle. Why called mage not god? Eugen was puzzled, trying to think but found no answer. She clasped her hands, light shining like creation magic. It was life-creating magic, forming countless magic strings. Those strings were like harp wires, each vibration causing different phenomena. Depending on frequency, they could become water or fire, or turn into wind, light, life, even entire worlds. The light merged into a crystal sphere. She explained it was the origin and end of all magic. Eugene was astonished by what he witnessed. She continued, saying a mage's power depends on how many strings they control and their precision. She confirmed Eugene naturally handled strings smoothly. Now he must know how many he could use. Eugen tried creating strings, but only one appeared. She gently comforted him that everyone starts like that. She turned the spell into a crystal, explaining at least 4 strings are needed for true magic. but the number of strings is innate. Few ever reach 4, leaving Eugene speechless in disappointment. Then she took out a power measuring device to test his true potential. Exciting Eugene. He looked up innocently, asking how many strings ordinary people had. She just smiled, saying Folivia bloodlines needn't worry. She advised him not to stress, as string count wasn't everything. Eugene doubted her words, so she used an example. She compared having many strings to owning too many cakes. Not always good. He nodded in understanding. She added that young people now were obsessed with string count. When he looked surprised, she expressed disappointment in arrogant mages proud of their innate strings, and Eugene sympathized. Easton patted his shoulder, stressing that skill and training mattered more than numbers. Then Eugene used the device to test his ability, softly replying yes. She told him to close his eyes and focus on sensing the mana inside to form a string. Eugene obediently followed, trying to connect with the magical essence in his mind. Past images rushed and he saw himself small, cursed, begging for release from pain. He opened his eyes, saw the number 0 on his hand, not understanding what it meant. For a moment, he saw Lord Phelan holding his hand. Flying through the sky, the device suddenly glowed, and he whispered, "To me, magic is freedom." Easton watched expectantly, but when the result appeared, she froze in shock. Eugene was stunned too. The device showed only 1 string. He screamed in horror, unable to believe the result. The teacher saw his despair, speechless. Though she had said the number wasn't everything, but reality was harsh. 1 string was far too little to be a mage. Eugene couldn't accept it. Filled with confusion, he trembled, angrily asking why the creator was so cruel. A genius given only 1 string, it made no sense. Easton, seeing her students' despair, apologized, saying with 1 string he could hardly be a mage. Rain suddenly poured as she sorrowfully admitted she shouldn't have given false hope. Tears mixed with rain as Eugene tearfully apologized to Lord Phelan for disappointing his choice. Suddenly, a red umbrella covered his head, leaving him startled. He looked up at a stranger holding it, who calmly mentioned the sudden rain, making Eugene whisper, "Uncle!" Edius smiled kindly, glad to meet his nephew after the magic lesson. Seeing his tear-streaked face, he asked what had happened. Eugene burst into sobs, throwing himself into his uncle's arms. They went inside, and Eugene held a steaming cup of hot water. He sat silently on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, listening to his uncle's calm voice. Edius gently said he couldn't hide that sadness inside. He changed clothes and told him not to pretend to be strong, just speak his worries. Touched by that kindness, Eugene cried, asking what to do since he could be a mage. Edius fell silent. Then he smiled, saying it was too soon to decide. Eugene still had a month. Eugene cried again, saying 1 month wasn't enough for someone with only 1 string. Edius softly replied that if he needed a miracle, he had already lived through one. He admitted he didn't understand magic but still believed in the extraordinary. As a doctor, he had witnessed many miracles in life, especially when remembering his nephew. The image of Eugene struggling to stand moved him deeply. It gave him his reason to become a doctor. Eugene stopped crying, sipped the hot water, and regained calm. He told his uncle not to embarrass him further, voice trembling with emotion. Edius said he just wished for 1 more miracle, but Eugene thought it impossible. He raised 1 finger, confirming there was only 1 month. Right? Then he smiled gently, saying that time was enough for him to give his all. So put despair aside and wait until the month ends before judging yourself. Eugene clenched his fists, eyes bright, thanking his uncle for restoring his faith. Edius smiled gently, saying it was nothing. He thought to himself that even without advice, his nephew would still rise again. That was Eugene's nature. Night fell, and suddenly a startled cry echoed through the house. Easton adjusted her glasses, suspecting there might be a way for a 1-string user to become a mage. Eugene instantly brightened, asking if that was really possible. She admitted it existed only in theory. Hard to make students believe it's real, but Eugene firmly begged her to teach him. No matter the hardship, he declared that even with 1 month and 1 string, he would try to the end. Easton gave a bitter smile. Blaming herself for failing as a teacher, she scolded herself for giving up sooner than her student, then smiled with renewed resolve. If no one has done it, it'll be the first, she said, making Eugene happily agree. She raised 4 fingers, reminding him 4 strings were needed to control magic. Eugene's eyes lit up. She added fewer strings could still cast spells, and he softly replied, "Right." She held up 1 finger, saying she'd teach him how to use only a single string. Eugene listened intently. Easton instructed him to make 1 string act like 4 and to find his own method. Eugene stared as her illusion split into 4 forms. From then on, he trained tirelessly with just 1 string, pushing himself to exhaustion. Many failures drove him to despair as his magic strings kept snapping from haste. Strange thoughts came, forcing 1 into 4 felt like stuffing an elephant into a fridge, leaving him confused. The image of his teacher's encouraging smile appeared, and he told himself to focus and not give up. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded behind him, making him frown. The twin brothers Rolf and Rock stood there, jeering that he was noisy for a 1-string loser. Eugene rested his chin coldly, telling them to shut up. Then he stood and grabbed Rob's collar, asking if he wanted another beating like last time. Rob gritted his teeth angrily, saying in a real fight Eugene would lose instantly. Eugene smiled challengingly, proposing a duel. Rob agreed at once, mocking him as a cripple. He grew nervous, saying he only wanted a light match, but Rob pretended to agree. Yet in his mind, Rob imagined brutal slaughter. Contrary to his words, he declared it a duel of honor worthy of Bolivia blood, while nearby guards smirked coldly. Rob clenched his fist provocatively, suggesting they hunt dark monsters in the abyss. Eugen froze, face pale, shouting in horror, "You insane! Hunt dark beasts?" He tried to stop them, intending to report it to his brother, but Rob mocked him for being afraid. He replied he wasn't scared, just knew it was wrong. Rob crossed his arms, sneering that adults did it too, saying the coward could stay behind. Eugen protested that demon hunting wasn't a child's game. Rob then claimed it was a rescue request from another village, making Eugen pause and ask who sought help. A rag boy stepped out from behind a tree, called forth by Rob to tell his story. Eugen widened his eyes in shock to see it was only a child. The boy burst into tears, saying the villagers were captured by demons and he didn't know what to do. Eugen scolded Rob for hiding such a serious matter, then gently comforted the child, asking her name and village. The twins Rob and Rock exchanged confused looks while Eugen promised the girl he'd tell adults and call soldiers for help. The child softly said, "Not a boy," making Eugen apologize awkwardly while Rob mocked his stupidity. Rob interrupted, warning Eugen not to tell the adults or things would get worse. Eugen gritted his teeth in anger at Rob's indifference to the villagers' capture. He shouted, asking why Rob still cared about demon hunting. Rob replied the girl was from a forest-burning village, stunning Eugen. Sweat broke out as Eugen realized reporting it would doom the village to destruction and forced labor. The girl seemed unaware of Rob's meaning, only hearing his cold remark, "I don't think that's what she wants." Rob smirked cruelly, saying he didn't care whether hunting monsters or enslaving villagers. Both counted as achievements. The scene shifted to a poor, barren village where a massive demon emerged with a terrifying gaping mouth. Eugen screamed in fear, making Rock turn toward the dark beast. The two were suddenly filled with courage. Gripping their swords tightly, Eugen charged forward, shouting for the monster to attack him. The creature didn't respond but fled, and Eugen chased it through the forest. Unaware he was being watched, he stopped, raised his sword, and gathered mana, warning the monster it would face consequences if it kept hiding. The monster was struck and roared in agony. Eugen's face changed, looking like a dark sorcerer. He slashed swiftly, killing the beast before it understood what happened. One deadly strike severed its head from its body. The corpse fell behind as Eugen shouted in excitement at his success. Before he could finish speaking, the twins Rock and Rob appeared, mocking his spellcasting. They jeered that Eugen wasted effort for a single kill. Treating magic like a show, Rob arrogantly said they'd see who was better once they returned. The group headed back to the village as the tension eased. The sight before them left Eugen stunned in disbelief. Rob pointed at the pile of monster corpses, asking what Eugen thought of their overwhelming victory. Eugen, though bitter, admitted they were impressive. Recalling the battle, he realized they struck the monster's weak point. Unlike him, Eugen's father praised it as the precise skill of the Bolivia lineage. The twins Jock and Rob sneered, saying Eugen did better than expected. Eugen felt annoyed but admitted their strength. The girl, Jin, looked up at Eugen with admiration, saying even adults couldn't do that. She was grateful, unsure how to repay them. Rob sneered and insulted her, but Eugen angrily told him to speak respectfully. Rob cut him off, saying the village chief should talk instead, then asked about the missing villagers. Jin hesitantly replied that when she woke, everyone was gone. Not knowing what happened, Rob suspiciously questioned her, and she guessed they were taken by monsters, angering him for guessing blindly. After thinking, Rob concluded they lacked proof and decided to seek more clues. Eugen silently acknowledged their responsibility. Someone called Eugen the weakling, and though irritated, he realized they weren't truly bad. Rock assigned tasks, telling Eugen to clean the corpses and watch the girl, which he protested, wanting to join the search. Rock arrogantly said duties were divided by ability and asked if he had objections. Eugen swallowed his anger, cursing inwardly at their arrogant tone. After a while, the pile of monster corpses was burned to ashes in a sea of fire. In a shabby house came the cry of the girl searching for her grandfather. Eugen was present, explaining that trespassing into the Horizon region was a grave offense. He added that monsters raged because the land was damaged, so burning the forest was forbidden. While the old man showed clear irritation, the girl begged him to promise not to burn again, but he only shouted at her instead. When Eugen asked again, unable to hear clearly, the man instantly changed to a falsely kind tone, making Eugen suspicious. Realizing the man was pretending, Eugen decided to avoid the sensitive topic for now. He then asked about the missing villagers, wanting a clear explanation. Looking outside, Eugen observed the village seemed peaceful with no monster attack traces. He reasoned that if wolves had dragged people away, there would surely be visible marks. Meanwhile, the fanatic old man secretly glared at him with hatred. But before Eugen, he acted innocent, claiming he remembered nothing and knew nothing. Eugen sighed in frustration, saying if the man knew nothing, had investigated himself. Jin ran after him asking to go along, but Eugen advised her to rest since she was exhausted. The old man, sitting on the bed, mocked why she troubled a noble like that. His voice suddenly turned hoarse and threatening. Eyes cold, he ordered Jin to come closer and stay beside him. Then he feigned remorse, excusing her immaturity, making Eugene step in to defend her. Eugene awkwardly explained he was only worried for Jin. While sensing the atmosphere turn strange, the man pretended to be friendly, praising Eugene's kindness, which deepened his suspicion. He suggested the girl bathe and sleep in his room, telling Eugene to mind his own business. Those words made Eugene uneasy and confused. Jin panicked, refusing and asking why she had to bathe with him. The man glared before softening his tone to coax her. The girl's terrified response made Eugene realize the man still mistook her for a boy. He recalled how he had made the same mistake at first. At that time, he had apologized for misidentifying her gender. Now Jin hid behind Eugene as he declared to take her along, explaining that having company was better. The man coldly agreed. The man narrowed his eyes, voice filled with threat, calling Eugene honorable noble. Eugene froze, silently watching him with suspicion. The man hinted darkly that villagers were used to fear, and disappearances were unusual. He even advised Eugene not to bother with them and just return to his normal life. Outside, Eugene asked Jin since when the village chief became strange. She vaguely recalled about a month ago he forgot people, drew odd pictures, and made eerie sounds. Jin added that the paintings were still nearby, and she immediately offered to show him. Eugene's face turned pale, sweat pouring as terror gripped him. They stood before a large stone, and Eugene muttered he hoped he was wrong. Jin asked why. The girl asked curiously if he knew the drawings. Eugene thought to himself this symbol was the first thing taught in Folivia. On the rock were overlapping circles, the familiar mark Eugene recognized as the enemy's symbol. He realized if that were true, things would become far more dangerous. Keeping his thoughts secret, he asked Jin about a nearby cave. When she confirmed, they went there immediately. He lit a torch to illuminate the path, his mind spinning with countless doubts. Eugene reasoned that the disappearances and madness might share the same origin. Walking while shielding Jin from the darkness, the image of dotted circles haunted his mind. Recalling his teacher's lessons, he remembered the legend of Frail the first mage, accused of stealing starlight and starting the worship of the abyss. Those followers sacrificed humans to the abyss to cleanse the sins caused by Frail. Before them lay villagers bound tightly, lying still with lifeless eyes. Jin turned pale with terror, trembling as she clutched Eugene's sleeve. Then she burst into tears, crying out her family's names among the soulless bodies. Eugene bit his lip, heavy-hearted, realizing this was far beyond what two children could handle. While he was thinking, a burst of red light flared behind them, making him decide to report it immediately. A horrifying voice echoed through the cave, repeating a prophecy about the salvation of the wretched. Before them appeared the twisted face of the fanatic old man. Muttering insane words, the two children froze, seeing his fiery eyes and hearing him snarl, "Burn them, bury them under the well." As his voice ended, evil energy exploded, and the children cowered. Jin trembled, crying "Grandpa." In despair, the fanatic ignored her, focusing only on controlling abyssal flames. Chanting and roaring to burn everything, Eugene stood frozen, stammering in shock, so he was a mage after all. He grabbed Jin and ran from the surging fire, rushing toward them. Enduring the heat, Eugene realized in horror that the man was an extremely powerful mage and wondered why such a person was here. Sweat dripped as he hesitated between saving the unconscious villagers or escaping alive. His brother's image flashed in memory. Eugene knew he couldn't cut through spells like trained Folivia swordsmen. He blamed himself for overconfidence and not alerting adults or protecting Jin first. Clenching his fists, Eugene forced away regret, making himself think of a solution now. Jin's terrified scream snapped him back to reality. In front of them, black monsters opened their mouths to devour them. Eugene tensed, eyes sharp, his hand trembling as he gripped his sword. He swung wildly with all his strength, the blade gleaming in the dark, slashing down the beasts, blocking their path. The fanatic roared Folivia in a twisted, hate-filled voice. Then he cast dark magic toward Eugene, screaming he'd offer him as a sacrifice to the abyss. Eugene closed his eyes briefly, telling himself he had to surpass that magic to protect everyone. When he opened them, his gaze burned with fierce resolve. Sword raised. "This is the path of Folivia," he declared firmly. The Folivia sword was made to pierce through the abyss. Their combat art had evolved over generations solely to confront darkness. Eugene's eyes blazed as he awakened the battle instinct of his bloodline. Their special instinct let them read enemy movements and detect weaknesses in magic. Some masters could even see the true structure of spells, touching the mystical limit of magic itself. But Eugene knew he wasn't at that level yet. He could only use his limited knowledge. He still stood firm before the fanatic, eyes steady but filled with high alert. Eugene told himself, if he focused everything on one point, he could break the spell. At that moment, the man screamed "Die!" and unleashed a fierce attack. Eugene shouted back, swinging his sword and declaring firmly, "I can cut through even this." The fanatic shouted in disbelief that his spell was broken by an amateur. Jin stood frozen, her face filled with confusion at the sight. Eugene was full of confidence. Believing he could see and control the magic threads, he recalled the long period of solitary training despite everyone's objections. The fanatic gnashed his teeth, growling hoarsely in anger, repeating "My spell." He pointed at Eugene, insulting him for being foolish and reckless? Eugene widened his eyes, lips tight, surprised by his opponent's madness. The old man inhaled deeply as flames flared around his body, making Eugene wary. But with the eyes of Falivia, Eugene could see every hidden magical thread in the fire. The old man suddenly shouted Falivia. Amid the wind and flames, he muttered incomprehensible incantations to cast a new spell. He then launched another attack, daring Eugene to cut through again. Eugene reacted swiftly, pulling Jin back and ordering her to hide. His sword swung, slicing every fire spark rushing toward him. But the fire grew denser, forcing Eugene to fight desperately. With his arm numb, he realized he couldn't keep up, tears falling in helplessness. The fanatic's savage laughter echoed as he roared to burn the Falivia boy. Suddenly he froze upon seeing a strange light rushing toward him. Eugene raised his sword and charged through the magic flames. His blade tore through the spell and cut the thick black fire. His eyes blazed with resolve as he declared, "It's just a simple task." The fanatic stepped back, seeing only one streak of light. Eugene's sword like lightning. Eugene struck decisively. "If I can't cut your threads, I'll cut my own." A thunderous explosion erupted as the flames turned on their master, burning him alive, engulfed in fire. He still couldn't grasp why Eugene was so powerful. In his final moment, he realized Eugene had cut his own magic thread to trigger anti-magic. Night fell over the village. The fanatic was now bound, while Jin and Eugene saved the cursed. Eugene exhausted himself bringing villagers to safety, heart pounding but relieved, hearing Eugene's labored breaths. Jin worriedly begged him not to push himself. Eugene smiled warily, saying the last person was saved, shocking Jin. Her eyes filled with tears as she mourned the lost, and Eugene felt her sorrow deeply. He resolved to act quickly, or the survivors would also be in danger. Eugene curled up, clutching his chest, wondering when the twins would return. Jin softly called to get his attention, her voice trembling, "Young noble." When Eugene turned, she pointed to the tied man, asking if the real village chief did it. Eugene knelt and explained it wasn't the real chief but a deceiver worshipping the abyss. Jin asked where the real one was. He hesitated, unable to answer, stopping mid-sentence that the real chief had probably. Jin understood, tears falling, apologizing for asking, admitting she had guessed his fate. Eugene stayed silent, realizing even children here were used to loss. Reminded of his past, he recalled the time before being saved by the god Phelan. He placed a hand on Jin's shoulder, softly saying he was lucky to be saved while the villagers weren't. Jin's eyes flared with anger as she asked why the abyss worshippers committed such cruelty. Eugene replied they believed sacrifice could atone for original sin and please the abyss. He imagined villagers deceived by false salvation, lured into offering themselves to heresy. Eugene looked at the bound fanatic and warned Jin that their so-called salvation led only to ruin. Suddenly, the fanatic spoke, questioning Eugene's own faith. His eyes glowed as he preached the abyss doctrine, claiming sacrifice was the only path in a decayed world. Eugene was startled to see him awake, listening as he vowed to follow the anti-void path despite opposition. The fanatic asked what humans were truly willing to sacrifice for, and how deep the world's darkness ran. Eugene froze briefly, admitting humanity's darkness was indeed deep, but he countered that humans themselves must correct their mistakes. He shouted angrily that they needed no cruel gods demanding sacrifice and must not justify sin through the world's flaws. His words made the man frown and clench his jaw in fury. Eugene whispered near him, getting insulted and called a heretical parasite. A familiar voice called Eugene, and he joyfully replied, "Rob." Rob limped forward, asking for help. Yuzi ran up, urgently asking about Rob and Jiao. Eugene noticed Rob injured, but Rob insisted he could still fight. Sweat dripped from Rob's face as he apologized. Rob spoke words of regret, and before Eugene could ask, a crimson horror appeared as demonic hands tore space apart. The terrifying scene made Eugene cry out in fear. Rob turned his head, and Eugene stared wide-eyed in terror. Evil laughter echoed as the abyss sent an envoy. Elsewhere, Idea smiled wickedly, pondering meeting it. The abyss emissary manifested in the sky, and Eugene screamed in horror. Eugene urged Rob to evacuate villagers while he held off the enemy. Rob was surprised but agreed he was fine. Seeing the villagers, Rob froze, realizing the deformed being was an abyss follower. The scream made Jin cover her ears. While Rob was shocked that Eugene faced the monster alone, Rob bit his lip, pained to see Eugene risking his life to save others. A shining sword blocked in front of him. Eugene stood stunned as Rob shouted. Rob coldly said Eugene was brave but foolish, leaving him confused. Rob smiled bitterly, saying he should be the one holding the enemy so Eugene could escape. Eugene worriedly asked about Rob's wound. Rob calmly faced the abyss, telling Eugene to focus on evacuation had managed despite his crippled leg. Eugene was stunned as Rob declared his mission complete and continued alone. Rob stepped forward, taking responsibility for dragging Eugene into this. Eugene could only cry out Rob's name in despair. The fanatic laughed madly, summoning Abyss and mentioning Tanit's body, horrifying both Rob and Eugene. Eugene trembled, thinking the monster might not yet be at full power. He gripped his sword tightly, vowing to stop it before completion. Facing its massive form, Eugene doubted if humans could resist. Despite fear, he steadied himself. Rob shouted, and Eugene smiled firmly. Ready to fight together, Eugene outlined a plan to create chaos and draw Bolivia's attention. Rob, still worried, Doubting if joining forces would help against the monster, Eugene replied with determined eyes, telling him to trust him. Rob was stunned by Eugene's glowing gaze, trembling as he mentioned Folivia. Eugene gripped his sword, knowing his weakness, planning to dodge instead of attacking recklessly. At that moment, the monster's giant fist came crashing down. Eugene cried out in horror as the creature's hand struck. The ground shook violently and cracked apart. Eugene's eyes widened in utter terror as he looked up. He and two other boys were flung into the air, hitting the ground. Eugene coughed up blood heavily. Before fainting, he thought in shock that just one blow had crushed him. The fanatic lifted his head, joyfully praising the abyss. He mocked Eugene, saying a heretic's faith was false. Eugene wept softly, whispering an apology. He felt torment thinking of Rob, regretting not listening to him. He wondered if the outcome would change had his brother been there. A roaring vortex echoed from the monster's mouth. The fanatic panicked. Realizing destructive magic was about to erase everything, he turned toward the blinding light and knelt in plea. He begged the abyss to accept the sacrificial offering he had prepared. Eugene gritted his teeth, apologizing as he pushed himself off the ground. To the fanatic's shock, he knelt, admitting the fault was his. The old man was stunned, unable to grasp how Eugene could still move. Eugene's eyes blazed fiercely, his voice firm and steady. He straightened up, ready to face the devastating energy wave. Gripping his sword, Eugene vowed to protect everyone even with seconds left to live. The ground shook again as dust and debris filled the air. The fanatic collapsed, crying out in disbelief at what was happening. The abyss emissary revealed its hideous, monstrous form. Eugene's sword shattered, leaving only the hilt in his hand. The fanatic was horrified to see Eugene had severed the magic flow by reading its structure. Staring at the boy's small back, he doubted if any spell could withstand him. Eugene smiled proudly at the broken sword still in his grasp. Then he fell, regretting that his blade was no longer whole. The fanatic looked up at the stars, sensing greater forces watching the boy. He recalled the abyss light and began reassessing the situation. He realized the abyss had acted too hastily without a complete sacrifice. His eyes filled with panic as he wondered why that child attracted even the gods. He bared his teeth, deciding to kill Eugene before he grew stronger. Suddenly, another person appeared, slashing him from behind with a cold apology. The attacker smiled faintly, admitting everything had now changed. He held Eugene in his arms, declaring before the abyss that the boy was his true nephew. His eyes shone with courage as he vowed not to abandon the child. In the sky, stars gleamed, weaving with brilliant colors. In his delirium, Eugene felt something vague and unexplainable. Upon waking, he realized Uncle Idea was carrying him, worried despite his own wounds. Eugene exclaimed in shock, about to ask why, but Idea smiled, saying he came because Eugene was late. Idea calmly said he had arrived in time, while Eugene panicked, urging escape as the abyss envoy remained. He replied sternly, astonishing Eugene with his composure. The monster collapsed as Idea's deep voice echoed, signaling the end. Eugene stared blankly at the monster's corpse, stammering as he called his uncle, seeking an explanation. Idea didn't answer, simply carrying him away and saying they'd talk after returning home. Under the clear sky, Eugene wandered the town, drawn by the bright pink flowers. He politely asked the price, and the shopkeeper recognized him, cheerfully calling out. She teasingly asked if he was buying flowers for a lover. Eugene hurriedly explained they were for a sick friend. She was surprised, guessing that friend was his twin brother. She continued, praising the two young nobles who had bravely fought monsters in the forest. She asked with concern. Eugene replied he was lucky to be unharmed, and she proudly said the whole town admired them. Eugene was shocked to learn the rumor had spread everywhere. The florist laughed, saying everyone already knew. His face paled as he imagined his brother's angry reaction. She went on about the villagers' admiration and gave Eugene flowers in thanks. Though he tried to refuse, she insisted he accept them, advising not to decline too much, and soon villagers crowded in with gifts he couldn't carry. The twin brothers stared, stunned at the mountain of presents before them. Exhausted, Eugene set them down, explaining they were gifts from townsfolk while he bought flowers. He recounted everything, grateful yet overwhelmed by the excessive generosity. Eugene placed the bouquet on the bedside table and asked for an opinion. Rob calmly said to do as he wished. Drog remarked in surprise that the villagers treated them like heroes of their first battle. Similar to how Bolivia's soldiers were welcomed, Rob was slightly surprised, saying he'd never seen such a scene. Eugene nodded, agreeing it made sense. Eugene lamented that only he was praised. Rob coldly said such honor only added to his burden. Drog inquired about his injuries, curious at how quickly he recovered. Eugene nodded while applying medicine, confirming he was fine. He opened his hand, showing a long scar but assuring it wasn't serious. Eugene smiled, joking it might be thanks to 5 years of rest. Making the twins frown, Rob gently noted it wasn't a good joke. Eugene looked puzzled. He timidly turned to leave, his voice fading as if about to cry. Rob smiled softly, calling Eugene back before he stepped out. He seriously apologized for once thinking Eugene was a useless freeloader. Eugene was speechless. Rob interrupted, yet heard his friend admit that Eugene had been braver that day than anyone in Folivia. The compliment left Eugene flustered. Unsure how to respond, he sincerely praised them in return for their sense of duty, making Rob snap not to be sarcastic. The mood eased as Rob carefully asked how Eugene survived facing the Abyss Envoy. Humbly, Eugene said the monster hadn't fully recovered and collapsed on its own. He recalled being rescued by Yaidi, saying his uncle handled the rest. The story ended as Eugene confirmed that was the whole truth. One twin asked if he felt disappointed. The other replied that surviving was enough. Eugene realized he shouldn't bother them further and asked to leave so they could rest. He said he'd go before getting scolded, but Rob suddenly called out for him to wait. Rob hesitated, unsure how to begin. Finally, he quietly thanked Eugene for visiting. Eugene smiled warmly, saying it was only natural between friends. That day, the whole domain rejoiced, honoring the brave warriors who had defended their land from the abyss. Eugene observed the scene, realizing the sacred bond between people and warriors, the reason the Bolivia family always stood at the front lines for peace. He understood that if the family's honor fell, all faith would collapse, and that was their greatest fear. Remembering his trembling past, Eugene told himself he had endured with pride as a Bolivia, though that couldn't justify their cruelty, especially how they treated Uncle Idia so cruelly. When his father lost the ability to wield a sword, all expectations fell on his book-loving uncle. He recalled the beatings and insults Idia suffered being compared and called the shame of the bloodline. But Idia was never a stain. He merely lived through years shrouded in darkness, under their grandfather's harsh rule. His uncle endured contempt and bullying throughout childhood. Eugene remembered his bedridden days, despised by the family and cared for only by one servant, yet he still felt lucky to have them. Thinking of Idia's frail frame, Eugene felt pain knowing his uncle had no one to rely on, his loneliness 100-fold deeper. Even so, his uncle stayed strong, never yielding to such cruelty. Eugene affirmed that his uncle's kind heart led him to become a healer instead of seeking vengeance. He recalled the night facing the abyss in Voy, realizing his uncle had surpassed the limits of swordsmanship, becoming the family's mighty swordsman. Idia noticed Eugene's admiring gaze. He lowered his book, softly asking why the boy stared at him like that. Eugene smiled, saying he wanted to be like his uncle. The innocent words stunned Idia, who gently called his nephew's name. Looking at his scars, he thought such a path wasn't worth following. While Idia was bandaging his wounds, Elias entered teasingly. He warily replied his muscles were torn and strength drained. He estimated only about 80% mobility remained and considered it lucky after facing the Abyss King. Elias smirked, repeating lucky with sarcasm. He shouted in anger, unable to believe Idia belittled their efforts. He ranted, accusing Idia of recklessness and of being swayed by the child Eugene. Idia silently clasped his mouth, signaling him to stop. He warned against overstepping, stressing that if the Bolivia house fell, all plans would crumble. Idia yelled furiously, condemning the mage's stupidity for reviving the Abyss King and questioning what right Elias had to criticize him. With tears in his eyes, Elias bowed, apologizing yet admitting his concern for their shared goal. Idia released him as Elias bowed again, accepting any punishment for doubting him. Idia smiled faintly, while Elias confessed the mages weren't the ones who began the resurrection, they had only finished the sacrifice ritual. Idia replied coldly that it changed nothing, for he never expected anything from them. His face darkened as he declared he would personally end Chief Hindle Bolivia. Elias gave a sinister smile, believing Bolivia's fall was already part of the plan. The night the abyss foretold would come when Bolivia would be swallowed by fire. On a peaceful day after, Eugene continued training the 1-second spell, closing his eyes to focus on his power. His eyes flashed as Eugene swung the sword, creating a stunning cut with true Bolivia grace. He wiped his forehead and asked, "What about my part? Teacher, though different from your method, I've mastered the magic." He innocently wondered if it worked only in a life or death moment. Saying her teachings flashed through his mind, guiding his instincts. He looked at her eagerly, asking if his magic was acceptable. She turned pale, her trembling voice admitting she didn't know what it was. It frightened her. Eugene stared at her, his face a mix of confusion and concern. He cautiously asked if it truly could be considered magic. She stammered, saying no. That wasn't her meaning, she was simply astonished. Easton thought it incredible that he used the technique of cutting his own thread, a method from ancient myth. She explained that it was the sword magic technique known as Disio. However, very few could use it in real combat because of its extreme difficulty. Eugene said in a low voice that once the thread was cut, control was lost. Even a small mistake meant failure. Disio was chaotic and unstable by nature. In other words, it was like shattering a clay pot to reshape it, a harsh beginning for any magic. Excited, Easton grabbed his shoulders, shaking him and demanding how he managed it. Dizzy, Eugene weakly replied that he was getting lightheaded. After a moment, she regained composure and called his name. Looking down, she scolded herself for overreacting and promised to stay calm. She remarked that mastering Disio was admirable, yet reaching mage rank with it was extremely difficult. Easton explained that Disio relied on raw energy and lacked control, unfit for modern refined magic, and nearly impossible to teach. Eugene objected, claiming he'd found his own path. She nodded, admitting Disio was indeed a powerful weapon. By using fewer threads, energy became more focused. One thread could reach near perfect efficiency, making it ideal for Eugene. However, she reminded him of the deputy head's condition to meet academy standards within a month. Easton firmly said achieving that with Disio was impossible, leaving Eugene hesitant to ask more. She sternly instructed that to qualify as a mage, he must train daily by traditional methods and set Disio aside. Eugene cried but nodded in agreement, While explaining, Easton demonstrated, saying DCO cut threads to compensate strong but unstable, whereas the classical style was weaker yet enduring. She formed a diamond-shaped light, showing how bending a thread over 90 degrees could divide it into separate strands. A right angle created 2 threads, a triangle produced 3, and a square formed 4 complete threads. She spoke with a stern face, saying it was cruel for one who had only a single thread. Eugene listened intently without missing a word. She repeated that true magical oscillation required at least 4 threads. Those born with 4 found it easy, while those with 2 could create an angle to cast. But Eugene, with only 1 thread, had to construct a square to use magic and extreme unfairness. She cited that many mages never formed even a triangle in their lifetime, let alone a square, something almost unheard of in Academy history. For Eugene, born with 1 thread, forming a square was the very threshold of initiation, making his path harder than anyone's. Easton admitted she once thought it impossible for him to become a mage, but now realized she was wrong. Eugene smiled shyly as her gentle voice praised him for breaking the rules yet making DCO work. She had underestimated him. Easton took his hand, promising to share all her knowledge to help him complete the square. He gratefully thanked her. Light suddenly gleamed in his hands as Eugene hesitantly said there was something he hadn't told her. He smiled, drawing a glowing square, saying he had completed it. Amid her astonishment, he explained that by sensing through DCO, he recreated it successfully. Excitedly, he asked if that meant he now qualified to study magic. Easton stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief until he softly called her name. Then she suddenly shouted in overwhelming joy. She grasped his hands, declaring Eugene worthy of magic study. Blessed by the god Phelan. On the way home, Eugene cheerfully sat alone, murmuring 2 strange words with a dreamy smile. Taya appeared suddenly beside him, calling loudly and startling him. She teased him for smiling nonstop, and Eugene awkwardly apologized. Stammering in reply, Eugene widened her eyes, praising Jin's radiant look in her new clothes. The girl bowed politely to the young noble. Eugene looked suspiciously at Taya, but before he could ask, she confirmed the girl had been chosen as a servant at age 5 for her quick wit. Eugene happily sat next to Benzine, complimenting her, and the girl smiled brightly, saying it was all thanks to him. She cheerfully added that the rescued villagers were recovering, reminding Eugene of Rob's warning. Rob had warned the village would be destroyed and the people sent to labor. Eugene anxiously asked about their fate. Taya clasped her hands behind her back, explaining the villagers were sentenced to work on Bill's farm. Shocking Eugene, she softly clarified that though harsh, it was a light punishment, hard work but humane, and Bill promised to help them adapt. Hearing that, Eugene felt relieved, while Taya added that his bravery had become famous, and the elders wished to thank him. Eugene shouted in joy, "Vaughn remember the day forever," and Jin laughed in agreement. As the cheerful mood lingered, Taya's face turned serious, saying there was urgent news. Eugene curiously asked what it was. She announced the deputy clan leader wanted to see him today, wiping the smile from Eugene's face as he recalled his brother's cold voice. Hindle declared Eugene's unauthorized demon hunt would be discussed in the clan meeting. Sweating, Eugene trembled and asked if his brother truly wanted to meet him. In the dim corridor, he timidly followed behind his brother. Hindle turned, making Eugene flinch under his sharp, blade-like gaze. He said Eugene might be exhausted from lacking Zero and should rest, but Eugene quickly denied it, bowing his head fearfully. Eugene apologized. Hindle coldly replied he could ignore such recklessness, and Eugene sincerely admitted fault. Unexpectedly, Hindle praised him, saying his act, though risky, was brave and worthy of the clan's admiration. Eugene joyfully asked in surprise, but Hindle swiftly crushed his brief happiness. He said if Eugene were only 13, things would be different, making Eugene bow and apologize again. Hindle continued solemnly that though still a child, Eugene had shown spirit and duty worthy of the Falivia bloodline. Eugene gratefully thanked him, but his brother's tone turned stern again. Preparing to say more, he said harshly that a 13-year-old facing Abyss worshippers was reckless, not brave. Eugene tearfully apologized, unsure if it was praise or scolding, until his brother's lowering tone made him realize the true meaning. After a silent pause, Hindle sighed, admitting he wasn't even sure of his own feelings. Eugene looked up, listening as his brother said he wanted to scold him but also saw had learned a valuable lesson. Feeling proud yet unable to forgive easily for fear Eugene would take it lightly, he gently hugged him, asking for a promise not to repeat it. Then he'd consider forgiving. Eugene emotionally called his brother. He smiled, held his brother's hand, and Pinky swore not to worry him again. Hindle's lips curved slightly, praising his brother's honesty. He placed his hand on the door as if to open it, saying it was his turn to keep his promise. Eugene asked in confusion which promise, and he replied, "Had you forgotten?" As the door opened, bright light shone on Eugene's face. Hindle said if you met the mage standard, he would help you in every way. Then a radiant object appeared, stunning Eugene. He looked up at the glowing object and asked what it was. Hindle calmly said it was sacred. He explained that when god Phelan conquered the abyss and created life, he shed 2 tears, and this was one of them. Eugene widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking it was only legend, but Hindle remained calm. He said yes, no one knew if the legend was true, but faith endured. As he spoke, Eugene touched the glowing gem, feeling immense power and divine beauty, both familiar and sacred. as if it truly were a god's tear. Hindle smiled, saying, "Good. I'm glad you like it. Felon's tear is especially useful for a one-string mage like you. It enhances all spells from amplification to healing. An unparalleled artifact." Eugene suspiciously asked, "You mean?" Before he finished, Hindle confirmed, "Yes, that's my gift to you." Eugene couldn't hold back his joy and shouted, "Really?" He said the gem was called Felon's Tear, though its divine origin remained unproven. Legend said when Felon wept to repel the abyss, the gem became the wall separating Horizon from it. But over time, that mythical power waned, and the duty of guarding the West passed to the Falivia family. Hindle's words gave Eugene goosebumps. He said the gem was still strong enough to protect the capital as a talisman. Then asked what he'd do if given it. Eugene shouted in shock, "Are you crazy? That thing can't be given away." But Hindle calmly replied, "That's not what I meant." He paused, scratching his head awkwardly, explaining he didn't plan to give the real gem. His voice softened, saying even if he wanted to, Eugene couldn't carry such a large thing, had only received a small part, and Eugene sighed in relief. Hindle opened his hand, revealing a small box containing an item forged by the finest craftsman from Felon's Tear. He recalled that when the teacher said Eugene had only one string, the idea immediately came to him. As had said before, Felon's Tear could enhance all kinds of magic, thus, no artifact in the world suited him better. Eugene hesitated, stammering he wasn't yet a mage, so he didn't deserve it. Hindle smiled kindly, saying consider it an early gift, since he was sure Eugene would soon fulfill his dream. Eugene received the box with a bright face and expressed his gratitude. He also firmly promised to become a mage and live worthy of his brother's faith. A few days later, under the blazing sun, a glass of water was placed for practice. Eugene struggled for a long time before managing to freeze the water, but the shape was so strange he couldn't tell what had made. Easton clapped happily, saying, "At least you froze it." Eugene, sweating, replied he wasn't sure that counted as success. She smiled, saying forming ice from water was always hard, so strange shapes were normal early on. Moreover, due to Felon's Tear amplifying energy fluctuations, the spell was unstable, but she assured he'd adapt. Owning such a rare beginner's gift was exceptional. Even princes couldn't get it. She added that the gem's size alone was worth at least 2 castles truly worthy of the Falivia line. Eugene widened his eyes, asking how something so small could be so costly. She affirmed pure gems of that quality were rare. He was shocked, exclaiming his family was that rich. Easton gently laughed, guessing he was stunned by its true value. She continued, saying that was natural since it was the world's rarest gem. Eugene nodded in agreement. Then he recalled rumors that the castle still hid treasure rooms, stacked with jewels like mountains. Easton softly pointed, saying, "All right, let's return to magic." She placed her hand on the ice block, smiling that though oddly shaped, Eugene's magic was truly successful. She explained ice magic wasn't about creating ice but sensing cold. Using nearby water was right, that's how mages channel spells. At the beginner level, since one can't generate yin energy yet, you must use mana to lower the environment's temperature. That's why only those who can manipulate their surroundings truly master ice control. This was also why scholars revered ice mages, seeing them as marks of surpassing basic magic. As she finished, she amazed Eugene by forming a delicate ice rose and gifting it, declaring, "Congratulations, Eugene, you're a true mage." In her hand was a paper noting only 2 days left before the exam, a tight window for one betting his future on it. At that moment, memories of their past weeks replayed in their minds like a slow film. Easton remembered the moment she apologized upon finding he had only one string, meaning cannot be a mage. Then his gaze that day, determined yet desperate, saying he'd go forward even for a month if it meant no regret. After all, she admitted Eugene's journey had exceeded expectations, and through it, he wasn't just a student. She too had learned much from him, hoping this bond would continue when he entered the Magic Academy. After speaking, Easton handed him a set of documents. She told him it was the promised letter of recommendation and certification. Eugene received it with both hands, eyes brimming with tears. She confidently assured him he'd do well in the exam. He emotionally hugged her in gratitude. She just smiled and patted his head, telling him not to cry. Then, with a playful grin, she said the hardest part of magic was only beginning. The scene shifted to Idian's house, where he opened the letter in shock that Eugene became a mage in 1 month despite having only one string. He admitted if anyone else had said it, he wouldn't have believed it, making Eugene blush and asked not to be praised too much. In his eyes gleamed excitement. He was finally equal to others, and his true journey had begun. Idian smiled approvingly, saying he always showed admirable maturity. Eugene recalled her words, "Magic is a path with a beginning but no end. From student to master, one must strive endlessly." He suddenly spoke seriously, saying this time he was truly determined. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes before he called softly, "Uncle!" He asked if it was true his uncle would return to Kindle. Idian nodded in confirmation. He explained had received news that patients in Kindle were overwhelmed, so he had to go back early. Even so, he felt lucky to witness his nephew become a mage before leaving. Eugene quietly replied yes, eyes tinged with sadness, sipping hot water. Idian cheerfully asked why his face looked gloomy. Was it because he was leaving? Eugene hurriedly waved his hands in denial so fast Idian spat out water, shouting, "No!" Idian laughed awkwardly, saying he thought Eugene was sad about parting, but now he was no longer a dependent 7-year-old. Eugene then firmly declared he would go to the royal capital on his own. He explained with a bright smile that he'd enroll in the magic academy at Kingdol, so they could meet anytime. Idian's face was hard to read between joy and worry. He said it sounded like a dream. Eugene confidently replied it wasn't a dream but their real future. While they were talking, Taya suddenly burst in shouting, "Young master!" Eugene was startled and asked what happened. She only said briefly it was a disaster. Taya reported that the countess was on her way back, leaving Eugene wide-eyed in shock. But then he cheered happily, confirming that his mother was really coming home. At that name, Idian's face instantly darkened, lips tightening. Scatty dang, Eugene wondered, recalling his mother once said if she felt better, he should crawl to her not knowing what it meant. Idian was stunned, and Taya vaguely said it might have been her command. Eugene asked why everyone was so afraid, and Taya admitted Lady Scatty was scarier than demons themselves. Idian frowned, his face heavy with concern. The scene shifted to a dark place where people hung on crosses, and a cold voice said, "Didn't expect you'd be the one to summon us." A dark witch questioned Idian about Folivia's fall, asking if he had changed his mind. He calmly replied his intent was unchanged, only the circumstances had shifted. Audi interrupted, saying those circumstances began when he killed the king, stressing the price paid to hide that from the entire Folivia clan. Idian retorted coldly that a king rotten for millennia wasn't worth his concern. Audi angrily reminded that the prophet had witnessed the death. The dark witch cut in demanding order, while Audi shouted that Idian was insolent. Then Idian dropped shocking news. Scatty had returned, leaving everyone in the room frozen in silence. Odie stammered in disbelief, saying she was last seen on the southern islands. How could that be? Idian replied indifferently, maybe she crossed the sea. The point was Scatty was coming toward them, and if they wanted to end things before the prophesied time, they couldn't just wait for her to come and go freely. The dark witch nodded, confirming that was exactly why he had summoned them today. Audi asked directly if he planned to assassinate Scatty. The witch laughed cruelly, saying she'd gladly kill another hero. Idian coldly answered no, he wasn't foolish enough to lose 3 lives for one. He declared that instead of confronting Scatty, the plan was a surprise attack to destroy Felon's tier. That was all they needed to know. Idea confirmed everything was ready. Only action remained. Audi confirmed, announcing the second day had come. The dark witch excitedly asked when they would begin. His sinister face replied, tomorrow night. Eugene turned pale, trembling at the thought of war. Taya and Jin hurriedly packed and prepared weapons for training. Eugene stood confused amid the chaos, asking why. Taya stayed silent with a knowing look. Taya affirmed it was because of the lady, who was scarier than any monster, though the mother was extreme. Taya admitted this reaction was excessive. Taya subtly reminded Eugene not to waste others' time. Eugene blinked, then nodded, recalling his main purpose. He said he went to find his uncle, but the room was empty. No one there. Taya said his uncle had been exiled, so there was no time for farewells. Eugene was shocked upon hearing about the exile. Taya panicked and corrected herself, saying it was just a slip of the tongue. Eugene realized his uncle's disappearance was due to being expelled. At that moment, Hinda was interrupted by a knock while working. He coldly told Eugene to speak quickly if he had business. Eugene explained that their mother was preparing as if for battle. He called his brother to question him. Eugene directly asked if Uncle Yaidai had been exiled. Hindle calmly asked back what that meant to him. Eugene angrily said his uncle deserved gratitude, not banishment. He demanded an answer, condemning the injustice against his uncle. Hindle leaned against the bookshelf, sighed, and began to explain. He said idea Folivia's punishment was the clan council's decision. All elders and vassals agreed. Even the clan head couldn't interfere. Eugene hurriedly asked about the meeting and reason for punishment. His brother gestured for silence. Hindle mentioned former clan leader elders Folivia and recalled when Eugene once fled and abandoned swordsmanship amid their grandfather's chaotic funeral. No one punished his uncle then, so when the name Idiot Folivia resurfaced, they were forced to revisit his crime of leaving the clan. Eugene raged that his uncle's service was forgotten, punished only for a buried past. Hindle looked sternly, advising that nobles exist to protect, not to complain. He said abandoning duty was betrayal. Eugene bowed his head, crying and asking what benefit there was in being born into such a clan. He remembered how his uncle was humiliated by his father, constantly compared and cursed. The memory made Eugene cry harder, pitying his uncle who never had freedom. His uncle was despised when weak and punished even after sacrificing himself to save others. Hindle stayed silent, unable to refute his words. Eugene continued accusing that his uncle was punished after years of oppression. Hindle sighed, saying this was no longer the clan Eugene once took pride in. Eugene demanded to attend the clan meeting to question them directly. Hindle raised his third finger. Their grandfather, the previous clan leader, was killed by Idiot Folivia himself. Eugene froze, unable to believe his ears. Hindle spoke solemnly, saying only 3 people knew this truth. That was him, their father, and their mother. He explained they hid it to spare Eugene pain, but he still couldn't accept the cruel truth. Hindle gently said idea Folivia wasn't perfect, yet he believed their uncle wasn't evil, only lost in a desperate moment. During the battle, a scream for help was heard, according to witnesses, but his uncle crossed the point of no return. He himself admitted it was the second time he raised his sword against the clan, an unforgivable sin. At the same time, Shadow monsters surged in. The soldiers trembled but still marched to the front line. They were ordered to hold the fortress and light the signal fires for a full-scale assault. Even after hearing everything, Eugen still refused to believe. While Hindle coldly said their parents had chosen silence to bury the truth, their father once helped his uncle escape and covered it with a lie. Bearing unbearable guilt, Eugen was stunned, his mind in chaos, unable to believe what he heard. He panicked and ran off, shouting that he had to find his uncle to confirm the truth. Eugen dashed past Julia, ignoring his brother's voice calling after him. Hindle tried to follow, but Julia stopped him, urging him to protect the family. Soon after, Julia reported signal fires from the Western Front. She said it was red fire, a sign of a massive assault. Hindle was shocked, his tense face revealing deep anxiety. Meanwhile, Eugen ran out of the house. Recalling where his uncle once stayed, he guessed his uncle might be hiding overnight in the underground quarters. He decided to cross the forest to catch up with him, but as soon as he entered the forest, he was blocked by monsters. Facing them, Eugen froze, unable to react. Elias suddenly appeared. Surprised to see him, he sneered, asking why the youngest of Olivia was there. Eugen suspiciously asked how a servant of the Abyss could appear here. Then he realized he was inside the Folivia estate. Hearing alarm bells and seeing red fire, Eugen screamed in panic. Elias frowned, complaining that Eugen's troublesome presence made things harder. Trembling, Eugen searched for a weapon and planned to escape. At that moment, he realized something terrible. He hadn't brought his sword. He pretended to stay calm, scratching his head and saying he wanted to leave. Suddenly, Ilias said he didn't want to kill him because Idea still cared for him, but he coldly concluded there was no other choice. At once, a horde of demons surrounded Eugen on all sides. The order "kill him" rang out, leaving Eugen confused and terrified. He turned pale upon hearing his uncle's name from the enemy's mouth. At the same time, Hindle spurred his horse, galloping toward the battlefield. He cursed in fury while Adi was stunned by the rapid deployment of 1,000 elite soldiers. Idea spoke, saying comparing them to a ceremonial unit was unfair. Another objected, saying such discipline would bring disaster. Idea smiled, announcing that all main forces under the clan leader had left the castle. He declared the remaining troops belonged to the council and that had personally wiped them out, calling it sweet revenge. Making Odi amusedly ask how it felt, he replied indifferently that everything was ordinary, nothing worth noting. At that moment, Eugen closed his eyes, focusing to regain energy. Suddenly he opened them wide, his gaze blazing. He unleashed the Folivia clan's signature armor-breaking technique. With a few swift spins of his arms, he easily took down his foes. He continued using the Volivia style, the 4-strike combo technique. Then he combined DCO swordsmanship with fierce fire attacks. Eugen gritted his teeth and shouted, calling out the servant of the Abyss. One enemy sweated nervously, recalling how Eugen used to be frail and sickly. Elias laughed with delight, praising Folivia's swordsmanship as elegant and formidable. Eugen furiously shouted, asking why his uncle's name came from his mouth. Elias laughed louder, thrilled by his anger. Khan interrupted, telling them to stop wasting time. But Elias dismissed him, saying the prey was his. Gan tried to argue further but didn't get the chance. Elias gave him a cold glare, forcing him to stay silent. The man yielded quietly. He left, only reminding, "Don't be late." Eugen called after him in confusion, asking where he was going. Elias, excited, mocked that Eugen shouldn't let his guard down before a villain. Then he unleashed a fatal strike, making Eugen pale. Sweat poured down as Eugen gripped his sword tightly. He realized the metal control spell made cutting the strings useless. One strike could break his sword, proving the enemy was fully prepared. Eugen shouted asking who he was, but Elias only laughed, saying he preferred another name. He proclaimed himself the one chosen by the Prophet and reborn apostles as the Eternal Mechanism. Eugen frowned, puzzled by the concept. Elias explained that life granted by Philin was finite, but the Abyss was eternal. Thus, they were called the Eternal Mechanism, and Folivia would be the first sacrifice to the Abyss. Eugen was stunned, unable to believe those words. He gritted his teeth in fury, trembling with anger. He shouted that it was just insane nonsense. Elias remained calm. Smiling mockingly, he asked, if Eugen didn't believe, why question him, then attacked. Eugen struggled to block, nearly losing his balance. A fierce fighting spirit surged within him. Elias pressed a finger to his lips with a wicked smile. He flicked his hand, throwing Eugen far away, sending him rolling. Eugen tumbled several times, barely able to stand. Elias arrogantly declared that Eugen's sword and magic were useless against him, for he could control massive stones. He said only an unbreakable divine sword and power to cleave rock could oppose him, boasting he was the vanguard of Folivia's invasion. Eugen told himself to stay calm, admitting the Abyss worshipper was truly strong. He realized his swordsmanship was useless against the opponent's magic but knew there was another way to fight back. The image of his uncle Idea flashed through his mind. He shook his head, refusing to let the taunts break his resolve. Ilias sneered, asking what he planned to use against him. Eugen ignored him, thinking of Disio sword limits and seeking new inspiration from magic. He thought if he created ice swords, he could form endless blades, then shouted, I have infinite swords. Ilias froze in brief surprise, then burst into laughter. Bending over in mockery, he mocked Eugene for wasting talent when he could only wield one mana string. He explained that the more strings were broken, the weaker the power became. Elias said with 2 strings Eugene could make a claymore, but with 1 he had only a dagger, which amused him. He declared it'd show Eugene the true limit of mana strings. Elias boasted he possessed 9 strings, just 1 short of perfection. At that moment, the entire village was engulfed in flames. The captain shouted orders to split forces to save civilians and hold positions, warning the battle would be long. He cursed that in the chaos, the clan council was nowhere to be seen. He looked back over his shoulder. A giant monster was glaring straight at him. He gritted his teeth, raised his sword, muttering he thought he'd retired at his age. The beast slammed the ground, flinging soldiers aside, and he roared in defiance. Suddenly, a wave of freezing magic was cast. The chilling power spread, leaving everyone astonished. The monster was instantly frozen solid. The captain was stunned, wondering who could wield such powerful magic. Teacher Easton appeared. Gasping, he recognized her as the young master's tutor and thanked her profusely. He explained they'd been ambushed by the Abyss cult and asked for her aid. Easton nervously agreed, admitting she had never fought seriously, only played with her pet Fuji. The captain reassured her, ignoring a shard of ice falling near his foot, saying long-range support was enough. The monster shattered the ice, roaring and charging straight at them. Easton screamed in fear while the captain cursed his bad luck. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light descended from the sky. The ray shot straight into the monster's head. As the light faded, an object fell beside them, leaving both stunned. A red-haired man landed before the fallen beast's corpse. Julia shouted, asking Akin if he was hurt. The captain thanked her, while Easton froze. Recalling an old memory, Julia grew angry, saying Easton was just an ordinary mage who didn't understand their master. She silently prayed the future wouldn't be overturned by this chaos. Atkins smiled, saying he was glad Julia hadn't gone to the front. She replied she stayed by order to protect the young master. Julia hesitated, saying Eugene had run off to find Idea. Leaving Easton shocked, she pointed toward the village, and just as she finished, it exploded violently. Both Julia and Easton stood frozen in disbelief. Easton trembled, shouting the young master's name. On the battlefield, Elias was raging, unleashing power in all directions. Eugene barely defended himself, nearly exhausted. Light flared in his eyes as mana gathered in his hand again. Elias was startled, seeing Eugene continuously form ice swords with DCO every time one shattered. Like magic, he noticed the glowing earrings and remembered Felon's tear. Realizing the danger, even so, he smiled, thinking Eugene's power was still limited. Blue rays shot straight toward him. Eugene couldn't dodge and was hit in the shoulder, falling with blood spilling from his mouth. A strong blow struck his back, knocking him down as he vaguely thought it came from the side. Elias stepped forward, mana strings glowing around his arms as he boasted of his power. He explained that with 9 strings like 9 arms, he always kept one to strike from behind. Eugene froze, trying to analyze how to counterattack. Elias spread his arms, hurling massive boulders toward him, laughing that had ended the lesson. Eugene felt despair at the power gap. At that moment, Julia appeared, shouting for the young master. Eugene turned in surprise. Red light flared around Julia's spear as she gritted her teeth and struck. The 2 energy sources collided, triggering a massive explosion. The shockwave bent trees, smoke cleared, and Julia stood in front of Eugene. She asked if he was hurt. Eugene trembled but said he was fine. Julia collapsed to one knee, making Eugene panic, but she said she was alright and told him not to worry. She asked about the situation and the enemy mage's identity. Eugene said he didn't know, while Elias smirked, saying, "Looks like we've caught a big prize." Elias cast a spell, sneering that Julia the spear mage was at least worth his effort. Julia gritted her teeth, vowing to tear out his arrogant tongue. He mocked her, laughing even while wounded. Eugene worriedly wondered what to do. Feeling Julia was in danger because of him, he accidentally touched something cold and wet on the ground water, and his master's words echoed in his mind. The teaching rang, "Use the water around you. That's the true strength of ice magic." Eugene nodded, realizing the key was mastering the environment. He called to Julia, asking her to buy time. She gasped that she had tried to spite her injuries. Eugene firmly said he wouldn't run, for he had an idea to counterattack. Julia was briefly stunned, while Elias laughed mockingly. Countless bright strings shot toward them. Elias shouted that 1 second was enough to kill them both. Eugene roared. An orange light burst back, causing a violent explosion. Elias covered his mouth, realizing Eugene had used DCO to create dust and block vision. He sneered, calling it the trick of the weak. Julia immediately charged from behind but was stopped by a wall of stone. He laughed, declaring all her attacks meaningless. Julia bites her lip in frustration. Feeling cornered, Elias throws her aside, mocking that even the famed Julia can't pierce his defense, especially with a weak young master backing her. Julia grits her teeth and tells him to look behind. Elias freezes and turns his head. Eugene closes his eyes, holding a glowing rhombus of light. Elias smirks, thinking it's a weak spell, but before he finishes, a water sword slashes down. He is stunned, feeling his magic overwhelmed. Eugene clearly declares, "This is a sword." He gathers all his strength and shouts. 1 second, the sword pierces his will, unleashing pure power from within Eugene. Earlier, Eugene had asked Julia to hear his plan, but she refused due to her duty to protect him. Julia firmly said his life was above all and ordered him to flee while she held off the enemy. Eugene objected, refusing to abandon an ally for survival. He urged Julia to trust his plan if she truly wanted to fight. Stunning her, Julia sternly agreed but made him promise to retreat if too dangerous. Eugene happily called her name. Elias interrupted, sneering and asking what they planned to do mid-battle. He instantly attacked at lightning speed. Eugene cast a barrier, blocking Elias' magic. The explosion shockwave made him stagger. Amid the smoke, Eugene retreated, leaving Julia to stall the foe. He recalled his teacher's words that true mages use nature as their ally. Energy gathered in his hand, forming a faintly glowing crystal. Eugene thought, if I lack strings, I'll borrow the world's power. Streams of water condensed into a bright orb. The orb morphed into a transparent sword as Eugene focused, repeating the spell until perfect. Swinging the sword, he believed this was a mage's true path. Elias froze. Unable to dodge, he panicked, refusing to believe it all happened in an instant. The water slash thundered, shaking the ground. When the smoke cleared, moonlight revealed Elias still standing amid the mist. He felt uneasy, thinking the boy treated spell stacking like a game despite little mastery. Spell stacking was like building a tower, each layer exponentially harder, easier only with solid elements. Even so, he wondered how many layers the boy had stacked. He laughed madly. Elias said, but enough surprise now, you won't breathe again. Before finishing, a punch struck his face. Julia coldly clenched her fist, mocking his foolishness for expecting rest. She groaned in pain, making Eugene ask worriedly if she was overexerting. Julia touched her bandaged arm, calmly saying she was fine but would only hinder them if she continued. She said she'd lead Team Yongling's retreat and asked Eugene to join the defense line. Julia added that if she stayed, the monsters at the wall could be pushed back. Eugene protested in confusion. She noticed something, making Eugene awkwardly respond. Eugene slapped his face, shouting to deny strange feelings, leaving Julia stunned. Elias cut it, saying even if Eugene left, the situation was hopeless. Julia frowned, asking irritably what he meant. He explained that each apostle was as strong as an army, and 3 had combined forces. The fall of Falivia was inevitable. On the other side, idiot Falivia calmly walked through the sea of fire. His eyes wandered as he hummed a strange tune. He looked up at the fortress engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the council meeting. Elders argued fiercely about the sudden invasion as Eric Bolivia, Eugene's grandfather, stood to calm them and urged focus on handling the Abyss cult. One elder objected, saying the guards could handle it, worsening the uproar. Eric sighed, calling for unity and warning of danger if the enemy struck while forces were divided. The door suddenly burst open. Amid the argument, he warned that if they fell, Bolivia would collapse. ID entered with a casual smile. He bowed to greet the honored elders of the Bolivia clan. Adric King asked in shock why Idea was there. The elders shouted angrily, reminding that he was exiled and forbidden to return. Ignoring the scolding, Eric looked at him and confirmed his identity. Idea smiled, saying only Eric was sharp enough to recognize him. Eric revealed he once sold his soul just for revenge. Idea calmly replied it was hatred, just a random twist of fate. Dark mist like a spirit seeped from his eyes as he tore his shirt, saying fate had caught him again. Eric solemnly spoke his true name Via. The whole room drew swords as Eric declared it was time for him to pay. Elsewhere, 2 strangers entered. The Dark Witch complained about the deserted path, and Audi said Falivia was already rotten. He smiled, saying they had forgotten the true meaning of the tear of feeling, treating it as mere symbol. The witch yawned and raised a hand, summoning a blue flame to light the darkness. She muttered for more light, and the spell flared violently. Hindle appeared behind her, coldly asking if she too sought light in the dark. He gathered mana, ready to strike, but before he could, the 2 trembled. She cried out Hindle's name, and Odie stammered in shock at his presence. Hindle roared, waving his hand in disdain, saying they were unworthy to see the light. He stared into emptiness, thinking of his own sword and light. Then he noticed the 2 creatures beginning to recover. The Dark Witch shouted in anger, barely dodging a strike, then laughed, saying the fight had become interesting. Hindle glanced at his sword, noticing dark energy covering it. He declared his foes were a crusader hunter and an evil witch. She mocked him, saying at least he still had eyes. She spread her arms arrogantly, asking if he feared her true identity. While Adi groaned in pain, Hindle pointed his sword straight, declaring he'd heard enough of her sins. Magic exploded, light bursting forth as he vowed to make them pay. Meanwhile, Eugene ran, realizing the 3 apostles had begun their move. An ancient seal had been broken, the age of the Abyss was about to return. Their goal was the Tear of Fei Ling, and Eugene swore to stop them at any cost. Easton suddenly spotted Eugene rushing from behind. She called his name in surprise. Elsewhere, Hindle advanced slowly, his killing intent thick. Audi trembled, calling out to him. He asked why Hindle was there. Wasn't he commanding the army? Hindle coldly replied had long known their plot and that monsters alone could breach the defenses. He stated their true target was the castle. While Audi cursed angrily, Odie swore, Realizing the troop formation was a ruse, he recalled Ilias and blamed himself for not reviving the king sooner. The Dark Witch placed her hand on her sword hilt, smiling and asking if that's why he came alone. Hindle replied coldly, making the two instantly take battle stances. Odie gave the command, and Hindle charged into combat. Their swords clashed with thunderous sound. Every strike from Hindle was blocked by the witch. She sneered, mocking that his threats were meaningless. Hindle gritted his teeth, tightening his stance. She continued to taunt, claiming the two of them could never defeat her. Odie muttered a spell, drawing a glowing cubic array. Hindle sensed something wrong and turned sharply. Beams of light surrounded him, and he thought of a space-cutting technique. Odie broke the spell link, and the light enveloped Hindle. He coldly declared, "Your end is near, warrior of Bolivia." Odie panicked. Orange's light flared from Hindle's anti-magic. Hindle slashed through the formation and rushed Odie, stunning him with overwhelming force. Odie tried to reconstruct space, cutting and compressing it into an invisible four-dimensional mass. It was a spell to counter the eyes of Bolivia, making Hindle angrily declare such a being should not exist. Odie thought while casting that if the Bolivia eyes were truly that powerful, he could only buy time. He pressed his hand to the ground, causing it to crack and rise like waves. Hindle frowned, his eyes flashing orange. Sharp cuts appeared across the stones. Each structure shattered, and Hindle immediately counterattacked. The Dark Witch appeared behind, slashing hard and shouting what they were doing. Hindle turned, realizing this fight could never end at this rate. Her sword struck his shoulder. Blood spurted, but he countered, severing her arm. Odie chanted while she laughed, saying she'd keep the body for her beloved prince. She kneed Hindle's stomach, admitting she couldn't drag the fight on. He vomited blood, eyes rolling back. She thought this was a 2-on-1 battle, while Odie summoned a fireball. Swearing not to repeat old mistakes, he launched the fireball, declaring he'd destroy the foe with pure power. Hindle thought of the abyssal zealot's recklessness and realized he had underestimated them. His power surged, eyes blazing orange, vowing to drag both to hell even if he died. Orange light burst fiercely around his body. Eugene appeared, slicing through Odie's magic, leaving Hindle stunned. He gasped, asking who the boy was, then recognized Eugene's name. Eugene firmly declared he came to aid his brother. The Dark Witch sneered, teasing he came to rescue his brother out of family affection. She mockingly raised her hand, saying he was useless alone, why not bring his parents too? Suddenly another voice spoke, calling itself the Third Testament of Nihirith. Easton raised her wand and chanted, a white aura engulfing the area. A king wondered what it was, while Hindle weakly named the ancient spell. Odie realized the danger and shouted in fear to stop. The Dark Witch smirked, saying it seemed he knew the spell well. Easton sternly ordered everyone not to move. She warned that once the spell completed, all would be swept away. Easton closed her eyes and whispered, "Everyone will die." The witch scoffed that she was talking nonsense, while Odie urgently tried to stop her. He explained it was a spell based on universal principles proven by Nuris, the second disciple of Phelan. Odie added that once completed, space would freeze absolutely and self-destruct. The witch gasped in shock. He admitted he once thought Easton only theorized, not expecting her to recreate it in just 6 seconds. Seeing her exhausted, he shuddered, thinking her mind scarier than magic. Eugene called worriedly, and Odie realized she would destroy everything. The Dark Witch folded her arms, clicking her tongue, teasing that things were getting interesting and mocking Hindle for wanting intimacy. She roared angrily, declaring she'd never be frightened by such weak words. Odie groaned that things were out of control, and she challenged the group to try killing her. She hissed that she'd tear them apart before the spell finished, making Easton panic and cry. Idea suddenly appeared, stopping her, calmly telling her not to be so noisy. With blood-smeared face, he joked that she might scare her teacher. Eugene cheered, calling his uncle, while Hindle suspiciously repeated his name. Eugene froze as Easton collapsed and asked what happened. The teacher fell, motionless amid the magical smoke. The Dark Witch laughed triumphantly, saying the timing was perfect. Odie asked if Idea had handled the council. Idea, now demonized, calmly replied that no one in the council survived. His words left Eugene speechless, his face darkening. He clenched his fists, angrily telling his uncle not to say such horrible things. Confused that everyone spoke ill of him today, Eugene forced a smile, reassuring himself it must be a misunderstanding. Hindle sensed danger and turned just as Idea pulled a blood-red metal strip from his neck. He swung down, and Hindle rushed to shield Eugene, shouting for him to retreat. The metal pierced through him, blood splattering like rain. Eugene froze, unable to believe his brother was stabbed protecting him. The Dark Witch sneered, mocking his arrogance, while Idea indifferently replied with half-genuine pity. Behind her, blood-red aura erupted, demonic eyes snarling. A doctor shouldn't speak that way to a patient. The witch turned to see Hindle still alive despite being impaled. He charged forward, delivering a brutal slash. Eugene stood silent, too shocked to speak. The witch widened her eyes in horror, unable to believe he still stood. With his heart pierced, Hindle remained upright, eyes glowing blood red. Odie trembled, noticing his strange move using the wound as a weapon, while Idea explained it was centrifugal force technique Olivia. Hindle's fiery gaze locked onto Idea, ready to repay his grudge. In the air, two powers collided, creating a massive shockwave. He charged straight toward his foe. The slash exploded in crimson, shaking heaven and earth. Odie cried out in terror, stunned by the sheer violence. Hindel's form twisted, body distorted yet brimming with vitality. Idea coldly smirked, saying, "That boy's been dead for a long time." Immediately after, Hindel's body collapsed, unconscious in a pool of blood. Eugen stood frozen, watching his brother fall before his eyes. Desperation overwhelmed him, his heart shattering. Those nearby whispered some called him undead. Others said it was madman's power. They claimed northern warriors could hypnotize themselves into divine frenzy, immortal until the battle ended, and Hindel, son of Skadi, was at its peak. Idea, sharing the same blood, understood the coming destruction. He wiped the blood from his collar and quietly ordered everything to end. The Dark Witch spoke up, wanting to ask something before finishing it, gazing at Eugene. She asked if she should kill the deranged boy. The words made Idea exhale heavily, his eyes turning savage. He placed a hand on Eugene's shoulder, rasping, "My beloved nephew." The witch just folded her arms, unwilling to interfere further. Outside, patrol units panicked, sensing an overwhelming energy surge. Was it an enemy or a monster? Another team urgently reported that the force destroyed the city despite supposedly being on their side. Amid the chaos, the captain calmly unbuttoned his collar and sighed. "So, it's over." Soft light spread as the silhouette of a woman lifted Hindel's body. The lady of the Bolivia family, the legendary matriarch, had returned. Meanwhile, the battle between Skadi and Odie continued, their energies spreading across Vinfield. The Dark Witch yawned, so tired that tears welled at her eyes. She complained to Odie in a wary tone. "Hey, when will this end?" He shouted angrily, calling her stupid for thinking she could break Phelan's barrier so easily. She flailed, grumbling in boredom, then fell silent. Eugene's trembling voice called, "Uncle!" Making Idea glance tensely, he ran forward, begging that this must be a nightmare, that none of it could be real. He knelt and screamed in despair. "Right, Uncle!" Idea gave a sad smile and softly said, "I'm sorry, but..." Eugen burst into tears, shouting for him to explain instead of just apologizing. Idea straightened, aura flaring, saying everything was for Eugene, that he could hate him, but he understood. Fear and pity flickered in his eyes. Idea lowered his voice, pleading that this was the final request of a pitiful man, gripping Eugene's shoulders and asking him to come meet the prophet. Eugen stood stunned while Idea laughed madly, insisting he would soon understand destiny. Staying conscious, Eugene gritted his teeth, claiming his uncle had been deceived by dark forces. Unable to bear it, Eugene screamed and hurled the metal strip to kill the man who murdered his brother. But Idea merely stood and took it. At that moment, the Dark Witch raised her hand to cast a spell, but he caught her movement and turned sharply. She asked coldly, "Do you really plan to die? That wound could kill you." He just smirked, saying at least now he understood how deep his own obsession ran. He said he wouldn't kill Eugene, while the boy struggled and shouted he could never forgive the one who caused such pain. The tension shifted to confrontation as a third faction threatened to kill both sides if they didn't cooperate. Idea, blood still dripping from his neck, accepted the truce and agreed to stop. Eugene thrashed, screaming he'd wipe out every follower of the Abyss. The Dark Witch grabbed his neck, sneering that his face would look perfect with a knife mark, then threw him upward to kill him. A female voice mocked that the witch had terrible taste. Audie and Idea froze as the voice declared, "The only man as beautiful as my son is my husband." It was Skadi, Eugene's mother, stepping forward proudly, claiming both of them as hers. The witch was stunned, while Skadi smiled coldly and warned, "The boy is mine. Let go." Intimidated by her aura, the Dark Witch threw Eugen aside, both fearful and irritated. Audie realized she was the red monster Skadi. Being so terrifying her steps made no sound, the witch stammered, admitting she'd heard of Skadi but never imagined she'd look so human. As she finished speaking, Skadi revealed her true form, a face blazing like molten lava. She grabbed the witch by the neck, punishing her for touching her son. Shaking the entire area, she turned to Idea and asked, "Is this the act of your master of tears? Maybe I should go home and ask my parents." Idea laughed mockingly, replying, "Something like that," then drew his weapon, greeting her as if meeting his sister-in-law after years. Skadi snapped each of the witch's fingers, coldly reminding that she had warned if they met again, she would kill. With one flick, the witch was thrown away. Skadi smirked, saying, "Seems I'm serious after all." Idea taunted that she came late. As he was about to leave, Skadi said nothing, pulling a massive machete from her cloak. Recalling when he was a crying child, Eugene watched fearfully at his blood-soaked mother and brother. Determination mixed with worry shone on her face. She approached gently, telling Eugene not to cry and promising to hug him once it was over. Odie kept channeling mana into the crystal, and when Idea asked how long, he urgently answered, 5 minutes, it'll finish in 5. Soon after, the Dark Witch's back began to twist grotesquely. Skadi turned sharply, and Eugene's eyes widened at the horrifying sight. Her body swelled, limbs contorted as if possessed by demons. She hissed in hatred, challenging Skadi that only when both were torn to pieces would it end. Skadi casually scratched her ear, mocking that she clearly broke her neck already, but fine if she wanted. they'd fight. She laughed in delight, saying no one had ever flirted with her so passionately, not even her husband. Eugene stared in terror at his mother laughing mid-battle. Unable to believe it, Skady grew more excited, swinging her machete and testing arcs, ready to fight alongside Idea. The opening move was a direct punch, smashing the witch's head into the stone floor. Idea, in demonic form, was also slapped away, his syrup-like body shattering before it could weaponize. Skady moved at lightning speed, delivering a spinning kick. Even wielding a machete, she struck down the witch, blood spraying like a fountain. She said coldly, "You dared touch Eugene," then followed with another blow, sending the witch flying. Audie watched, calculating that both opponents were completely outmatched. Everyone understood Skady was true madness incarnate. She hadn't even used full strength yet. Audie thought even if he needed to stall, letting them all die would ruin the plan, so he focused his power. He decided to use his final option, no reason left to hold back. Touching his fingertips, he released magic that turned space into thick gray fog. Skady froze, her body petrified mid-combat. Everything stopped, time itself ceased to flow. Odie spoke. "I've stopped time, Lady Skady. Please, let's talk." Though Hindle and Eugene's bodies were frozen, their minds remained awake, fully aware of time's halt. Sweat poured from Eugene as he struggled to break free from the stasis. Looking up at the massive crystal, he was shocked only 11 seconds had passed. Yet the man had surpassed human limits. Was he still human? A deep unease surged within me. A visceral dread burst from the depths of my instincts. My very soul seemed to resist violently. Hinden's time theory stated that when momentum fades, time halts. Though he couldn't prove it since motion and time can't cancel each other, this trick still worked. Lady Jiang felt uneasy, the strange magic driving her to want to kill the caster instantly. Even though Odie used time freeze, the spell depended on my movement. The more I moved, the weaker it became. Though it could still be perfected, I revealed all the spell's weaknesses only to have an honest conversation. Pressed hard, Skady reluctantly endured, urging to continue the fight. Audie introduced himself as an abyssal priest, follower of the plague god Negran, who could summon a plague to erase Folivia through self-sacrifice. Hearing that, Skady faltered, eyes wide in shock as he hinted at her deep knowledge. He mentioned the black plague that once devastated Horizon, warning it could destroy half of Bolivia if unleashed. Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed, red light striking Odie, throwing him into panic. The seal broke, and an angry voice thundered, scolding Odie for bargaining like bait. Odie was terrified as his magic was shattered by mere physical force, something bound by cosmic law. Fierce energy erupted from Skady, overwhelming Odie as he begged her not to approach or he'd release the plague. Skady sneered in fury, declaring she'd never forgive anyone who dared threaten Folivia. In her rage, she slashed wildly, cursing him as a fool for thinking he could wield disease at will. Her body swelled, declaring she'd bury half of Bolivia along with their heads. Audie trembled in fear, unable to believe the absurd sight before him. The battle raged on. Despite the witch and Idea screaming, Skady charged like a beast, gripping her blade tightly. Skady vowed to cleave her enemies in half as Audie prepared his seal. He clasped his hands and shouted that the objective was complete. The darkened space opened, and Audie announced retreat by breaking space-time structure. Skady froze, shocked by the sudden turn. All enemies were sucked into the void, the witch screaming her hatred, vowing vengeance on Skady. A comrade barely escaped, smiling and promising they would meet again. Skady stood silent, hollow, her confidence shattered as the spell was diverted. Now he held the upper hand, laughing arrogantly and mocking Skady for making a fool of herself. The tear of Felin, lying beyond the time-stop zone, continued dissolving as they spoke. Skady fumed at her mistake, realizing the enemy had maintained dispelling while casting. Audie arrogantly declared the tear of Felin was about to explode, wiping Folivia from existence. Skady grabbed his neck in fury, cursing him, while Audie taunted her, ready to cheat death on the spot. He laughed maniacally, vowing that even in death had become a plague haunting Folivia forever. Trapped, Skady forced herself to stay calm, ready to sacrifice to save all, but suddenly a black thread was enveloped by golden light. The two energies intertwined under Skady's sharp gaze. A mysterious hand was channeling divine power. It was Eugene, kneeling on the ground, focusing his magic flow. Radiant wings of light spread from him, leaving Skady both stunned and moved. Both Audie and Skady realized the tear of Folivia was stabilizing Eugene was restraining its explosion through delicate control. Audie was dumbfounded, denying that the child could possibly manipulate such energy. High above, Felin and 12 disciples observed the situation. Odie sensed higher forces interfering and vowed to report his witness to the prophet. He opened a massive black hole, initiating a full retreat. Even Skady was drawn into the pull, shocked by her foe's suicidal resolve. But she quickly shifted her gaze to Eugene, now the focal point of it all. She softly asked in disbelief who exactly he was. Eugene opened his eyes, face twisted with fear and fury. He sprang up, clutching his head and screaming so loud that Taya staggered. A weapon appeared in his hands as he erupted in rage, shouting that they had to leave immediately. Taya panicked, hugged Eugene to calm him, and tearfully assured him everything was over. They both cried in each other's arms, Eugene softly calling Taya's name. Suddenly, a loud scream startled them. Eugene hastily opened the door, shouting, "Mother!" Downstairs, Skady leaned on her axe, smiling up and saying her son had awakened. She squinted and asked if he didn't think he should report to her now. Tai was stunned. While Eugene happily called mother again, Scatty reached out with a gentle smile. Telling him to come closer, he burst into tears and rushed forward, hair messy, falling into her familiar arms. Taya cried out in alarm as Eugene threw himself into Skata's chest. He trembled, shouting that she had been bedridden for a whole week. Scatty and Eugene smiled and hugged, their bond full of maternal warmth. She tenderly warned that if he kept acting recklessly, his arm would never heal. Eugene tearfully apologized. He took all the blame, mentioning his elder brother Hindaya who sacrificed himself to protect him. Skady gently stroked his hair, saying his brother was still alive. Confusing Eugene, Hindaya realized something and smiled, saying their roles had now reversed. Eugene teared up, calling his brother and announcing he was safe. Luckily, the spear missed the heart. Scatty joyfully scolded that his reckless hug accidentally saved him. She laughed heartily, praising his strange skill missing fatally yet stopping the bleeding. Eugene quietly asked if she had secretly been a healer all along. Thanks to the guards' effort, the fortress was partly restored and damage reduced, but the true target of the Eternal Law was the Guardian Stone. Unfortunately, that stone shattered when she fell. One man shouted joyfully that the explosion would become legend and Bolivia would be erased, but they eventually prevented disaster. Though Bolivia's Guardian Stone was lost, hope remained. Skady worriedly asked if he remembered what happened. Eugene distractedly said it didn't matter. In truth, what protected Bolivia were brave warriors blocking the abyss, where his brother contributed to victory at the front. Though casualties decreased, the death toll still brought deep pain. That day, Bolivia lost 21 council nobles and hundreds of brave soldiers. Rob bowed his head in tears, hating the Eternal Law followers who killed his grandfather. He vowed to become stronger, surpassing Eugene, so Bolivia would never suffer such humiliation again. Hearing that, Eugene coldly smiled, saying he too would grow stronger, strong enough to make the Eternal Law pay. Then asked if Rob thought he could surpass him. Rob clenched his fists angrily, saying he was only temporarily behind and would catch up soon. He growled not to be arrogant because of the Magic Academy title. Eugene sneered mockingly, repeating Magic Academy. Huh! He firmly declared he wouldn't enroll, but would stay to protect Bolivia with his own strength. Both froze and exclaimed together, "What?" The scene shifted to an old town with tightly packed houses. In a room, Eugene bowed and softly apologized to his teacher for disappointing her teachings. He confessed he now understood responsibility. Everyone sacrifices desires to protect what matters. Eugene choked up, realizing his selfishness. Born to a noble family bound by duty, he only wanted to live freely, making the teacher ponder before speaking. Suddenly, a deep voice behind said, "You're telling that to your mother, aren't you?" Eugene turned in surprise. Scatty touched his cheek with a teasing smile, saying he truly looked just like his father. She told him not to bother the teacher and to go outside with her for fresh air. Sunlight covered the mountain peak where mother and son stood silently watching the horizon. Scatty turned and smiled, asking if the view was beautiful. Eugene softly said yes. He curiously asked why she had brought him there. Skady gazed into the distance, mentioning his withdrawal from the Magic Academy just to avenge Udea. Eugene looked uneasy but calmly confirmed it. He firmly vowed to make that person pay one day. Skady folded her arms and asked indifferently, "Really?" She pointed out his heart held doubt more than hatred, still trying to understand why Udea spared his brother, which stunned Eugene into admitting it. She continued, saying if he thought it was coincidence, he was too naive, and Eugene hesitantly asked the real reason. Scatty suddenly asked if he was that curious, and Eugene softly nodded. She glared angrily, reminding him that man slaughtered their kin. Hundreds of warriors died because of him, making Eugene shiver. She struck his shoulder, scolding that he was obsessed with why Udea spared his brother rather than true hatred. Though he spoke of revenge, inside he only sought excuses to sympathize with the enemy. She sternly asked if Udea told a tragic story, would he forgive him, warning she would teach him the true meaning of revenge. Eugene bowed, touching his cheek, mumbling if curiosity was a sin. He looked up angrily, blaming his mother for always acting on her own while his weak father needed treatment in the kingdom for half a year. He clenched his fists, saying his brother and uncle were closer to him than his parents. He asked if it wasn't natural to wonder about them, since they felt most like family. Scatty suddenly laughed, patted his shoulder, agreeing that such honesty was right. She advised him not to force himself to avenge or live by others' expectations. She said he'd been given a new life, so don't waste it fearing others' judgment. Live for what he truly desires. Eugene pondered deeply, questioning what he truly wanted. Then he softly said his desire was still magic, but how could he enjoy it when Bolivia was once destroyed? That remark made him realize Skata's hint Bolivia was only the beginning. She gently said if he wished to become a great mage like the god Filun, he must look beyond Bolivia. Eugene was shocked, asking how she knew his dream. Scatty smiled mischievously, revealing his brother had told her everything. Eugene blushed, shouting that his brother didn't tell everyone. Right? Scatty raised an eyebrow teasingly, asking why a serious mage dreamed so fancifully. Eugene awkwardly denied it, saying his brother just kept talking about it. Scatty patted his shoulder, kindly laughing that not only him many adorable fools in Bolivia had such wild dreams. Scatty said even the fool of Bolivia Del, Eugen's father was no less foolish, making him surprised and ask father. She recalled her days as Scafferson, famed for swordsmanship, temper, and fighting spirit, a warrior champion at 22. During that time, a handsome man named Adolf Olivia approached after a duel, smiling charmingly and asking her to dance. Skady smirked at the memory, saying he looked ridiculous. Eugen was stunned by her mocking tone. Asking in disbelief, she remembered Edel's gentle smile and teasing voice. Though he once drove Skady mad with anger, she still couldn't understand why that unskilled fighter could shake her heart. She threw a stone to the ground. Cursing in frustration, humiliation made her tremble, wondering why such a weak man could stand equal to her, but she realized the reason when she saw Edel fighting monsters in blood, his words echoing in her mind. He was sincere, a noble hero who defied his clan for peace, always calling her my lady with genuine eyes. In that moment, Skady raised her hand, saying everything should end, but Edel only bowed and apologized for his drunken words. Skady cut him off coldly, saying a warrior shouldn't talk much. Edel froze and softly said, "My lady." She looked at the rising dawn, saying Bolivia was a land full of enemies, but it was also where she wanted to begin a new life, so she held on to that man for herself, and whenever she saw Eugen's blue eyes, that memory returned. She told him he resembled his father, more gentle yet kind, and not to let anger consume him as it once did her. By your dream without doubt. Even if foolish, Eugen struggled to hold back tears. Skady embraced his shoulders, saying when the man she loved fell, it was the only time she truly broke. With his swollen cheek, Eugen solemnly declared he would become a mage like Filin. Like the god Filin who saved his soul, he too wanted to bring light to others. That was the unchanging dream in his heart. Skady nodded proudly, encouraging that this was the right path. Eugen smiled softly in reply, while she thought to herself she should be gentler next time. When the carriage was ready, Eugen slowly stepped aboard. His family stood ahead, sending him off with warm gazes. He smiled and waved, while Taya leaned out giving last advice. As the carriage rolled away, Eugen looked back, waving one final time. His face shone with happiness as he shouted Magic Academy, making Taya panic and yell for him not to lean out. Meanwhile, Hindayo calmly watched, quietly asking why Dia spared the boy's life. Skady crossed her arms, teasing Hindao for being curious too. He hesitantly said one should at least know the reason. Even by guessing, she concluded Didi no longer had the courage to face hatred, a pitiful coward. She scornfully said she spared him out of mercy, and that was how he repaid her, proving one should never start what they dare not end. Hindao sighed, understanding why she hid the truth from Eugen, then asked if she regretted sending him away after barely seeing him. Skady smiled and bowed her head, saying keeping Eugen in Bolivia would only bring him more pain, because those fighting for power in the clan had lost all humanity. That struggle would inevitably end in blood, and the last one standing would become the true master of Bolivia. Hindayo's cloak fluttered as he frowned, saying he couldn't stand using fallen comrades' achievements. Skady coldly lectured that to be a noble, he must have the guts to stab even a king's back, only then would he be half like her. Then she said she would give him a rightful reason to become ruthless. In the far south of Horizon, she once saw the wall sealing the abyss collapse, and from the darkness, the abyss seemed to stare back. For the first time in her life, she felt small and admitted she had once been afraid. Hearing that, Hindayo was shocked, refusing to believe, asking what nonsense she was saying. Skady calmly replied she was completely serious and hadn't returned just to joke. She warned that soon there would be a war with the abyss fiercer than the Northern War 21 years ago, and that the fanatics might be its beginning. Hindayo turned pale, asking if their father had known about this beforehand. Skady nodded slightly, saying half of what she said came from his father's calculations, the other half from what she saw at the southern edge. In the carriage, Eugen curiously asked about the box in his hand. Taya softly replied it was something sent along, and his father in the kingdom would understand. He shook it, hearing a noise and panicking. Taya yelled it was a gift from Madame to the Countess and not to mess with it. The carriage jolted violently as they argued, one insisting to open it, the other shouting to stop dreaming. In his memory, Idia sank into a sea of blood, recalling the humiliation Edel should have died that day. Not him. Hatred toward the Bolivia clan surged. In the darkness, a faint light suddenly flashed, drawing his gaze. From that glow appeared young Eugen, running toward Dadia with a bright smile, shouting, "Uncle." That moment moved Adia to tears. Back in the present, he soaked in a red pool, whispering that though revenge was done, the dream still haunted him. Revenge was meaningless after all. Suddenly he glanced sideways, voice low, asking, "What's happening to you?" Ed gave a faint smile as Iceland kindly asked after him. Unsure if it was compassion or whim, he coldly replied with sarcasm, saying, "As you see, I'm still alive," then mocked, asking if he came only to check on his health. Iceland ignored his tone, calmly saying, "Of course not." He spoke of the miracle Eugen created, witnessed by the elder of Negran, then announced the prophet's words, shocking Ed into asking, "What?" While Iceland calmly said the prophet told them not to worry. After some thought, Idea nodded, saying the boy was just a child, but then he frowned and asked darkly why Iceland came in person. Iceland grinned playfully, teasing that perhaps he was curious after all. That child was his nephew, right? Then he laughed loudly, saying he hoped nothing bad would happen to the boy. In Adia's mind echoed Eugen's young voice, "I'll study at the Magic Academy." then go to Kingdo, drawing his attention. Without hesitation, Adia ordered his maid to contact Alicia in Kingdom and protect Eugene with her life. Meanwhile, Iceland stroked the orb in his hand, muttering that the godfee Lin seemed to be protecting the boy. A sly smile spread on his lips as he affirmed that if the prophet said not to worry, it wouldn't affect the grand design, though he said that he secretly stayed cautious of Eugene. Believing the useless little stone wasn't worth keeping, he crushed the orb in his hand, his eyes icy cold especially since that stone was now within his own territory. He turned and ordered his subordinate, giving Sora's secret mission eliminate it quietly. Soher bowed, saying he already knew the right person for the job. The scene shifted to Hebronia Kingdom, capital city Iran. Eugene eagerly looked around, marveling at the splendor of the kingdom. Like a curious cat, he ran everywhere shouting, tugging Taya's sleeve to show everything, making him embarrassed to death. Eugene cheerfully kept laughing, trying strange foods and teasing Taya to taste them too, leaving him helplessly reminding to stay proper. Taya lowered his voice, warning that acting too freely here was dangerous, making Eugene tilt his head and ask, why? He reluctantly explained that Kingdom was a crowded place full of hidden dangers. This place gathered arrogant royals and nobles intoxicated by power, a dangerous world beneath its luxury. He heard rumors that the merchants here were no better than greedy thieves. Besides the greedy, the city was full of madmen and reckless mages driven by experiments. The darkness here had countless secret forces. In the crowd, Taya boldly declared Kendall Air as a city of sin, angering locals who called him arrogant. Eugene sneered, mocking Taya for being too harsh, leaving him embarrassed. Even after being refuted, Taya still warned his master to be cautious, while Eugene replied indifferently. As their talk grew dull, a strange voice suddenly apologized. A beggar child approached, begging for food, moving Eugene's heart. Taya immediately drove him away, while Eugene stared, confused by the situation. While Taya bragged, he noticed his luggage had fallen. The pickpocket panicked, and Tamirza, his accomplice, stammered in fear. Eugene realized they'd been robbed and shouted in alarm. Taya yelled and chased, but the two thieves coordinated and fled, teasing them as Eugene realized they were partners. Taya fumed in panic over the stolen precious gift. Eugene sighed. Showing determination, he immediately ran after the thief, telling Taya to wait. Had retrieved the luggage, shocking Taya. A mysterious figure watched the whole scene while eating. Despite Taya's shouting, Eugene kept pursuing, and Taya planned to alert the guards. That observer was Sohio, studying them with curiosity. The scene shifted to Tamiya running for his life. Eugene followed closely, frightening Tamiya with his incredible speed. Pushed to the limit, Tamiya sprinted faster. Amazed at Eugene's relentless chase, he couldn't understand how that country boy kept up through all the narrow alleys. Despite his tricks, he couldn't escape Eugene's persistent pursuit. Eugene activated his special visual sense, perceiving every movement and sound around like a real battlefield. He detected the thief's clumsy tricks. With fake tracks exposed, all deceptions became meaningless under his sharp gaze. The real traces stood out clearly, letting Eugene pinpoint Tamiya's escape route. Finally, Eugene cornered Tamiya in a narrow alley. The scene before him left Eugene speechless. Tamiya was grabbed harshly by the wrist, crying out in pain. The assailant was none other than Sohio, who calmly greeted Eugene. Sohio lifted Tamiya up, confirming this was the thief Eugene was chasing. Before he could explain, Eugene brushed him off, warning that this place was full of dangerous people. Eugene coldly questioned his violent handling of the boy. Sohio looked puzzled, asking if Eugene was challenging him. To avoid misunderstanding, he explained he only wanted to help since he knew the boy was a thief. Eugene remained displeased, saying he didn't need to go as far as twisting a child's arm. Sohio ignored him, saying such thieves didn't deserve mercy. As he finished, Tamiya took the chance to slip away, making him shout and point. Sohio mocked, calling the boy ungrateful despite being spared. Eugene shoved him aside, telling him be quiet, and continued chasing, surprising Sohio, who asked if he was really going after him. He couldn't understand why Eugene tried to show mercy to a thief like that. Those words made Eugene furious, gritting his teeth and snapping back angrily. Sohio calmly apologized, saying he hadn't meant to provoke. He grew curious about Eugene's ideals, saying the Folivia name made people see things differently, and had admit fault if a peaceful solution existed. Though Eugene seemed indifferent, he introduced himself as Li Wen, son of a mid-tier merchant in Kingdo. Seeing his tone soften, Eugene replied kindly, saying talk was better than violence, then introduced himself as Eugene Folivia. Eugene's calm attitude made Sohio acknowledge his capability, then boast that his merchant clan always held valuable information. Curiosity rose in Sohio's mind about why the Eternal Law cult targeted Eugene, so he decided to test what made him special. He revealed he knew the thieves' hideout, shocking Eugene beyond belief. In another dark alley of the capital, thugs were beating the children for not paying enough tribute. Among them, Tamiya the pickpocket trembled in a corner, silently grateful to have escaped earlier. While the boy thought himself safe, Eugene and Sohio were secretly witnessing the scene. Seeing Eugene frozen, Sohio softly asked if this wasn't the time to stay calm and talk. Eugene's eyes widened in horror, making Sohio think he'd lost control, though it was just shock at the cruel reality before him. In Sohio's mind, Eugene seemed a pampered boy playing hero in a safe world. His gaze probed Eugene's heart, then he turned away coldly after muttering cryptic words. He finally advised Eugene to withdraw, warning that meddling with slum criminals could drag him into the abyss, and to hand the stolen goods to the guards. Eugene froze at the mention of the Magic Academy. Seemingly recalling something, he muttered to himself, confirming he must enroll to become a mage, one saved by the god Frail. Suddenly, Eugene jumped up, shouting his desire to save others as the god once saved him. Stunning Sohio, he turned to thank Sohio for guiding him, sincerely urging him to leave for safety, leaving Sohio speechless. In Sohio's startled eyes, Eugene's determination to protect the unfamiliar children shone brightly. Meanwhile, the children were still being brutally beaten by the thugs. Eugene appeared, delivering a kick to the brute's groin and shouting threats to hand him to the guards. The sudden attack left both thugs and children frozen, whispering in awe. Unsure he was, Eugene stood tall, sternly warning the thugs that if they repented and stopped hurting the kids, had forgive them. His firm tone stunned them. Then he demanded the return of the stolen bag. The thug had kicked, screamed, and ordered his gang to attack. He shouted for his men to seize Eugene. Eugene swiftly grabbed a nearby bucket of water. He threw the whole bucket into the thugs' faces and shouted triumphantly. Drenched, they froze, stammering that he might be using magic. Another thug tried sneaking up behind Eugene for a strike. He sensed the attack and dodged by a hair's breadth, then countered with a powerful punch, knocking the man out instantly. Eugene's display left the nearby children amazed and admiring. He immediately asked if they were hurt. He gently comforted them, telling them not to be afraid. As he was about to say more heroic words, Eugene didn't finish his sentence. He saw the thugs using children as shields, cursing and forcing them to face him. The sight left Eugene shocked and heartbroken. From above, Sohio silently observed, assessing Eugene's actions. He acknowledged that Eugene truly dared to fight, relying only on courage, muttering. Sohio thought Eugene had nothing special besides impulsive spirit. On the ground, a thug shouted at the kids hiding behind Eugene, ordering them to step out. He threatened to kill them if they didn't attack Eugene, making the children tremble in fear. As he kept yelling, a stranger appeared with a cold, threatening voice. With a single punch, the stranger knocked the thug out instantly. The deep-voiced stranger left Eugene confused by his monstrous appearance. It was a giant with a beastly aura who spoke with authority. The thugs called him God Joseph and raged at being struck. Joseph became furious and cruelly punished them for hurting children, while Eugene stood frozen, watching. When facing power, the weak either grovel or get crushed. After disciplining the unruly, Joseph calmly asked Jin, a clueless man, why he came to such a wretched place. Bit irritated, Eugene honestly replied he was searching for a stolen item but saw children being abused. Hearing that, Joseph awkwardly apologized, promising to punish the brutes and recover the item for him. The old man hurriedly asked Eugene's name. He confidently introduced himself as the youngest of House Falivia and warned Joseph to behave properly. Joseph was stunned by his identity and asked about his strange illness, making Eugene wonder why everyone knew about it. The old man admired him and mentioned Idi, Eugene's uncle known for generosity and respect. Joseph then revealed that Idi himself had ordered him to protect Eugene, leaving him in disbelief. The onlooker sighed, finding the situation increasingly tangled. Eugene blamed his own curiosity for causing this mess. The stranger's eyes flashed with killing intent, regretting had missed the chance to kill Ergen Falivia. Eugene excitedly asked about his uncle. Eager to meet, Joseph calmed him, advising patience. Joseph smiled slyly, suggesting they continue over tea. Eugene was about to refuse but changed his mind, saying he was free today. Suddenly he remembered something important. Jolting in shock, Eugene quickly said he had to register at the Magic Academy and rushed off. Before that, he had helped Tamir treat his wounds and told the boy not to be afraid, promising protection if bullied. After bandaging, Tamir's arm was fine, needing only light wrapping. Tamir tearfully asked why Eugene helped him despite being his victim. Eugene gently answered that Tamir wasn't bad, only scared of adults. He hugged the boy, encouraging him to live bravely and promising to shield him from violence. Witnessing this, Taya was puzzled, not understanding what just happened. He reminded Eugene he hadn't registered yet, making him panic and rush to the entrance exam. On exam day, the Paide's Magic Academy was packed with aspiring students. Eugene looked at the crowd in awe at how many mages existed in the kingdom. Sohio appeared, explaining they came from everywhere: empires, southern isles, and distant eastern lands. He added the academy was founded by the 10th disciple to preserve the teachings of God Falan, making Eugene realize it was Li Wen. Eugene cheerfully asked if his friend was a mage, and Li Wen half joked, half truthfully answered, only for 2 seconds. So laughs, admits scoring 1 point, and says she approached because she knew Eugene's reputation. Eugene recalls yesterday's trouble and replies casually, so curiously asks what happened next. Eugene says it ended peacefully without fighting. Eugene's eyes flash as he accuses So of watching from the rooftop. He already knew So had been spying but left early before seeing everything. So freezes while Eugene cheerfully greets her. Surprised she's also a mage, So panics inside. Fearing Eugene discovered she was sent to assassinate him, Eugene bluntly notes So's movements reveal a well-trained warrior. So suspects a test and cautiously questions him. Eugene, realizing his slip, quickly jokes that he was a ninja in a past life. He plays dumb, babbling that ninjas are fictional, making So partly believe him. So calms down, thinking if Eugene truly knew, he wouldn't speak so loosely. She lies that traitors train in stealth for self-defense, which Eugene misreads as thief skills. They keep chatting cheerfully. So praises Eugene's combat skills beyond a mage's level. He just smiles. Their conversation draws attention, and some whisper mockingly about their boasting. So warns Eugene to lower his voice since they are becoming the center of attention. Eugene innocently asks why normal talk draws attention. So he explains others might think they're bragging. Just then, the speaker calls Eugene, Olivia, and leave Van to Professor Seaman's office. Eugene is surprised, not knowing why only they were called. In the office, the strict professor stares at Eugene and calls his name clearly. Eugene quickly answers, and So calmly follows. Professor Seaman asks them to demonstrate their ice magic. Before Eugene can ask, So finishes and is declared passed immediately. Eugene, stunned, asks why. Seaman says it's an applicant test. He coldly warns Eugene to call him professor or be disqualified. Eugene performs ice magic, forming intricate crystals that amaze So. So admits Eugene's talent far exceeds hers. Though he has only 1 second of power, Eugene tries to add that his strength grows in watery environments and he has more skills, but Seaman cuts him off, saying he passed and must leave, making Eugene protest. The professor irritably says Eugene already met the requirement, so stop complaining. Eugene argues the score affects class placement and wants to show more. Seaman realizes and mocks that Eston probably missiled him about his rank. He adds that Eston likely made Eugene believe seconds don't matter, making him sweat. He harshly states mages with 1 or 2 seconds belong to the lowest class and can't keep up. His tone drips with disdain, saying Eugene barely qualifies and shouldn't dream big. Finally, Seaman warns him to stay quiet and avoid attention if he wants to survive at the academy. Seaman's attitude makes So realize he has a conservative mage who despises combat types. So worries for Eugene's pride, fearing even if Olivia family member can't bear such humiliation. Suddenly Eugene runs out of the room, making So panic and call after him. Seaman coldly tells So to leave him. Being alone is better. At that moment, a familiar voice shouts, "Hello everyone." Eugene appears in the hallway, cheerfully greeting the crowd. He introduces himself confidently as the new student, Eugene Olivia. His actions make others whisper that he's seeking attention. Eugene calmly declares that even with 1 second, he aims to be a great mage like God Falan. His bold act sparks curiosity. Some admire his spirit. At that moment, Anika enters, surprised by the noisy scene. Eugene prepares to perform his magic before everyone. Seaman rushes out in panic, shouting for him to stop, but it's too late. Eugene unleashes his sword technique. A radiant energy burst lights up the hall. Everyone freezes in shock. Anika stands stunned. The butler beside her cries out the name Lord Assis. Eugene speaks calmly, his voice echoing through the hall. He turns to Professor Seaman and politely says, "Please take care of me." Seaman, furious yet helpless, mutters that Eugene doesn't know his place, so can only utter one word crazy to describe him. Elsewhere, Taya proudly says the Olivia family has made a strong impression at the academy. Then he scolds Eugene for setting the record as the earliest to be disciplined before the opening ceremony. Leaving Eugene awkward, Taya despairs that Eugene triggered a violent spell in public, lucky to be only warned, while the young master insists it wasn't dangerous. Helpless, Taya sighs, saying it's fortunate the count didn't witness it or head faint. He turns to ask So to look after Eugene, since the young master needs a real friend. So warily watches Eugene fumbling with magic and sighs that it's too much to handle. As they leave, Eugene smiles, saying it was lively, while So replies he caused the chaos. Though annoyed by Eugene's troublemaking, So still finds him oddly charming and empathizes when he mentions the fake witch. Eugene asks if their next meeting will be at the upcoming entrance ceremony. So he nods, telling him to visit his antique shop nearby if he ever needs help. Hearing that, Eugene quietly says he has something to ask privately without Taya knowing. He asks for directions to the slum where the kids lived, making So sigh. Realizing he plans to return, in the dark alley, Eugene joyfully shows magic tricks to the kids, amazing them. He continues performing more illusions using magic. From liquid, Eugene forms a fresh flower, making the children burst into laughter. Then he notices Tamir standing afar, approaches, and asks about his arm. The boy says it's fine. Tamir proudly shows a gold pouch, making Eugene alarmed, asking if he stole again. The boy laughs, saying he only took from bullies and remembers the promise to live well. Hearing that, Eugene recalls the promise he once made. It was So's warning not to give the kids false hope, leaving Eugene confused about his meaning. In reality, the children cheer for Eugene as a hero. They call him the dark hero who punishes corrupt rich men. Eugene feels awkward, unsure how to respond. Tamir excitedly says Eugene is the best, just like his idol Phelps. Eugene laughs, thinking of Robin Hood from his old world. Then he recalls So's words that it's better for the kids to learn to live with their reality. That thought saddens Eugene. who reassures himself is just being too sensitive. Suddenly Tamir declares he wants to be a hero like Frail's, making Eugene confused and ask who that is. A memory returns. So once said he truly respected Eugene for his kindness toward the children. But right after, he coldly reminded that Eugene couldn't protect them forever, as that was where they belonged. Suddenly Joseph appears, frowning and coldly asking if Eugene was looking for him. Eugene, silently vowing to protect the kids, calmly replies yes, he has something to discuss. Looking at the children, he tells himself doing the right thing is enough, even knowing it might hurt. Eugene still wants to keep their smiles bright forever. Meanwhile, So is in a dusty old bookstore. Seeing the thick dust, he sighs, wondering if he should clean up. He recalls apologizing to Eugene for meddling, and Eugene simply smiled, saying he understood. Eugene even thanked him for being his first friend in the capital. Leaving So momentarily stunned, that line sends So into silent contemplation. Eugene said pretending nothing happened might be easier, but he couldn't do it. Then he revealed an unbelievable secret that he remembered his past life, leaving So speechless. Eugene said that in that life, he was an 8-year-old child in another world. He suffered from the same incurable illness and died. But unlike now, he was born poor, abused, and bullied. His only family then had also abandoned him. Despite the sad story, Eugene's tone stayed calm as he asked So what a lonely, starving child would wish for most. So stayed silent, unable to answer, while Eugene continued with deep eyes. Huh? Levan. He remembered the spirit inside him once saying let go of revenge for father and brother. Do not see bowing down as shame, for survival is all that remains for us. After hearing that, So sighs, admitting he never imagined such despair. Seeing his unease, Eugene gently apologizes for darkening the mood. So hesitantly asks, then what do you believe in? Eugene firmly replies, love. His words leave So stunned, while Eugene says those kids are just like his younger self. Back in the present, So looks at an old photo, slams it down, telling himself to stop caring about Eugene. Everything was just the delirium of a sick man. He forces himself to cut ties, fearing he'll go mad if he stays close. So tells himself he can't go on like this. Today he will kill Eugene. Killing intent surges as his inner demon rises, urging that if he doesn't strike, he'll die. Rage fills him at the thought of Eugene. In his mind, he mocks Eugene's morality, doubting he'd stay pure in true misery. As he sinks into dark thoughts, a knock interrupts. This isn't the life I want to live. A voice outside asks, hello? Is anyone there? Night has fallen. Taya timidly apologizes for being late and asks if Eugene is with So. Hearing that, So asks back, he hasn't returned yet. He secretly worries Eugene met trouble in the slums. Remembering that area is under Idia's control, the one who ordered Joseph to protect Eugene, raising his suspicion of a plot. Taya cries in despair, not knowing where his master is, while So reassures him Eugene is strong and will be fine. Just then, Taya suddenly shouts after seeing something at the door. Both are startled to find someone collapsed in front of So's house. Taya quickly lifts the body and sees it's Tamir, the boy with Eugene yesterday. Weakly, he says Eugene was captured while protecting the kids from adults. Taya panics and screams Eugene's name. Hearing that, So realizes his prediction was right. Eugene's involvement with the children led to disaster. Though he should feel relieved, his heart feels heavy, as if something shattered. He grits his teeth and asks, where is he? Tamir trembles, pointing the direction, while So's deep voice confirms where Eugene was taken. Killing intent flashes in his eyes as he vows to handle those who captured Eugene. Take me there. At that moment, Eugene is tied up in a damp cell. Upon waking, he struggles to recall what happened. The last person he met was Joseph. Eugene and Joseph had a fierce argument about the orphan issue due to conflicting beliefs. Joseph tried to ease the tension with a story about an uncle who helped the poor and became a saintly symbol. Eugene realized Joseph was manipulating facts and angrily declared his goal was to improve orphans' lives. Questioning the true meaning of Joseph's actions, he coldly asked whether all those worshipping the abyss should be eliminated. Joseph reacted sharply, treating Eugene's threat as a joke within his own domain. Eugene countered by invoking the Falivia family's influence, challenging Joseph's authority and his uncle's loyalty. Joseph grew irritated but had to admit Eugene was speaking the truth. He forced a smile, acknowledging the orphan's importance to avoid conflict. He then ordered his men to serve new tea after spilling the previous one. Eugene realized the tea was drugged and understood why he had been captured. He recalled his brother's warning never to accept things from strangers. Now he regretted ignoring that advice. As he wakes again, Eugene sits up, wondering if he scared them too much, but seeing the ropes loosely tied, he notices their sloppy work. Out of fear, he easily cuts the ropes, convinced his earlier intimidation worked. Looking through the bars, he senses the captors' panic could make them dangerous. As he plans his escape, a strange noise makes him seek another route. Suddenly, a group of children appears, one of them panicking and falling upon seeing him. Eugene, shocked, calls out loudly to them. The kids joyfully respond, shouting his name. Seeing them, he worriedly asks why they came to such a dangerous place. They hesitantly say they were worried about him, as Hez about to scold them. One child hands him dropped items, and Eugene is stunned to recognize his earrings, remembering their importance. He panics, causing the child holding them to ask why. Eugene emotionally hugs the 3 kids, sincerely thanking them for finding his precious item. After tidying up, he asks for an escape path. The kids point to the sewer but warn something strange there, sparking his curiosity. They all move into the dark, damp tunnel together. From the darkness, a massive monster suddenly lunges out. Everyone panics as Eugene shouts, recognizing the horrifying creature. Without hesitation, he unleashes magic and destroys it instantly. Eugene warns the kids to stay alert and never leave his side. As more monsters may lurk, the children tremble in awe. Amazed by his power, the kids whisper in fear, saying such creatures never come this deep, making Eugene suspect something's wrong. He deduces their current location is the Central Zone. They are beneath the capital, where abyss creatures severely invaded. Eugene asks for details, and the kids confirm it's their first time seeing such a huge monster, making him realize it had always been here. He concludes the abyss reacts to human suffering, a sign the capital is drowning in despair. Meanwhile, Joseph angrily orders his men to loot faster, cursing after hearing Eugene was captured and drugged triple dose. He realizes he underestimated Eugene, who isn't naive but cunning. Joseph feels trapped, unable to kill or release him, so he orders a retreat before their kidnapping is exposed. He asks if they've gathered enough elders and orphans, and his men confirm they have. The subordinates say most were caught. Joseph looks around, satisfied with the numbers, and praises them. He instructs them to stay behind to collect more people, even small children if needed. He emphasizes the need for more food, confusing the men before a monster appears and massacres them brutally. Eugene, horrified the abyss has reached the capital, calmly tells the kids to hold hands and stay alert. He decides to go ahead to scout for safety. As he peeks forward, he senses a creature watching him in the dark. Eugene spots the sharp gaze coming from ahead. The monster seems startled to meet his eyes. From afar comes the loud clash of metal. Eugene realizes someone is fighting a monster in the darkness. He quickly dodges an axe swing that grazes his face. The attacker turns out to be Levin, who barely blocks another sword strike. Both are shocked to recognize each other amid the chaos. They call out each other's names. Eugene asks why Levin is here. Levin hesitates, speaking in a strained voice as if hiding something. His vague attitude makes Eugene suspicious and cautious. Suddenly, Levin swings his sword, coldly ordering Eugene's death. The kids scream in panic, trying to rush to help. Eugene instantly stops them, telling them to stay back. He faces Levin, voice pained, saying he can't believe what he's seeing. Levin coldly replies Eugene is too trusting. Eugene softly says he came here just to find him. Levin lowers his gaze, eyes icy, mocking Eugene's blind faith. He says thoughtless kindness is the very reason Eugene is in danger. Eugene trembles but begins channeling mana into his hands. He forms water underfoot and freezes Levin, saying he's learned something new. Levin recalls Eugene mentioning boosting power in watery environments and realizes this move was pre-planned. He recognizes Eugene's mana far exceeds a low-ranked mage's limit. Levin immediately counterattacks with bright purple lightning, wondering why Eugene has such overwhelming power. Levin coldly says, 1 second is still 1 second, then fires divine blast, shattering Eugene's ice. Eugene realizes it's just small magic cast repeatedly and that if it's fast enough, Levin can't recast it. Levin moves at lightning speed, breaking Eugene's defense and closing in instantly. Eugene panics, forming an ice sword to strike back but can't finish in time. Levin anticipates and shatters the half-formed ice sword with a single slash. Without a weapon, Eugene can't block the strike, and his opponent charges in to finish him. Suddenly, he blocks the slash bare-handed, shocking Levin completely. Eugene stops the blade, leaving his foe staring in disbelief. He switches stance, calmly saying the Bolivia don't rely only on swords. Eugene's eyes gleam as he declares himself a warrior of Bolivia, here to ancient techniques. He throws a punch so strong the air explodes, forcing Levin to dodge fast. Levin seizes the moment to counterattack, but Eugene swiftly evades. He bends and flows away from the magic strike, moving fluidly like water. They both step back, panting. Levin, exhausted and stunned by Eugene's close combat skill, pulls out a gun while loading it. Speaking about Bolivia-style fighting, Eugene freezes at the strange weapon. Disbelieving guns exist in this world, he becomes extremely alert, realizing Levin now wields both skill and a deadly tool. Eugene's face suddenly changes as he senses danger. Levin mistakes it for fear and declares hell fight his own way, cruel but necessary. The kids behind scream a warning. Wait, behind you! Levin turns his head, confused. As he asks what, a massive monster charges from behind. Eugene instantly pushes Levin aside, shouting his name. Levin freezes, unable to understand why Eugene still saves him in a life-and-death duel. The three children watch in terror as both vanish into the darkness. In the Royal Army's secret lab, two workers gossip about human dissection. Disgusted and afraid, while Elysia scolds them as fools, claiming every experiment serves salvation, he keeps ordering the carriers to handle all documents carefully, calling them humanity's treasures. A strange noise sounds behind him, and he angrily yells, thinking they broke something. Turning around, his stunned to see it's not his subordinates but someone else. Levin appears, carrying a soaked Eugene on his back. He lays him on the table, demanding immediate treatment while drawing his weapon in threat. The doctor says Eugene being alive is a miracle, having drunk enough sedative to knock out an adult for 3 days. He states if Eugene dies, it's from wounds, not drugs, hinting that Levin was ordered to kill him but changed his mind. From the injuries, the doctor sees Levin did attempt assassination but stopped. Asking why he changed his mind, Levin coldly questions the man's identity. He only smiles, saying it's a guess from the scars, making Levin threaten him to focus on saving Eugene. The doctor calmly replies that Eugene Folivia will never die in his hands. Levin looks at Eugene's unconscious face, lips tight, eyes full of conflict. The doctor suddenly asks him to hand over his bag. When questioned, he says it's needed for treatment. Levin stays cautious but gives it over. Eyes fixed on him, the man smiles, saying he may open if suspicious. When Levin opens the bag, he freezes as if bewitched. Stunned by the strange contents, the man begins speaking of Waidia, a god who dissected thousands to save millions, one who sought cures through sacrifice. A Dia once tried offering himself to the abyss to save his own nephew. The man sneers, calling it a tale of selfish altruism, enraging Levin to deny it. The man asks if Levin is the emotional type. He coldly replies, "Whatever." Noticing Levin's ring, the man explains it's a blood ring used to trigger hidden mana and control red syrup energy. He philosophizes that life is fragile, but with technology and red syrup they can save most patients. Then asks why Levin saved his target, receiving only a sarcastic reply. He laughs, saying Levin's hesitation only makes protecting Eugene easier for him. After claiming to have removed Eugene's poison and sedative, Levin pretends to believe him, then suddenly impales him with an iron rod, coldly saying, "Then you can die now." The man staggers, gasping that he foresaw this. Levin replies icily that if he knew, he should have feared him, since he despises people like him. Alizia calmly says it's not his fault weaklings deserve no sympathy. Then he rips off his cloak, revealing a deformed body with 4 arms and glowing eyes. Declaring he'll kill Levin slowly and carefully, Levin tightens his grip, realizing the foe is a mutated priest, muttering the fight will be tough. They clash instantly, their blows shaking the entire room. The thunderous impacts echo as Eugene's body twitches his awakening. He opens tired eyes, the first thing seeing Levin's back fighting fiercely. Eugene struggles up, shouting Levin's name, making him pause mid-strike. He is stunned to witness a deadly life and death battle. Levin wipes blood off his face, calmly saying Eugene is awake, then introduces the enemy Alizia, an abyss entity, and urges immediate escape. They leave the lab, Levin's body now free of blood and red syrup. Seeing Eugene reach for his shirt, Levin worriedly asks if his arm is fine. Eugene casually raises it to show full recovery, shocking Levin with his regeneration. Curious, Eugene asks what that thing he mentioned really is, spotting 2 rings on his hand. Eugene gapes, suspecting they're magic artifacts. Levin explains they are life and blood rings that awaken latent mana. Joking they're good for health, Eugene presses where he got them. Levin coolly replies, "From that abyss beast earlier," making Eugene shiver at the bloody memory. He then gets excited, realizing his regeneration has skyrocketed, shouting is nearly invincible. But Levin shrugs, saying it's high-level magic few can use. He adds the spell drains massive mana and is strictly limited, leaving Eugene slightly disappointed. Levin leans against the wall, suddenly asking if it's strange that his former assassin now sits beside him. Eugene smiles gently, saying it's fine since that person also saved him. Levin almost argues that he only saved him because he's special, but stops. He sighs, mocking himself for never understanding kind people like Eugene. Eugene grins like a child, saying they're even now since both saved each other. Levin turns away, saying they should leave because the abyss is spiraling out of control. Eugene firmly refuses, saying he'll stay to stop the sacrifices and save as many as possible. Levin snaps, calling him reckless, while Eugene calmly assures he's strong enough to survive. Levin rubs his forehead in frustration, warning he can't stand against the priests of the order. He explains that priests are apostles' servants blessed by the abyss, far stronger than humans, and this place now belongs to Idea where a sacrifice ritual is happening. Levin pauses, realizing Eugene is safe under Idia's protection. Eugene questions his knowledge while Levin suspects a local priest is acting alone in this strange sacrifice. Yayen suddenly stops, likely due to my presence. He recounts his past relationship with Joseph. Eugene explains everything, helping Levin realize Joseph acted alone out of fear, couldn't kill Eugene, causing chaos. Levin decides not to interfere and asks for a plan, but Eugene says none. Levin nearly laughs at Eugene's recklessness, but Eugene claims he's found a way to make a plan. Levin smiles confidently, saying that means Eugene now has purpose. Eugene freezes, stunned by those words. Suddenly, shouts rise about the orphans, gang chases, beats, and tries to sacrifice the poor crying children. Eugene appears, grabs the thug's hair, and coldly warns him not to harm them. He threatens punishment if he repeats, calling him a worthless coward. Levin interrupts, saying the man is still useful as a sacrifice or source of information. Eugene forces him to face his fallen comrades. While Levin's threats make him confess in fear, the children recognize Eugene and happily call his name. They cry and hug him tightly, moving Eugene deeply as Levin quickly dons his mask to act. Levin urges Eugene to calm down and prepare for the next phase. The three children stare at Levin, sensing familiarity but unable to recall. A dark door opens. Joseph sees a stranger enter and demands his purpose. Levin poses as a servant, claiming to bring a sacrifice offering. He pretends to discuss Eugene while secretly threatening and silencing the servant. Joseph grows wary at Eugene's name but remains confident his plan proceeds smoothly. After some thought, he agrees to disguise himself with Levin to infiltrate the enemy's center. Joseph smugly declares this symbolizes their victory. Eugene enters. Shocked at Joseph's altered form, he remembers Joseph's old face, now horrifying, and anxiously asks Levin if things are fine. Behind his mask, Levin sweats, realizing the situation has grown worse than expected. Before them stands a massive, feral creature Joseph turned monster, commanding and asking about the child Bolivia. The guard notices the odd expressions of the two intruders. He panics and runs to report they are not real doctors or sacrifices. Levin draws several shining darts. Ready to strike, he throws one fatally into the traitor's neck. Joseph rages, shouting why he dared harm his sacrifice. Levin removes his mask, mocking Joseph for valuing offerings over men. He sheds his disguise, revealing the dead man was Joseph's follower. Enraging the monster, Levin grabs Eugene's collar, threatening to blow everything up if Joseph advances. Joseph roars in confusion, demanding to know who he really is. Recalling earlier, Levin revealed he served priest Suhi of the Eternal Order. Stunning Eugene, he says the cult teaches survival at all costs, admits contact with the Abyss but only by contract, not faith. Levin reveals that Suhi ordered him to kill Eugene. Shocking the boy, Eugene confusedly asks why the same organization wants both to kill and protect him. Levin says it's too tangled to explain. He explains that in the Eternal Order, apostles often clash because they serve different priests. It's a group where individuals act under a prophet's predictions, free to do anything not against the prophecy. Levin suspects Joseph tried to disrupt the prophecy by hastening the ritual in the royal capital. Joseph loses composure, arguing an early sacrifice could ruin the prophecy if reported to other apostles. Ignored, he furiously launches an attack. Levin and Eugene dodge just in time as debris scatters everywhere. Eugene runs in confusion, wondering why Joseph attacks despite mention of the prophet and if this act was foreseen. Even if it was, attacking the one he should protect makes no sense. Joseph screams in panic, begging to stop and explain something. He frantically pleads for time to clarify. Amid the dust, Eugene asks what to do. Levin says they have no choice left. After another strike, Levin insists they must defeat him, shocking Eugene, who notes there's still no plan. No sooner had they spoken than another blow landed, shrouding them in smoke. They quickly dodge to both sides. Eugene pulls out a cloak rigged with hidden explosives. Joseph panics at the sight while Levin signals to act. The cloak is thrown straight at Joseph as magic activates simultaneously. Two energy streams, purple and blue, collide, creating a thunderous explosion. The blast hits Joseph directly, smoke billowing high. In the haze, Levin mocks that it's better than hearing him ramble. Eugene, angered at his disregard for life, is told to focus as they spot a familiar figure. Joseph lies gasping, weakly asking if they truly cooperate that well. Levin replies scornfully that he's just a loud, fragile man. Eugene demands the truth. Did he do all this just to become that disgusting worm? Joseph begs, trembling, saying he'll confess everything if given one more day. Eugene refuses, noting the sacrifice was planned for today anyway. He condemns Joseph for valuing life so little yet begging to live longer. Joseph snaps, shouting they're no different, both exploiting the weak, then mentions his poor son. He points accusingly at Eugene for killing his son. Levin remarks he's gone mad as Joseph's hand begins to distort. Joseph wails he'll revive his son no matter what, but not yet. His body cracks open, monstrous arms bursting out as he roars in despair. Before them appears a twisted creature, Joseph's so-called son. Both gasp in shock. His son, Joseph, collapses, hugging the monster's corpse, trembling and apologizing for killing his son twice. Eugene realizes Joseph's goal was resurrection, while Levin covers his mouth, grasping the extremity of his motive. Eugene asks what scheme it is to drag the dead from the divine realm idea. Suddenly, Eugene notices a flash of light ahead. He rushes to shield Levin, warning him, leaving Levin confused. A blinding light engulfs the area. A massive energy wave blasts them both to the ground. Eugene struggles to open his eyes, realizing this power surpasses anything he's known. It's a mighty swordsman, strength equal to Levin's brother. Levin recalls standing before the door with Tamia, telling the boy to return, but Tamia insisted on coming. The boy mimicked his stance, shouting the name Phelps, the hero who punished evil. Stunning Levin, Tamia excitedly asked if he was Phelps, and Levin explained that was a false rumor. Has not Phelps, the real hero, Phelps, died 5 years ago saving him. Back in the present, Levin staggers, wary, thinking he'll soon follow his brother's path. Only a few swordsmen can cut stone with sword aura, the first step to sainthood, so why is one so strong here? Joseph roars in fury, vowing to kill them all before dying. Eugene charges, saying he'll handle it, but Levin frantically stops him. He still unleashes the spell Stas, gathering energy against the beast. A flash blinds Eugene, halting his counterattack. His strike is shattered effortlessly. Levin pulls him away from the next blow, scolding him for exhausting his power. Eugen blankly asks if mana can run out, leaving Levin stunned by the absurd question. The monster raises its sword. Levin tosses his weapon to Eugene, telling him to use it. The creature soars upward, preparing a massive slash. As it lands, they manage to dodge aside. It slashes wildly, forcing both to retaliate. Suddenly, a blade strikes Levin directly before he can dodge. His hit in the chest, and Eugene screams his name. Eugene counters, slashing the monster's leg, making Joseph howl in pain. The beast goes berserk, kicking Eugene hard away. Hurled back, Eugene still realizes his counter worked. Debris and dust scatter across the battlefield. Levin uses his mechanical arm to survive the fierce impact. He collapses, despairing he'll die a failure. Pawn serving Phelps' enemies. He bitterly wonders how it came to this, dragged along by a fool dreaming of heroism. At last he falls, seeing Eugene still fighting despite exhaustion, realizing he's the one who shamed the name Olivia, once blessed by God Phelan. Eugene weakly tells Levin not to resent, to live on despite disgrace so long as there's a reason to exist. He thinks his magic isn't complete. Using it will paralyze him for 5 minutes. But that's enough to escape. Suddenly, Levin spots familiar figures approaching. It's the children. Even Joseph recognizes them. The frightened kids surround Eugene, crying that they've been captured again. The monster raises its sword to strike. Levin yells to stop but ignores him. It roars and swings the blade, threatening to kill them all. The strike descends toward the children while Levin, too far away, hasn't lowered his hand yet. He hesitates, using his final spell could save them but cost his escape. A foolish sacrifice. In that instant, he feels Tamia's hand on his arm, the same gesture he once shared with Phelps. Emotion surges, old memories flood back, making his heart tremble. As a child, Levin was an orphan clutching stale bread, asking why that man was kind to him. He couldn't understand why a stranger helped someone who couldn't repay. Phelps smiled gently, saying a smile was thanks enough, but Levin replied he couldn't do that. He laughed, saying if sharing bread with the hungry is foolish, then the world needs such fools. He introduced himself. My name is Fels, an honorable fool of Horizon. Back in the present, Levin collapses but still chants a spell with his last strength. He whispers, and now, I am the last Phelps. A surge of purple mana clashes violently with the monster's sword. That purple light is Levin's power. He seems transformed, charging forward like the wind. He gathers magic into a massive energy sphere and fires it straight at the enemy. Joseph is stunned, unable to believe that speed. Levin stands before the children, softly saying, 5 minutes. Hell, hold off the monster so the children and Eugene can flee. Tamia nods in admiration. Joseph laughs maniacally, calling Levin a fool for not escaping and vowing to kill him before chasing Eugene. Levin admits it's the dumbest thing he's done but smiles. Phelps was never a noble thief. He mutters about Phelps once guarding God Phelan's legacy, irritating Joseph, who demands to know what nonsense is spouting. Levin slams his hand to the ground, declaring his true duty. He says he must destroy the abyss lurking in the dark. Black smoke engulfs the area. Meanwhile, the children carry Eugene away, but he suddenly moves. Eugene opens his eyes, blaming himself for the tragedy and hating the pain has caused others. A massive explosion erupts, swallowing the battlefield in smoke and light. The monster charges, swinging a deadly slash toward Levin's silhouette. He tries to dodge but realizes his body is failing faster than expected. Wondering if lack of body enhancement caused overload. His spell was meant to boost weapons. Now applied to his body, it unleashes power but tears his joints apart. Even using his deadliest spell, he can't reach the monster. Its deformed body limits it, yet it's still twice his strength at full power. One blow would kill him. Levin wonders if the creature is letting him die honorably, as if granting silent permission to give it all, and he chuckles at the absurd thought. Even so, he can't stop smiling. The madness makes him feel more alive than ever. In the distance, Eugene still can't stand, the children pulling him up, declaring this time they'll save him. Exhausted, Eugene feels his body heavy as lead, unable even to move a finger. That familiar helplessness returns like an old wound. He opens his eyes wide, recalling the tale his uncle told about the Grand Duke of the Abyss. The Grand Duke, one who holds absolute power in his domain, a king of darkness. They are eternal enemies of God Phelan and the 12 disciples from the Star Realm sent to purge the abyss. As a child, Eugene had listened in fear and curiosity, asking if they were truly that terrifying, and received only a vague answer that few had ever seen them. Still, their allure was mysterious. Those claiming to have met the Grand Duke were forever haunted by irresistible fascination. Eugene hears whispers from the darkness, offering power to rule Horizon and protect all. He knows it's deceit but wavers, accepting a fragment could save everyone. Suddenly, something flashes before his eyes. A child appears identical to Eugene as a boy. He recoils in fear, asking who the child and the shadowy figures beside him are. Eugene springs up, shouting into the dark void. He gasps in panic as memories from the past materialize before him. Then he recalls the Grand Duke of the Abyss, the source of this illusion. He understands that human sacrifice has awakened the Abyss power stronger than ever. Eugene realizes he was nearly consumed by darkness if not for his past self pulling him back, silently thanking himself for saving his soul, yet he fears what those figures truly mean to that boy. The children's cries pull him back to reality. Eugene dazedly asks what happened. He forces a smile, telling them not to worry, that he's fine and the battle isn't over yet. As Eugen stands, the children ask where he's going. He softly says resting a little is enough, prompting their loud protests. Eugen knows fighting like this is reckless. Though slightly recovered, his body remains heavy and stiff. He recalls Levin's words, the ring Edea forged could heal and was made specifically to cure him. Eugen clenches his fist, gazing firmly at the ring it can counter the paralysis that once froze his body. On the battlefield, Joseph suddenly breaks into a cold sweat, sensing a terrifying presence. He stammers, "Impossible. That thing is..." Eugen realizes Edea said the ring's purpose was to let him live, to move again, a gift from the uncle who treated him as a son. Clearly, that was Edea's true intention. Joseph panics. Recognizing this as blood magic, the power of the abyss granted Edea, unable to grasp how Eugen possesses it. The syrup in Eugen's veins surges, his skin glowing as he channels it to reinforce muscles and master the power's flow. Seeing this, Levin warns, "Even if you fight, this target is mine." Eugen calmly replies, "I don't care what you do." Levin laughs at himself, teasing Eugen for acting cool, yet thanks him for revealing the monster's weakness. He points to Joseph's body, explaining the lower half lags behind the upper. Creating a motion gap, Levin suggests striking the lower part first, then the top harder than babysitting kids. But Dobel, Eugen smiles warily. If only it were that simple. In that instant, Eugen's eyes glow red like flowing syrup, his reason fading. Both Levin and Joseph freeze just as expected. Eugen is forcing Edea's artifact to push past his limits. Levin recalls Edea once asking Joseph about the northern berserkers, warriors who fought even with pierced hearts. Joseph had answered they were merely insane, numb to pain yet still moving, but the truth was they were paralyzed from pain. Their body syrup replacing damaged organs functions so long as it flowed. They fought on. Eugen now does the same, body cracked yet still moving by that current. The true battle begins. Eugen roars and charges, striking while shouting a battle hymn. The monster roars back, bellowing Folivia, and swings in retaliation. Watching Eugen's frenzy, Levin mutters that he's truly fighting like a madman. Eugen spins and kicks, forcing the monster to stumble back. But then Joseph lashes out with clawed hands straight at Levin. Moving like lightning, he grabs him, while Eugen shouts encouragement. "Good, keep going." Joseph growls in frustration, unable to react in time, feeling as if facing a true lunatic. In the desolate land where humans fought the abyss, they had to become monsters to survive, and Joseph now realizes his foes are those very people. He suppresses emotion, seeing only a child with overwhelming power. Even if beaten by such ones, the real threat lies in their teamwork. One distracts, the other strikes. This battle is life or death, and madmen know no fear. Their crude fighting style works by luck. Against my son it would fail. But what about myself? Eugen wonders how to react if the berserker keeps fighting despite a shattered body. He doesn't hesitate, cornering the enemy until the man screams for mercy. Levin watches, wary of the strange form. Cornered, the foe chooses to explode rather than die alone. Seeing his defensive stance, Levin recognizes the fatal mistake and strikes with powerful mana. The foe knows his life is short yet believes it's not time to fall, but Levin's next blow hits hard. With little life left, he chooses freedom and drags his enemy to the grave with him. Suddenly, Levin notices him enlarging his body. He unleashes all strength, striking the foe down in an instant. Tears fall as he calls his son's name before exploding into nothingness. Levin wins and curiously asks Eugen about his power, but before he finishes, Eugen turns and attacks him with an axe. Levin freezes, shouting in disbelief at the betrayal. He realizes Eugen acts like a lunatic, mindless and wild. In berserk rage, Eugen's red-eyed, energy-flooded body turns monstrous. Levin panics, confirming he is a berserker, the dragon-blooded hair of Folivia. He wonders why Eugen remains uncontrolled even after victory. Dazed, he reflects on his own limits and looming danger. Eugen calmly says one last enemy still remains for him to face. Levin understands it's the karma he cannot escape. Eugen slowly raises his axe, murmuring something dark. He speaks vaguely that now everything can end together. The berserk state is rage-born hypnosis, and has just broken free by will. Levin asks if he regrets or feels weak for doing so. They stand side by side again, not enemies, only the echoes of guilt and forgiveness. Sukarnar falters. Lel shouts in alarm to stop immediately. Both suffer the aftermath, collapsing as if sharing the same fate. "I can't move," he sighs. "You've lost control completely." A voice calls from outside the door. "Master!" Waking up, Eugen gently touches the wound on Genja's face. After deep sleep, he smiles in satisfaction, praising how well he rested. Taya complains, "Damn it, I couldn't sleep all night." He then snaps seriously, "Better tie him up properly this time. Why does it always end like this?" He scolds, then sighs and apologizes, despite remorse. Taya grumbles, "How can I attend the opening ceremony looking like this?" Eugen freezes, then remembers, "Oh no, today's the Magic Academy's opening ceremony. You'll drive me mad." Taya yells, while Eugen awkwardly laughs for forgiveness. Eugen feigns innocence. "I just wanted to save the kids, and thanks to you, we did." Taya retorts angrily, "If you had warned me first, I wouldn't have suffered like this." He gripes that even the sick have to step in to help Eugen. "Really? My father came to save me. I don't even remember anything." Taya holds back anger, saying, "Because of you, he couldn't rest in peace." Impressive, Eugen sighs, Has Ilyet still went out? It was a top priority order, impossible to delay. Taya replies, he also has to handle the aftermath of the sacrifice and the Abyss fanatics. Hearing that, Eugen falls silent. Realizing the casualties must be severe, Taya complains, the capital's awful, never thought it'd be this chaotic. I miss Bolivia, he adds, when the slums riot. Disorder's only natural. Eugen asks anxiously, what about the people there? The Lord is spending his own fortune to protect them, but it's costly and risks royal conflict. Any mistake could be seen as treason, so they all push blame around. Eugene snaps, how can they be so indifferent? Just because they're poor, Taya calmly answers, in that district, people hurting each other is daily life. The nobles treat the poor like trash, letting them die, and that attitude bred the Abyss. Taya reassures him, still, the Lord will never abandon them. Then he grins, raising a bouquet. See, they even sent flowers to thank us. Eugene excitedly hugs the bouquet, joyful as a child. Taya, surprised, praises the giver's thoughtfulness for choosing wildflowers, wishing good health. He curiously examines it, puzzled by a strange paper flower shape. Eugene blushes, saying, that's the prettiest one, making Taya laugh. He suddenly remembers, wait, where's Levant? Had loved this. Taya hesitates, unsure how to explain Levant's situation. Scene shifts to Levant being interrogated by Bolivia soldiers. Still forcing a smile, Eugene rushes in, relieved is unharmed, speaking quickly. He steps forward, explaining it's all a misunderstanding and begs them to stop. A stern officer commands the unit to attention. They salute in unison, addressing him as young lord. Echoing through the room, one smiles, saying, please, relax, we're all of Bolivia. He adds excitedly, we heard you wiped out the Abyss cult, truly your father's son. He keeps praising, comparing Levant to his father, making the boy wave it off. Levant stays silent, only listening intently. Finally, he smiles awkwardly. See, just a simple questioning. Levant gently assures, I already spoke with the Lord, just verifying details, then dismisses the troops. A soldier replies, well, return tomorrow at this hour. Sir, they leave cheerfully, wishing the young lord a good day. Once the room empties, Levant's face darkens as he grumbles about injustice, startling Eugene. Eugene frowns. Soho, you mean the priest of the Eternal Church? Levant explains that Soho indeed belongs to the Eternal Church, known only to the Lord, and is also a notorious mercenary. Eugene questions, then why serve under someone like him? Levant calmly says, I've already told your father everything, so no need to hide it now. Eugene jumps up in shock. What? You're a thief saint? Close enough, not exactly, but you could say so. Levant replies coolly. He explains that the Vels group aren't righteous thieves, but a society preserving felons' heritage. Much like Bolivia, your family guards the borders. We protect the lost knowledge of Felin, the forgotten technology. That righteous thief title is just rumor, since we operate in shadows. Still confused, Eugene asks, if Soho's an enemy, why stay near him? Levant said gravely, Soho destroyed Phelps and left only me alive. Since I was 10, I've been raised like a trophy, a loyal dog to him. Eugene froze in shock, eyes wide and speechless. Levant confessed, I did many wrongs, but never worshipped the Abyss. I was a mercenary who once wanted to kill you for entering the same school. He finally admitted, not just that, but because of my inferiority. You're proud of Bolivia, while I only saw my own weakness. I lacked courage to resist Soho and even envied you. Eugene clenched his fists, suppressing his tangled emotions. He protested, what are you saying? Levant Fells, Eugene declared, I know who you really are. Not a servant of the church, but someone forced into it. I believe in you. You're Levant Fells. Not Soho's tool, Eugene said firmly. Shocking him, Levant looked at his scarred hands as realization brightened his eyes. Eugene spoke softly, I understand you. Surviving can be harsher than dying. He encouraged, even in the darkest night, Bolivia's light still guides you, remember that. Levant smiled gratefully, replying with sincere thanks. The story closed as the scene shifted to the admission day at Bada's Magic Academy. A man stood by the window, deep in thought. Inam spoke from behind. You seem different today. Sir, everyone's watching someone. He replied, referring to the rookie who shocked the test and saved the slums, Bolivia's second mage. The failed assassin, unbelievable. His name is Eugen Bolivia. He murmured, eyes filled with curiosity. In the yard, Eugen blushed under hundreds of stares, muttering, people are staring too much. Someone laughed. You're the center of attention. Fame came fast. Another teased. Thought you were in trouble. Found you. A girl ran up excitedly, shouting, son of Lady Skady, Eugene Bolivia. She introduced herself boldly. Sweeb, a shaman of the academy. Before he could react, she challenged him to a duel at the North Route. Flashback a few minutes earlier. Levant waved. Hey Eugene, you're here. Eugene stared, trembling. Levant, he pointed his hat in surprise. That looks odd, are you really wearing it? Levant smiled calmly. It's a merchant's hat. Commoners don't have to wear it, but it shows some style on such occasions. Levant whispered, if they knew I was a commoner, they'd be furious, making Eugene gasp. Class divisions that bad? Levant avoided his gaze, replying softly, but it seems everyone, he gestured around, cares more about you than my silly hat. Eugene clutched his head in panic. Why's everyone looking at me? Levent sighed. You really don't get it. You're Folivia's first to enter this academy, the first to join the main system, and you even blew up the opening ceremony. You also defeated the Abyss worshippers. Levent added, someone like you can't escape attention. Eugene trembled more. But you were there too. Eugene protested. Levent smirked. The standout always gets remembered. So unfair. Eugene cried. Levent clicked his tongue. At least you look fine. Yup. Isn't that Sweeb coming over? A female voice rang powerfully. Found you. Eugene froze, and Levent nearly choked on his snack. Sweeb shouted, there you are, son of Lady Skady, Eugene Folivia. She smiled confidently, declaring, Shaman Swabe, I challenge you to a duel at the North Route. Eugene widened his eyes. Whoa, what? Completely lost. The crowd murmured. Who is that? A duel in the academy? Eugene suddenly recalled his mother's words. A death duel cannot be withdrawn from. Levent gritted his teeth, shouting, are you insane? Ever killed anyone? Shut up, conehead. Sweeb waved him aside and strode toward Eugene. Eugene quickly waved his hands. I don't want to fight, knocking off Levent's hat, making him look worse. Sweeb glared. Why refuse? With that attitude, are you worthy of being Skada's son? Eugene trembled. But why fight at all? To steal your fame, she declared. Eugene gaped. What kind of reason is that? Sweeb inhaled deeply and shouted. Then I'll prove myself before everyone just like you did. Levent froze. Eugene paled, stammering. Well, what are you trying to prove? A violent explosion erupted, smoke blanketing the schoolyard. Sweeb smirked. Raising her hand, behold, the shaman's magic, the manifestation of the cosmos. She chanted, Renri, Vera, Anton. Then another, even louder explosion thundered. At that moment, an authoritative voice echoed, first-year students this year. The voice made Sweeb and Eugene turn pale. Barely standing, the man spoke sternly, quite the spectacle, making Sweeb tremble speechlessly. He ordered a small blast for intimidation, then commanded, take this girl away. 2 guards replied, yes, sir, while Levent whispered, effective indeed. Eugene realized the man had just used the Decio spell. He not only replicated the technique but compressed energy to boost power and control range. A master magic swordsman. Eugene thought, skills like mine but far stronger. The students behind shouted, it's Prince Gan. The prince has arrived. Eugene gasped, Prince, what? Gan called Eugene Folivia. He stammered, why yes, your highness. The prince smiled. No need to be formal. I'm a student too. See me as a senior. As the Prince of Abronia, I thank you for defeating the Abyss. The crowd marveled, chanting his name. Eugene blushed, scratching his head. It was nothing, just luck. Thinking, he seems kind. Gon added, and one more thing. He leaned close, warning coldly. Don't show off too much, leaving Eugene stunned, as if facing 2 different people. The scene shifted to the Grand Hall. A professor on stage solemnly announced, welcome to Pade's Magic Academy, founded by one of Lord Felon's 10 disciples. Our goal is to inherit his and the 12 scholars' wisdom, responsibly, and become society's model. Eugene sighed. I looked forward to this ceremony, only to offend royalty on the first day. He mumbled. He said not to show off. Did I even do anything wrong? Levent observed, thinking, Eugene still seems shaken, probably not used to such guarded behavior. He suddenly sensed something and looked up. Another professor announced, the vice principal's speech ends. Next is the exchange between senior and new students. Levent looked up to see Annika sitting sternly among the professors. The joint magic performance will showcase both generations of students. Levent calculated, if Annika appears, attention might shift away from Eugene. Thinking so, he leaned over and asked, you know the mage ranking system, right? Eugene blinked. You mean like professor-student levels? Why ask? Levent replied calmly, because ranks here are strict. Not everyone has a title, but ranks still show academic power. Normally, mages are divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced. He continued, but some are so powerful they are beyond the system, classified as national threats, and given the title of specially designated mage. Eugene smiled awkwardly. Sounds like a fairy tale. Too unreal to believe. Levent tilted his head, pointing toward the stands. Nope, it's real, look over there. He introduced. That's Annika Aces, the Academy's strongest mage, the first to be designated as a special mage. Levent added casually, she's also called Blue Sea, the 13th disciple of Phelan. Eugene gasped. I've heard that name before. Yes, the nickname of the Air's giant prodigy who achieved mythical feats. It's at 16. It's no wonder you've heard of her. Eugene trembled. She's compared to legends. And him just suddenly, Annika turned, her icy gaze locking on them. She stood up, shocking the professors. She, who only cared for magic, was now walking down on her own. She's arrogant, Levent murmured, but at least not classist. You might get along better than you think. They kept talking, unaware Annika was already in front of them. Hello, Eugene, may I call you that? She said softly. Eugene stammered. Why yes, that's fine. Annika looked straight at him. I have something to say. The crowd buzzed. Again, first the prince, now the top mage. Annika lowered her eyes slightly. but now that I'm here, I forgot what I wanted to say. Yujin bowed awkwardly. Huh? That's fine. Really? Professor shouted in alarm. Wait, Anika! He pointed at the list in his hand. The performance participants are already chosen. Doing this on your own will trouble the school. Anika calmly raised her hand, pointing at Eugene. Then ill perform with him. The professor barked. Watch your words. Our school values the best, not a one-chain student. Anika shrugged. I'm not breaking rules. To me, there's no mage here stronger than I. Her words froze the entire hall. Only Eugene still didn't understand what was happening. Are you serious? The professor stammered as students whispered. She's really challenging a one-chain. From afar, Gon smiled faintly. So that's at the pieces fit. The one hiding true power, Eugene Folivia. He thought. Eugene blinked. Huh, me. Tears welled in Eugene's eyes. You must have mistaken me. I'm weak. Anika pressed a finger to her lips, her gaze sharp. But you're a Folivia. How about a duel? Eugene turned pale. A duel, he shouted. I only have one chain. How can I fight you? Levent beside him shook his head. That's cruel. He looked at Anika, half fearful, half admiring. The top special mage dueling the weakest freshman, peak bullying. Eugene suddenly looked at Levent, eyes shining. But what if I win? Levent froze. Huh, what did you just say? He raised his hand excitedly, eyes gleaming, claiming Folivia's people are immune to all magic. Levent stared helplessly as Eugene grinned with confident pride, asking if winning would make him the best mage, and then laughed awkwardly. A few seconds later, Eugene slumped, whining that had embarrassed himself, while Levent fell silent. Realizing how delusional he was, Levent sat down, comforting him that he once dared face abyss worshippers, urging him not to fear and reminding him the duel was never fair. Levent's encouragement slowly revived Eugene's spirit, telling him to fight his best and change how others saw him. But instead of growing stronger, Eugene burst into tears, despairing over his weakness, leaving Levent sighing helplessly. In class, Eugene kept whining about the duel, and Levent suddenly remembered the opponent was Shaman Suabe. Startling him, Eugene nervously asked again, hoping the opponent would quit, and Levent reassured him that she might be in another class and wouldn't show up. But both froze when Suabe was actually sitting beside them, furious at being talked about, making Eugene turn pale with fear. Havanaten sneered nearby, saying Suabe was just a crude shaman no matter how strong her magic was. The taunt enraged Suabe, while Eugene panicked, not understanding what was happening. People whispered that shamans only performed old rituals and meaningless dances, so they weren't respected. Suabe snapped, shouting that her shamanic art was ancient and precious, then lunged at Havanata with biting sarcasm. Havanaten only smiled, gesturing that her own magic expressed a beauty others couldn't comprehend. Eugene froze, and Levent was horrified as something strange appeared, wondering why a necromancer was even here. A cat-headed creature emerged, calmly saying they didn't summon evil spirits as rumored, stunning everyone. She took a bony hand and confidently introduced herself as puppet artist Havanaten, obsessed with perfect bodily beauty. Leaving Eugene and Levent speechless, a chill spread as Eugene realized it was basically disguised spirit summoning. Pink smoke filling the room. Through the mist, a staggering figure appeared like a corpse walking out of a nightmare. Everyone sighed in relief when it turned out to be Yurosi, the clumsy alchemist lamenting his exploded bag. The thick smoke stung everyone's eyes. Chaos erupted, and Yurosi frantically apologized. As the class coughed violently, Levent stared blankly, wondering if he should drop out. Realizing the class was a disaster, Giovanna burst in anger, yelling at the noisy group, while Sweep shot back sharply, forcing Eugene to step in before a brawl broke out. Yurosi panicked and took the blame, while Levent calmly pinched his nose, muttering that they'd fight even without him. The suffocating smoke made everyone irritable, and arguments worsened over being placed in Class 12. Levent looked around warily, wondering what future awaited a class full of eccentrics. Suddenly, a bright light flared, the smoke vanished, and a gentle woman stepped into the room. The beautiful teacher Easton used magic to gather the smoke into alchemical dust, explaining it was a high-grade material. Eugene's eyes widened in awe, watching every move she made admiringly. Easton smiled, raising her hand to make the glittering smoke dance like on stage, saying it was a new alchemy material. She approached Yurosi, praised him for keeping up with trends, and gently advised that basic magic was still most important. Yurosi blushed, stammering thanks amid his classmates' teasing laughter. Eugene gazed at the teacher in admiration, feeling her presence brighten the entire room. Easton placed a thick book on the desk, introducing herself as the homeroom teacher of first-year Class 12 in a soft but firm tone. She spoke kindly, saying she was new too, and only Eugene clapped eagerly like meeting an idol. Then she smiled and posed an opening question for the class to think about. The room fell silent, the air heavy as she began to speak. Everyone wondered what reason had brought them all together in this classroom. Levent spoke first, sarcastically guessing that she got Class 12 because other professors pushed it on her. He continued, stressing that two-digit classes were de rank, with Class 12 being, he bluntly called their class the bottom of the bottom, freezing the room. Easton only smiled gently, not angry. Admitting she had expected that reaction, she softly confirmed she was indeed a new teacher assigned to Class D, the most looked down upon. Class 12. The class fell silent, unable to believe it. Stunned by the truth, she continued, honestly pointing out that Class D was so neglected no one even bothered to read their student files. Eugene lowered his head, remembering the professor's scornful looks when Class D was mentioned. Shame welling up inside him, Giovanna angrily stood up, harshly questioning her for seemingly belittling the whole class. Easton simply smiled calmly, replying that she wanted them to first understand themselves. Her answer made Giovanna flush red with anger but unable to argue. Silently fuming, she spread her arms, declaring that every student in Class D was an unpolished gem. Her words echoed through the hall. Moving and surprising everyone, she explained that since other professors didn't care, she personally asked to take Class 12 to polish them herself. Her confident smile and firm tone reflected her resolve and faith in the class. She added that in their self-introduction letters, she sensed genuine sincerity and true potential. Sweeb lowered her head slightly, touched by the encouragement, her eyes gleaming with renewed faith. Havanaten and Yurosi smiled, a strange pride rising within them. Eugen also chuckled softly, realizing Class 12, though odd, was filled with passion and burning dreams. Easton now seemed like a true leader, declaring that the Academy's selection system had failed to recognize their talents. She turned to Giovanna to confirm that opinion. Giovanna immediately stood, agreeing that the selection process was flawed from the start. She recalled how people had looked down on her, angry that no one saw her true ability. The whole class agreed, and Sweeb praised Giovanna for saying what everyone thought. Only Levin stayed silent, feeling himself swept into this emotional wave. Easton clenched her fists, her voice steady yet full of resolve. Words alone proved nothing. She pointed at Eugene, declaring he would be the one to prove otherwise. Then she announced that Class 12's first lesson would begin today. It would be a magic duel between Eugene Folivia and anicaps as the Academy's strongest mage. The class goal was to help Eugene win this battle together. Eugene, Yurosi, and Giovanna were speechless, unable to grasp what was happening. Meanwhile, Sweeb and Havanaten looked thrilled, eyes shining with excitement. The whole class gasped, and Eugene stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. But then he smiled faintly, excitement spreading as if this were a true opportunity. During class, Sweeb gave a presentation, declaring she wouldn't just assist, but become a real warrior, then challenged Eugene to a duel. On stage, Yurosi introduced himself as an alchemist, confident he could create catalysts to aid the fight. He focused intently on his experiment, eyes sharp as if mixing something dangerous. Easton immediately reminded him gently but firmly not to use poison. Next was Levin, who introduced himself as a charm specialist capable of crafting and enhancing magical items. He demonstrated instantly, slicing a pencil cleanly in half with just a piece of paper. Leaving the class in stunned admiration, Easton confidently assigned Levin, Lorodzi, and Sweeb to support Eugene, while the rest discussed how to use their powers most effectively. She began explaining the team's magic mechanisms, helping students deeply understand various spell types. Her voice was lively as she urged everyone to start the discussion. Contrary to her expectations, the class fell silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. She quickly covered her face, embarrassed, while Eugene spoke up in support and Levin coldly warned her not to force it. That afternoon, Eugene and Levin walked together under the pale sunlight. Talking about the earlier lesson, Levin frankly said they should focus on improving strength instead of just trying to show off in Class D. When Eugene stayed quiet, Levin advised concentrating on the main curriculum, but Eugene replied shortly that everyone had their own path. A sudden noise startled them, then someone nearby suggested they relax and treat it all as a game. An arrogant boy appeared, roughly kicking Yurosi aside and shouting that he was a nuisance. Yurosi firmly replied, insisting he had as much right to use the lab as anyone else. The boy grabbed Yurosi's collar, yelling that no one wanted to share a workshop with Class 12 students. Eugene intervened coldly, ordering him to stop and quit disturbing others. He pressed the boy's shoulder down hard, making him scream in pain as the hallway fell silent. Levin appeared calmly, pointing out that no rule forbade students from different classes using shared facilities. One of the bullies protested angrily, saying Class D students should know their place and stay away. Eugene's cold, threatening tone terrified them. They trembled, denied everything, and didn't dare respond. The group fled, while Eugene shouted angrily down the hall, condemning their bullying of the weak. Eugene quickly helped Yurosi up, worriedly asking if he was okay, but Yurosi smiled and said he was fine. Levin calmly remarked that Yurosi was brave and that it was lucky things didn't escalate. Eugene added that classmates should help each other, surprising Yurosi who'd never heard such words. Yurosi turned away, admitting he didn't believe in friendship after being abandoned and just wanted to live apart. Levin calmly said it didn't matter. Forcing yourself to fit with others only brings exhaustion. He added that solitude was better than pretense, which moved Yurosi almost to tears. Yurosi shyly repeated the word friends, and Levin sighed, agreeing to the awkward bond. As dusk fell and sunset light filled the corridor, Yurosi spoke about being discriminated against for being in Class D. Eugene grew furious at the injustice and wanted to complain, but Levin urged him to calm down. Yurosi tried to soothe Eugene, emphasizing how unfair the situation clearly was. Levin bowed his head and quietly admitted it was wrong, though his tone remained restrained. In the library, a cold teacher announced that Class D students could only borrow books next term. angering the group with the unfairness. Sweeb protested furiously, saying all students should have equal rights, but the teacher calmly cited regulations. Some other students whispered, prompting Giovanna to shout, mocking that Class C wasn't any better. The tension followed them back to class, and Eugene noticed the quiet anger simmering in everyone. He grew worried when Sweeb muttered in despair about lacking money for food and thinking of leaving school. Levent calmly concluded that only time could help them overcome their current situation. He added that for people with such pride as their class, it would be even harder. Sweeb suddenly snapped, shouting at Levent for refusing to eat. She snatched his handkerchief, claiming it as hers, while Levent only sighed and let it go, leaving Eugene confused. Seeing Sweeb's strange behavior, Eugene nervously asked what she was doing. Eugene panicked at the sound and the scattered bits of meat. Sweeb gleefully praised the taste, demanding leftovers, shocking Eugene while Levent froze, wishing everything would return to normal. She licked her lips like a full cat, thinking a few more times like this would feed her, while Eugene panicked, telling himself it had to stop. He gathered his courage, slammed the board, and shouted for the class not to bow down, calling for unity to prove their worth, but everyone stayed indifferent, responding only with boredom, not believing change was possible. Eugene remained resolute, stressing that proving ability mattered more than victory. Havina smiled softly, agreeing to help and promising to use her intellect and magic for support. Eugene passionately vowed to give his all. Ellie cheered with him, while Hannah feared being disliked if she stood out too much. Seeing their reactions, Eugene felt both glad and uneasy, afraid their hope would fade. Giovanna suddenly interjected, saying it was just an assignment so they should simply do it. Eugene was astonished that Giovanna was actually siding with him. Giovanna spoke bluntly, silencing the class as she criticized their laziness disguised as excuses. She stood and declared she wouldn't pay high tuition just to be idle. Asserting her seriousness, she proposed using this lesson to prove themselves to those who despised Class D, and Larochi agreed. Sweeb sighed, asking if all the noise was even useful. Giovanna snapped back angrily, and Sweeb calmly replied that only mattered if money was involved. Then came a firm voice saying, "There will be money." X entered, loudly claiming that money truly was relevant. Startling Rugen, the teacher excitedly announced she had made a bet with the vice principal. If they won, the whole class would get a reward. Hearing about the 100,000 dinar prize, everyone's eyes lit up, imagining all the things they could buy. She leaned down and whispered that she believed anicaps would help them claim victory. Sweeb boldly declared she would crush the opponent. The scene shifted the battlefield as Sweeb rushed into chaos, trying to regain control and shouting to turn the tide. Eugene stayed calm, treating it as something completely familiar. A violent explosion nearly swallowed Eugene, yet he stood firm, stunning Sweeb. She gritted her teeth and launched a full-force counterattack. With Tendrivera magic constricting around him, they clashed in close combat as she declared he had underestimated her. The duel erupted with earth-shaking blasts that knocked the audience off their feet. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Acknowledging Sweeb fought like an rank mage, but in the end, she collapsed, completely overwhelmed by Eugene. Eugene laughed excitedly, praising the power of Folivia, while Eugene modestly said it was just an elemental advantage. The class was amazed to hear that Folivia's people endured harsh training, even having children fight from a young age. Sweeb panted but smiled defiantly, admitting Eugene was a worthy rival. She grew irritated at the chatter, asserting she hadn't gone all out and needed time for a shaman ritual. Meanwhile, Giovanna and Josh enthusiastically displayed a new design on the wall, proudly showing their creation. Levent and Larosi were shocked, asking again, and Josh confidently said it was exactly what they aimed to build. Josh explained in detail, an automated alchemical arm with an anti-magic shield and magic immunity. Levent stepped forward and tore the blueprint apart to the group's astonishment. He coldly scolded them, saying they needed to relearn the basics of enchantment and alchemy, tripling their study load. Eugene watched with shining eyes, happy that everyone was finally working hard together. Aiden smiled through tears, deeply moved that her dream was coming true. She had spent her entire research budget on the project, feeling both helpless and tearfully grateful. All academy students now gather to study magic diligently together. From afar, some whisper in surprise that 12 is refining outdoors because they couldn't borrow the lab. Sweeb nearly loses control, charging at Eugene and shouting a challenge. A dazzling light bursts out, leaving Class 12 confused about what's happening. From the upper floors, students gossip that they're training for the Asses vs. Folivia match, doubting their victory. Amid the noise, Eugene stays calm and confident, believing unity will bring success. A strange voice behind him declares he can't win that way. He turns in his shock to see it's anicaps, time and space freeze Anika's magic at work. This power reminds Eugene of the Folivia battle. Like an apostle's force, Anika steps forward and grabs Eugene's hand, making him blush in confusion. She warns that dark sky creatures are watching him, reaching down toward him, leaving Eugene bewildered. Anika presses, and confirming he met the Grand Duke of the Abyss, stunning him pale. She says he's lucky to be unharmed but warns that species is cruel and persistent. Anika sighs, assuring she'll protect him though they haven't given up. Eugene pulls away in fear. Anika softly calls him, sensing his trembling, apologizing for not explaining. Eugene calms down, saying he doesn't doubt her, just doesn't understand. He asks her to explain the children chosen by God Falan. Anika, surprised by his directness, says they are stars unbowed by darkness, illuminated by Felon amid the void. They are great souls who defy the world's laws. They wander through countless eras, seeking the starlight that is their tale. Eugene, moved, asks if she was chosen too. Anika denies it but confirms the mission is real, then challenges him to defeat her to prove he doesn't need protection. Leaving him stunned by her overwhelming power, Anika leans close and whispers that if she wins, she'll lock him away where no one can find him. Eugene freezes, staring in disbelief and stammering. The audience gasps, whispers spreading across the class. The scene descends into confusion, some thinking it's just a joke. Dusk falls, casting the castle in somber violet. In her lab, Easton groans that next year's budget is gone. She consoles herself that at least her students learned teamwork. And that's enough. Tears fall as she gazes afar, remembering Eugene and hoping he still holds on to what little magic she taught. Then she breaks down, realizing that spell can't be mastered in days. It was meant for years of study. A familiar voice startles her. Eugene bursts in, breathless and burning with determination, declaring he must win even without ultimate skills. Easton cries out his name in worry. Eugene hesitates, mentioning a supreme magic anyone can use, then apologizes for his foolish words. Easton smiles gently, assuring it's real she prepared a special spell just for him. Eugene lifts his head, thrilled and eager to learn immediately. Easton adjusts her glasses with a sly smile. She says to defeat the 13th apostle, one needs power equal to the other 12 combined. Among them, 3 shone brightest, especially Hyrids, who once grasped the essence of the universe. She explains void, the absolute space where everything merges into one and nothing exists beyond itself. She says it's one of 3 great proofs left by Neruid. Eugene and Levin are astonished by the vastness of the concept. Then both are puzzled why it's mentioned in their home. Taya had overheard news of the duel. Taya bursts in anger while she awkwardly admits causing trouble. Eugene complains he doesn't understand her words. Easton smiles, saying just think simply. She says the first mages created the world by resonating their strings of energy, forming horizons in life. Then she asks if one creates waves completely opposite to that creative magic, returning energy to zero, what happens? Eugene stammers that everything would vanish completely. Magic gathers around Easton's hand as she confirms all creative spells are nullified and revert to raw mana. That law applies to all matter, paper thin or steel hard, all disintegrate alike. She calls it the absolute eraser, stunning Eugene. 11 objects that absolute zero is impossible and, if real, would work only on a tiny scale. He adds that generating opposing waves for cancellation requires extreme precision. Easton laughs, praising their quick grasp but noting even absolute laws have limits. She explains even Godfallen is bound by cosmic rules, so his magic can't surpass them. Even so, no one in Academy history has achieved such unity. Eugene exclaims it truly is absolute. Easton clenches her fist, saying she believes Eugene can reach it. She's seen him match her magic despite being newly awakened, proving he's on par with Anika. Eugene blushes and softly says, "Teacher," she continues, saying there's still one variable, his single magic string. The type creates counterwaves to erase spells. What matters isn't number but precision. As Levin said, she claims that precision is Eugene's strength, like a small but sharp blade cutting through steel, perfect for a magic swordsman. This combination will form an unimaginable power, a supreme spell made for Eugene. He feels both nervous and excited, raising his hand to sense the trembling magic light. Eugene thanks her, promising to master it before the duel. She just smiles, saying a week is quite short. The next morning, his face is pale from exhaustion after a sleepless night of training. He rubs his head, muttering that is doomed. Levin hears and startles. Levin asks if he's struggling with the spell. Eugene trembles but says he's made some progress and asks him to attack. Eugene focuses, light flashing in his eyes. He swings his hand sideways, slicing Levin's flame in half. The fire instantly vanishes, shocking Levin as Eugene calmly says he erased a normal spell. Levin still can't believe it. Stunned by his progress, Eugene clenches his fist in frustration, thinking his level is still lacking. Levin sighs that such troubles only happen to people from Folivia. Eugene shouts that to defeat Anika Assis, he must withstand the magic of all 12 apostles, making Levin cover his ears in shock at the ambition. Levin asks if he's obsessed because of Anika's title 13th apostle, stressing it's just a metaphor. Though Anika is remarkable, she can't compare to mages from 10 millennia ago unless she truly is the 13th apostle. Levin scoffs that Eugene is naive to believe it's real and advises him to calm down. Eugene groans. Unable to confide in anyone, he laments that no one believes in the ancient era or God Falene's salvation. Levin pats his shoulder, saying everyone's preparing hard for the match. Eugene blurts out a surprised huh. Scene shifts to class. He freezes before a pile of potion bottles made by his classmates. Lorichi shows him frost and adhesive potions. Eugene blankly asks how to carry them with just 2 hands. The classmates laugh, saying each bottle holds a separate spell and the more the better. All worked hard to brew for him, moving Eugene to tears of gratitude. From afar, Levin interjects dryly that his gear is much simpler. He shows 2 items, a fire stone ring and an enchanted sword, explaining the sword can be stored in the ring, exciting Eugene. He clarifies it's not infinite but enough for battle. Eugene cheers, thanking everyone for their help. A voice behind them, Sweeb, says she's there too. She's preparing props outside, making everyone rush out in surprise. Eugene praises she looks like a real shaman mage. Sweeb proudly tells him to keep flattering her. Havina whispers that Sweeb only acts strong but feels lonely since no one understands shamanism. Eugene is surprised. Sweeb overhears and angrily shouts not to pity her, ordering them out because the ritual is nearly done. She tells Eugene to sit in the magic circle and close his eyes. He asks why it differs from his mother's rituals, and she curtly replies, "Yes, it's different." She says she can't perform crazy rites like using goat syrup or feeding hallucinogenic mushrooms. Frightening Eugene, she casually adds she sold her ritual tools to pay tuition. Eugene recalls Easton once said true shaman rituals were like tribal festivals, but now only simplified versions remain. He thinks that's probably for the best, or Class 12 would be infamous. Levin curiously asks what kind of ritual it is and if it's for combat. Easton panics, denying it is far too extreme. Other students excitedly discuss wanting to see Sweeb perform, though fearing it might make Eugene go berserk. Sweeb snaps, calling them idiots, asking how she could turn Eugene into a mad fighter, then how would he cast spells. Easton agrees it's absurd. Sweeb, enraged, yells that Eugene is too gentle and weak to be a real warrior, then solemnly says only those who dare to kill are true battle companions. Levin quietly asks if he brought berserk potions. Eugene sighs, saying both bottles are one use only. Easton curiously asks about the shaman ritual she's preparing since almost no one knows it well. Sweeb softly answers is to open the celestial eye, the shaman's sixth sense awakening supernatural sight. The arena buzzes with talk of the upcoming Falivia versus Ass's duel. Garen shrugs and retorts that such a question doesn't even need asking. He confidently declares Anika will definitely win overwhelmingly. On the field, the supervisor reminds both sides not to destroy too much. Anika nods slightly while Eugene receives loud cheers from Class 12. A student wonders since Class 12 prepared so well and even bears the noble Falivia bloodline. A teacher replies thoughtfully that he's unsure of their methods but certain of one thing: for Eugene Falivia, the name Falivia is a burden, not an advantage. Meanwhile, Sui begins the magic ritual, chanting softly. She explains that shaman mages commune with the world through soul strings, praying to heaven and life's flow. They believe magic is the will of all beings, seen only by those who let go of self. She gently asks if Eugene feels anything. He smiles, saying he sees another world more clearly. Anika looks at him coldly, admitting his groan. The crowd erupts, debating who will win. A week ago, such a scene was unthinkable. The gap between Eugene Falivia and Anika Assis was like heaven and earth, and Class 12's victory claim had been mocked by the Academy. The cheers and commotion from Class 12 gradually draw the whole school's attention. When Eugene's true power is revealed, everyone is stunned by who he really is. He is the son of legendary guardians, heir to a warrior bloodline, yet the only one never recognized. Though many have seen his skills, only a few know that Eugene's limit as a swordsman with a mage's soul is unpredictable. As all eyes turn to Eugene, they notice Class 12 giving him full support, making some call it unfair. Anika, being a government-supervised mage, raises doubts about whether Eugene's aid is legitimate. Alchemic or magical tools are viewed as cheating in a duel meant to prove Eugene's mage ability. People start taking Class 12 seriously, the class they once mocked. Eugene's strong claim of Class 12's talent is finally proven, but the outcome is bitter. Favoritism toward Class D was merely a cover for injustice. Class D actually exists as a comparison tool to make upper classes feel superior. Preserving hierarchy, an individual rising is tolerated, but when Class D rises together, it's seen as rebellion. Other students see Class 12 as arrogant for defying limits, deserving to be crushed. A duel once seen as trivial turns into a confrontation between Class 12 and the whole Academy. Nearby, some worry about potion overuse. They're shocked that the limit is only 10 despite all efforts. Eugene exhales in relief. People remind Eugene to use sword techniques, even forbidden moves, confusing him. Eugene argues that duels naturally cause harm. Someone retorts asking if he thinks this is Falivia's world. The event meant to unite students unexpectedly becomes a brutal battle. A surge of energy spreads as Anika calmly stands firm. She declares shell fight with full power, prompting the teacher to panic and activate seals. A triple-layer barrier rises to face the special mage. She calmly says, "If your sword touches me, you win. I already have a protection spell." Eugene responds firmly, beginning the duel. Levin from the stands notes that Eugene pays no attention to the instructors. The referee stammers, unable to finish his words. The two take stance. Eugene draws his sword, declaring readiness for the challenge. Anika meets his gaze, saying they are equals with no need to hold back. The countdown chant begins. Eugene swings his sword, flames bursting brightly. Anika raises her hand, forming 5 energy strings. She points, sending waves of glowing threads forward. A lightning bolt crashes down, and Eugene swiftly dodges. The audience freezes, thinking real thunder has struck. Though Eugene is strong, Anika calmly notes he can't cut lightning itself. Anika brushes the energy threads, asking softly if she needs more tuning time. Eugene stares, amazed as she deftly controls the spell threads. The arena trembles violently despite the triple seal, yet he remains composed. He spots a flaw in her attack. Anika finishes adjusting and blinks, unleashing another lightning strike, stunning Eugene. Water bursts from her arm, merging with the bolt into a roaring explosion. The crowd gasps as Eugene blocks it with ice, something impossible for a single-element mage. Isori cheers proudly, and Levin admits it's nearly an infinite water source. They reveal they condensed 10 liters of water to minimal form and bound it to a magic device. Under an Ice Master's control, that energy becomes limitless. When Eugene red lightning spells, his sword speed surpasses a mage's chant speed. Eugene charges, blade nearing its mark. Anika calmly resets her defensive stance. Eugene suddenly retreats in shock. The audience falls silent, confused why he backed away mid-strike. Some mages realize she's cast a legendary spell thought only myth. Even experts can only theorize about it, never witness it firsthand. Only Eugene truly sees it. He feels space stretching, reality bending before his eyes. Anika, a mage chosen among stars, manipulates space and time effortlessly. She wields the power of void, gently inviting him to continue. Eugene alone truly perceives Anika as this magic. Humans have richer color vision than most creatures, yet that doesn't mean they see more clearly than beasts. In nature, beasts with 2 colors perceive sharply and react faster, while humans with 3 process more data slower, adding a magic color as a 4th overwhelms the brain. Over 4 billion hues would overload and paralyze human perception. Gon muses this is the curse of knowledge. If Eugene were ignorant, fighting would be easier. Eugene Falivia is not just a warrior but a true mage. Light flashes in his eyes for an instant. He grasps the essence of her power. Anika explains her orb compresses time within space, nearly stopping its flow. She adds that every spell inside is held static and can be recalled at will. She hurls the orb toward Eugene, warping the arena violently, thrown off balance. Eugene falls into a bottomless pit. He screams in panic, not understanding what's happening. Eugene shoots water at the wall to propel himself. He rides the water's force to escape the abyss. The water crashes into the collapsing floor, detonating powerfully. Another pit suddenly opens beneath him. Anika calmly points and says she'll teach him a real lesson. The entire space distorts, horrifying the spectators as magic twists reality before their eyes. Easton panics, exclaiming this goes far beyond safety limits. Anika raises her energy, declaring that all rules are now meaningless. She proclaims herself ruler of her own world. Eugene is caught in twisted space, his body drifting in the void. He realizes he's not floating but endlessly falling. Every direction before his eyes is reversed. He looks at Anika in terror, unable to tell what's real. Gon observes that a mage reaching the summit shatters the very laws of existence. He says Eugene cannot win while clinging to old perceptions. Anika gathers mana into a glowing sphere, coldly saying only she can protect him. Eugene answers with fearful conviction. He denies it, calling her senior, confused by her special concern. But Eugene asserts he will not yield or accept bondage. Anika admits convincing him is harder than she thought. Eugene's flaming sword ignites as he declares war. Anika names her ultimate spell Catastrophe Decio. She absorbs the flame easily, claiming it useless. Yet Eugene's training has broadened his magical perception, though inferior. He has learned magic from the 12th world, enough to no longer be overwhelmed by her power. Anika uses the stored spells within her black hole, surpassing her own limits, yet the seals on her body still remain. Eugene realizes her current strength is weakened and decides to bet everything on that chance. Anika warns the mist only helps her locate enemies, but an unexpected freezing potion catches her off guard, and Eugene appears behind her. She turns in shock, realizing her opponent is striking the decisive blow. Eugene draws his blazing sword and unleashes Flame Sigil Blade. Chasm Fire Decio, erupting in infernal fire. Anika gathers mana in her hand, calmly saying his effort is futile. She bends space, making the flames explode like a storm. Eugene reacts swiftly, slashing back with force. He says calmly that hell is only a symbol. He channels power and strikes directly at the energy sphere. The blow hits center, but his sword shatters, leaving him stunned. Anika holds the orb, praising him for making her lose 7 stored spells, but says he'd need to repeat it thousands of times to pierce the rest. Eugene realizes her power is far beyond imagination, yet excitement rises within him as he faces a truly powerful foe. His vision expands to higher layers of reality. Limits once impossible begin to open. Mana gathers in his hand, forming the 3 void seals of Nihirit. Like when humanity first saw the color red strange yet mesmerizing, they once trembled at the new, calling it the devil's forbidden fruit. But those who dared taste it discovered beauty within terror. Overcoming fear is the only path to evolution. Eugene grips the energy, exclaiming he feels the remnants of the primordial flame. He sees clearly the world woven from primordial energy threads. Those threads represent the absolute void, the 0 point. To touch nothing means compressing all space and wielding primordial heat, a feat once thought impossible. Eugene achieves this only through his unique eyes and his comrade's support. Thus he completes perfect harmony between will and magic. Anika gasps, realizing it is Nihirit, the magic returning all things to nothingness. She's shocked as the world's mana moves by Eugene's will. That power feels embraced by the world itself, making Anika momentarily tremble. Because of that, she loses rhythm. unaware an attack is forming. Even so, she manages to counter almost simultaneously. Their spells collide at once, creating a perfectly balanced explosion. Such reflexes are superhuman for a mage, yet a warrior's blade is still faster. Yujin's slash cuts through, erasing the defensive layers of magic. Light flares and shockwaves spread across the arena. Istin shouts in awe, calling it absolute purification. Anika grits her teeth, asking if he thinks is strong enough to stand alone now. She glares and releases 3 surrounding seals. She shouts, "You think copying Nihirit is enough?" Leaving Yujin stunned, Anika coldly declares, "Playtime's over now, begins the real match." Eugene and the instructors are horrified as an entirely new seal forms. The crowd panics, yelling to stop the match immediately. Anika widens her eyes in confusion, unsure what's happening. The audience murmurs, puzzled by the incident. Some instructors whisper suspicions of cheating. The referee steps forward, announcing Anika has violated special regulations and is under arrest. As a result, she is officially disqualified. Eugene Folivia is declared the winner. Students and teachers alike stand frozen in disbelief. No one can believe a Class D student defeated Anika. Cheers erupt as Class 12 chants Eugene's name. Eugene smiles in relief, softly saying he did it. He exhales as Anika lowers her head in despair, unable to accept defeat. That afternoon, the academy remains in uproar. A group of students angrily protests, claiming Anika's disqualification was unjust. Sweeb sneers, saying they should ask the one who broke the rules. The opposition blames faulty magic devices instead. Class 12 firmly insists they built everything themselves without cheating. Finally, Class 12's victory is recognized, and they throw a grand celebration. Istin bursts into happy tears, joking that her research budget is now secured. Levin wonders why Eugene hasn't shown up to the party. A classmate eagerly says to just start, it's fine if Eugene comes late. Easton recalls Eugene saying he'd meet Anika after the match. Curious about what he's doing, Levin suddenly remembers Anika is imprisoned and worries for both. In the dungeon, Eugene softly calls, "Senior." Anika lifts her head warily, looking exhausted. He asks what she's thinking. She answers indifferently, "Nothing," then jokes faintly about destroying everything and taking him hostage. She lowers her head tiredly, saying she won't because she knows he'd hate it. Eugene, moved, calls her senior again. Anika turns away, saying she hasn't given up, just planning another way. He curiously asks why she wants to protect him so much. She stays silent, avoiding his gaze. Finally, she solemnly reveals Eugene is chosen by Lord Feline, and even the Grand Duke of the Abyss is after him. Eugene, confused, asks why it must be him. Anika snaps her fingers, breaking her shackles, saying she can't reveal the reason for that fate. She forms a magic circle, saying he still deserves to know part of the truth. She promises to tell what she can within the forbidden limits. Eugene asks in surprise, "What is the priority law?" Anika begins, "Long ago, Lord Felon ended the meaningless war with the Abyss through a pact, creating the horizon." Eugene is stunned, asking if Felon didn't first defeat the Abyss before forming it. Anika calmly said it was just a false teaching in the book and withdrew her words, making Eugene angry at her ease. She touched the magic circle, stating this land was born after the Abyssal War, then casually changed the topic to tea or coffee. Eugene raised his hand, seeing energy around her, surprised the prison no longer worked. Anika poured tea calmly, saying the key lay in the treaty's details. It mentioned transcendent beings like Lord Felon and the Grand Dukes of the Abyss. Those who could alter humanity's fate were forbidden to interfere with the horizon. Later, 12 disciples ascended, leaving the world to humans. Eugene held the teacup, wondering why the Grand Dukes still acted. Anika stored the teapot into the void, explaining every treaty had loopholes, as she herself evaded laws through preset spells. One loophole let the Abyss intervene if humans sought power the free will Felon respected, which kept the pact valid. Eugene protested he never sought the Abyss. Anika said the term was broad, even wishing to escape pain counted, especially for one bearing past darkness like him. He froze, realizing his link to the Grand Duke of the Abyss. Anika added the Abyss power match one's soul's suffering, making him an ideal target. Eugene trembled, repeating, "An apostle." Anika said the Abyss was persistent and would eventually come for him. Its apostles or great disciples were nearly her equals when unsealed. Eugene's birth in Folivia merely spared him worse calamity. If they attacked again, she couldn't guarantee his safety, so she wanted to keep him under control. Eugene quickly begged her not. Anika seriously said it was a promise she couldn't retract, but admitted had proven his strength and had reliable allies. Eugene eagerly asked if he could tell his friends. She simply said, "Up to you." He raised his cup gratefully, happy to be praised by the top sorcerer. After sipping, he spat it out, while Anika calmly said he was like a whale. Eugene confusedly asked why and noted the tea's odd taste. Anika said she couldn't tell since she'd lost her sense of taste. He was horrified she forgot such a thing. Anika laughed, saying 30% of her mysterious stomach hatches came after that tea. She said everything was now clear, while Eugene shouted in disbelief at her carelessness. Anika looked at the cup, sighed about her faulty memory, then asked where they were in the talk. She recalled, saying the Abyss wanted Eugene's soul for its special allure. But that wasn't the only reason he must avoid them. Compared to the true threat, becoming an Abyss follower was minor. Eugene tensely asked, "What's the real threat?" Anika briefly replied, Lord Felon is the one seeking you. A bolt of lightning struck. Cutting her words, Eugene panicked, asking if she was fine, her hair frizzed by lightning. Anika calmly said it was a warning spell when she mentioned taboos. Eugene shouted that 2 more strikes would kill her. She raised an eyebrow, saying some mistakes had cost her far more. Eugene was confused. Anika apologized, admitting that was also why Felon chose him, but she couldn't say more. Eugene, though puzzled, thanked her for what he'd learned. He confessed he was just an unfortunate child in his past life and still not an excellent mage now. He believed being reborn was a pity gift granted by Felon. Anika's eyes flashed with surprise. She smiled admiringly, saying even without knowing the truth, Eugene saw deeper than she did. The next morning at the academy, Eugene was surprised as countless invitations piled on his desk while friends cheered for his fame. Levin grumbled, saying fame was useless if stuck in the lab. Eirik also bragged about getting many letters, wondering why. Ben explained research institutes were recruiting for next year's majors. Eirik said their group's Project 12 must have impressed them, just as Eugene predicted. Giovanna and Josh were upset that only 2 teammates were invited though the whole class worked together. Eugene laughed, saying many others hadn't received any letters either. Then he joked he was empty-handed too, making everyone laugh. A lecturer interrupted, saying fame had its price. Anyone who defeated Anika asses would bear heavy pressure. Eugene sighed, saying he'd never thought about choosing a major. He asked if it was really that important. The lecturer explained ancient magic ages were suppressed by religion, causing stagnation and rigidity. Modern mages, following the 12 disciples, broke those chains and created 12 new schools. They restructured old spells, advanced practical magic, and sparked an academic renaissance, birthing countless specialized fields. Giovanna exclaimed that majors were the flowers of modern magic. Eugene was amazed, admitting he had never known. The lecturer laughed, saying that's why new classes were undervalued compared to old traditions. Everyone seemed knowledgeable while he alone lagged behind. Levin reassured him he wasn't behind. Newcomers just needed to explore, so orientations weren't strict. If undecided, he could try several fields, which sounded fun, yet going alone without an invitation made him uneasy since he knew no one. Eirik invited him along, not wanting to attend alone. He excitedly agreed. He suddenly grew curious about what Lorochi was drinking. Lorochi calmly said it was his own brew, relaxing to drink, and offered Eugene a sip. Everyone eyed the strange liquid suspiciously, fearing it unsafe. The next day, Istin was shocked by the news. A student was arrested for allegedly making and distributing illegal substances. Yadian protested innocence, begging for explanation. The story rewound to the day before. Test tubes exploded, startling Lorochi and Eugene. Eugene held a bubbling tube, pleading in panic. An angry man burst in shouting, making them flee. Eugene blamed himself for failure. While Lorochi recalled his father's advice to study magic, Lorochi comforted him, saying he once blew up his house and was told by his father to change paths. Eugene felt inferior, unsure what to do, but Lorochi praised his combat skill though he preferred scholarship. Outside, Josh raged because Giovanna occupied the restroom. While Levin scolded him for overreacting, Giovanna snapped back. Levin joked about breaking the door, and Josh stopped him amid chaos. Hearing the noise, Eugene and Lorochi looked over, realizing their class was causing trouble. The restroom door shook violently. Giovanna angrily opened it, making Josh and Levin run for their lives. Eugene got dragged in, helping them escape the toilet bomber. Giovanna, eyes blazing, cast a fire spell in warning, telling them not to involve innocents. Both realized their mistake and vowed to stay away from that place. After things settled, Giovanna cheerfully said chosen the major of elementary magic education. She imagined teaching children and opening a magic school in her hometown since she was used to caring for kids. Eugene admired yet feared her, praising her career's future. Giovanna got mad, thinking he was teasing. George joked that if a teacher once blew up a toilet, that'd be something. Giovanna immediately chased him with magic under the sunny academy sky. 2 female students, Ellie and Hannah, discussed career plans. One wanted to pursue archaeology and become an official. Hannah burst into tears over age and debt. Eugene curiously asked her age. Josh whispered she was the same age as the teacher, making Hannah furious and yelling back. The sun set, bathing everything in twilight. Eugene felt down seeing everyone had direction while he remained lost. Josh confused being pulled into it. Suddenly Eugene brightened, realizing someone else might share his situation. A weak hand was raised in response. Sweeb appeared haggard, begging for spare change, leaving Eugene speechless. Josh laughed hard, and Levin teased that Sweeb had spent all his reward money. Eugene despaired at the bleak future of those without plans, while Sweeb kept repeating his plea. Eugene lamented life's harshness, and Levin advised restarting if goals were unclear. He suggested recalling why he wanted to be a mage, awakening Eugene. His eyes lit up as he remembered wanting to follow Mage Felon's example. Eugene wondered if that ideal was too vague. Josh advised becoming an all-around mage first. Levin urged him to think practically, like about money, making Eugene blankly repeat money. The image of Lorosi complaining about spending a fortune helping the poor resurfaced. Seeing poor Sweeb, Eugene realized money mattered and wished to be rich to help others. He grew conflicted between helping others and his limits. Levin pulled him back to focus, while Josh said he overthought. Lorochi offered a bubbling purple drink, saying it'd feel good, Eugene refused in fear. Lorchi sadly apologized, saying it was fine if he was afraid to try. Feeling guilty, Eugene gulped it all down, shocking Lorochi. Surprisingly, the sweet flavor spread pleasantly, delighting Eugene. He vaguely spoke of past life memories awakening, mentioning cola, but drinking it wrong made him vomit. The flat warm cola scared everyone. Josh asked about cola, and Eugene awkwardly said he hadn't named it yet. Eugene mumbled in confusion that people here didn't know cola, leaving everyone puzzled. Excited, he hugged Lorochi, shouting they'd made a historic invention, stunning Lorochi. Eugene proposed mass-producing cola. Lorochi agreed if they had a lab, and Eugene happily said he'd borrow one. Eugene took charge of carbonation. Confident in his new formula, they mixed ingredients, added ice, and prepared for the class to taste. Lorochi frowned at the odd flavor, saying it wasn't cola. Eugene sensed rising tension. Lorochi insisted cola must be drunk hot, shocking Eugene. Angry, Eugene grabbed his collar, demanding he retract the insult to cola. A complete glass was officially named cola. Everyone worried but forced themselves to taste it. As soon as they drank, everyone was amazed by how delicious it was. Eugene proudly declared, "Cola is the drink that will conquer the world." The academy burst in excitement as Eugene used a loudspeaker to rally everyone to sell cola and conquer Arat. Promising fair profit shares, cups of cola spread everywhere, reaching both children and the elderly. Everyone who tasted it was stunned by its wonderful flavor. Crowds rushed to Eugene's stand, scrambling to buy it. Eugene dressed elegantly while Sweeb proudly managed the crowd. People cheered respectfully as Chairman Eugene appeared. Sweeb respectfully cleared the way. Eugene praised him as Josh and Hannah gawked at his change, while Eugene pretended philosophically that it was enlightenment from a past life. He looked at the revenue report, proud they'd earned enough in a day to help children and still had capital to expand. Raising his cola, Eugene declared he'd hire slum residents and dominate the capital with the cola brand. Sweeb was touched while Lorosi was terrified. He sounded like a true villain. Eugene passionately justified it as a good deed. Unaware of two giants standing behind him, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. The police had arrived. Two officers accused him of producing and selling illegal substances, declaring the arrest of dark merchant Eugene. The cola samples, spread among slum kids, were taken as evidence. Levin outside commented the arrest reason sounded reasonable, while Eugene inside cried innocent, saying it was just cola. Levin wanted to unlock the cell, but Eugene panicked, afraid it'd make him a real criminal. Levin reassured him his investigation proved Eugene's innocence. Eugene felt hopeful yet puzzled why he was still arrested. Levin said at first he thought the police just wanted bribes, but later suspected deeper corruption and investigated. He revealed the shocking truth. The police were bribed by a drug syndicate. Eugene shouted in horror, unable to believe drug dealers were involved. Levin calmly explained the gang traded everything from drugs and weapons to humans and loans. Now active in the capital, he said they likely feared new competition, while Eugene cried that cola wasn't a drug. Levin teased briefly, then explained the police were pretending to cooperate for safety from the gang. Eugene panicked, realizing even the police could be trusted. Levin confirmed corruption and bribery had rotted the force. He warned Eugene to stay cautious since the gang had taken notice and was dangerously unpredictable. Eugene clutched the bars in despair, lamenting how cola had made him a criminal. Levin suddenly changed the topic, asking about Eugene's chosen major. He lightly complained everyone else had been asked except him, making Eugene flustered. Eugene hurriedly explained he only picked based on strengths, not intentionally skipping him. But Levin grew serious, saying if his friend studied something, he'd want to study that too. He hid his face behind papers, leaving Eugene puzzled at what he'd said wrong. Suddenly a girl rushed in, hugging Eugene emotionally. It was Easton. She scolded him worriedly after hearing he caused an alchemy lab explosion that brought in the police. Eugene awkwardly insisted it was a misunderstanding, saying he was just searching for a suitable field. That statement made the teacher's eyes light up with excitement. She confidently declared that guiding students was a sacred duty of teachers. Easton hugged Eugene tightly, listing countless majors and vowing full support, making him scream in fear that this was why he never dared ask. After escaping her, Eugene wandered the streets, sighing that it was even more exhausting than jail and wondering how real researchers endured. As he pondered, a fierce wind blew Sweeb's magic as she raged amid the crowd. Sweeb gritted her teeth in anger, clearly in serious trouble. She glared at a fat man blocking her way, drinking cola, and asked, "Who are you?" He sneered, saying he was a customer but taking goods without paying was theft. Enraging her further, he introduced himself as Dunbo Han, coldly saying she'd once paid with her life. Making her furious and confused, he suddenly leapt high, voice full of killing intent. With his massive body, Dumbo lunged at Sweeb, declaring he would reclaim what was his. Sweeb panicked, thinking too fast, but something stopped him midway. Eugene appeared, effortlessly blocking the attack with one hand, shocking Dunbo. Feeling the opponent's power, Dunbo recognized him and asked if he was Eugene Folivia, the one who nullified energy. Recalling his prison ordeal, Eugene snapped angrily, "No need to ask, I already know who you are." He spun and kicked hard, sending Dunbo flying, shouting his move's name. armor break, reversed knee. As the man crashed, Yujin rushed to check Suabe, who warned him to stay alert. A strange figure suddenly appeared behind Yujin without his noticing. He turned around in fear, sweating. It was Bana, a lanky man with long arms, creepily praising Yujin as cute, surely handsome when grown. The man stretched his mouth wide, grinning grotesquely, and declared, "More handsome than me must die." Yujin stared in horror at the terrifying sight. He backed away, screaming in confusion. Dunbo intervened, telling Bana to calm down. Another man holding a rope appeared, gently reminding them not to cause trouble under Elgato's orders. Seeing this bizarre group, Yujin grew more terrified. The rope man, Jagji, bowed apologetically, saying they'd misunderstood Eret's laws, then blushed and offered his rope to soothe Yujin's anger, making Yujin think they were insane. Sweeb shouted angrily that no law allowed such perversion, while Yujin realized they were newcomers to the capital. Dumbo sat casually, saying they were merely researching the market before acting, as good merchants always prepared thoroughly. He added they'd discovered a marvelous drink called cola and believed whoever controlled it would rule the world. Yujin furiously refuted that such business talk was a fasad. Their aura revealed their true nature. He loudly declared they were abyss cultists and challenged them to face him directly instead of harming innocents. Jagji roared back, calling himself a priest devoted to the god Lin with body and soul. His bulging muscles tensed in rage at the insult. Bana mocked that Yujin was arrogant. Thinking everyone revolved around him, he said they weren't there for Yujin but for Elgato, leaving him stunned. Dumbo continued, confirming Elgato was only a title, but the real name was... Yujin recalled a photo he'd seen, realizing these three were part of the body-altered gang. Levin calmly analyzed that though deranged, they were powerful assets likely sent to monitor him. Yujin bitterly saw he was still under the Soho organization's shadow. He fearfully spoke that name Soho, the one who annihilated the Fells group. Levin confessed that Soho was the leader of Horizon's largest crime syndicate and that he had once been an assassin under him. Apologizing for hiding it, Yujin replied with understanding. Having known part of the story, Levin warned Yujin not to get involved since dealing with gangs only brought disaster. Meanwhile, Lorochi was approached by strangers asking his name while drinking. He confirmed in surprise that he was Lorochi and asked who they were. One of them spread a map showing the gang members' locations and began planning a pursuit. Yujin sternly assigned roles. Foliva would cover Districts 1 and 2, while he led a team through the slums of Districts 3 and 4. His face showed firm resolve, vowing to handle them personally. He swore the kidnappers of Lorochi would pay dearly. A female student interrupted, asking if this wasn't the police's job, but Yujin rejected the idea since the police were bribed. Everyone was uneasy, and Levin realized how serious things had become. Another warned Yujin he was even borrowing Foliva family forces. Was he starting a war? Levin shouted angrily for him to stop, saying he'd handle it himself and didn't want Yujin worsening the chaos. He recalled Zico's words before the kidnapping, fearing Z would make matters worse. The two argued fiercely, deepening the tension. They debated methods, Yujin distrusting the police and demanding alternatives. Yujin angrily accused Levin of apathy, saying he'd done nothing when Zoroastri was taken. Levin, helpless to explain, only told Yujin not to act recklessly and left. He declared to bring Lorosi back and wipe out every enemy. Yujin froze, fear showing clearly on his face. A violent explosion erupted, smoke covering everything. The dust blinded Yujin, who struggled to see. When it cleared, Levin was gone, and Yujin frantically shouted his name. At the Eric branch base, underlings brought tribute money. The boss was furious at the small amount and cursed them harshly. He grabbed one by the hair, learning most of the money had been taken by police. A fat man stopped him, smoking and rambling about blood sugar and he explained that Joseph's control of Abrosi had weakened their income. Enraging the boss, Gaj cut in, reminding them the main branch had to deal with Joseph's disappearance. The boss refused to touch Foliva, who now ruled the slums, and asked for another plan. The fat man calculated again and announced he had a solution. He claimed whoever controlled the drink cola would dominate the market. Dombo proposed kidnapping the alchemy child to legitimize business and avoid conflict with Foliva. Earning everyone's praise, one subordinate overheard and trembled. Realizing they didn't grasp the consequences, he remembered Eugene destroying a whole slum for a few children and feared terrible revenge. The three butchers laughed madly, wondering why their group had such reckless fools. Georgie volunteered to handle the re-education of the alchemy child. He mocked heretic mages and praised Felon as the true creator. He looked deranged, ranting like a fanatic zealot. He threatened Loro Shi, who burst into tears, promising to correct the child's path. He tried to force open the bars in fury, but they didn't budge. Joji shouted for the key, and just then a flash of light struck an attack. Levant appeared, punching him into the wall with a single blow. Dombo and his comrades were stunned, unable to believe what they saw, but the most shocked was Loro Shi. Seeing her savior appear, the other two dropped to their knees, trembling and worshipping Elgato. Levant frowned, denying any role as the gang's heir. The hostages stared wide-eyed, and Lorochi muttered his name. Some refused to believe, calling it impossible. One reminded them he once worked with Eugene to control the slums. Bana mocked, scolding subordinates for not recognizing Elgato, calling it a capital sin. Levin coldly shouted, Disgusted by their ignorance, he angrily repeated the order forbidding harm to Faliva, threatening death for any who disobeyed. The two confusedly protested they only kidnapped a child. Not seeing the fault, Levent drew his knife, disgusted by their stupidity, and decided to wipe them out to protect his secret. Jokje, beaten crooked-faced, finally understood why El Patrino once issued a secret order. Levent muttered it gone too far, then demanded Chasiogris reveal that secret order's contents. The man reset his jaw and revealed El Patrino suspected El Gato of plotting betrayal. He bared his tongue, growling that El Gato must die immediately. Levent realized they'd planned to kill him from the start and laughed scornfully. He confidently said if they wanted to kill El Gato, they should have prepared better. Giozzi cracked his teeth and replied they hadn't come without a counterplan. A figure holding a staff stepped forward, saying a special gift had been prepared. Levent was surprised to hear it was a gift made just for El Gato. The one who emerged was Hermana, a mysterious, cold-faced woman. Under the silent night, Eugen stood by the window in moonlight, softly calling Levent's name. He recalled their argument and regretted speaking harshly to him. Havina suddenly reported Shed found traces of the gang's base. Eugen reacted instantly, asking where. Watching her controlled puppets, she said following the puppet would lead straight to them. Exciting Eugene. Havina asked worriedly if he planned to bring others. Eugene hesitated, recalled earlier warnings, and decided not to involve anyone. He drew his sword, telling her to report to the main house if he didn't return. Suab appeared insisting to come. She angrily swore to show the gang the price of touching her comrades. The mouse puppet darted ahead, forcing them to run breathlessly after it. When they caught up, they gasped, complaining about its speed and joking even zombies would tire. Before them lay a vast, complex sewer, the gang's hideout. They rested briefly before entering. Eugene worriedly asked Suabi, but she crossed her legs defiantly, saying she feared nothing. She boasted of her childhood feat, hunting a polar bear alone at age 5. Eugene awkwardly praised her bravery to stay on her good side. He warned seriously that this enemy was far stronger and more dangerous than usual. Suabi ignored him, questioning why Eugene even needed her along. Feeling underestimated, she grew angry, demanding he explain himself. As they argued, a dark figure appeared, stretching its skin to attack. Eugen pushed Suabi aside just in time, shouting for her to be careful. She panicked, asking what had flown past, then realized it was a sniper attack. Seeing the steel shard drop, she recognized it as a metal dart. Banta appeared, boasting of his elastic skin that could withstand immense force without tearing. He proudly said his shots had 10 times the power of arrows, praising Eugen's evasion. Suabi was horrified to learn he used his own flesh to launch weapons. A fat man suddenly appeared behind her, suspecting a traitor had leaked their location. He muttered analysis, blaming blood sugar Nick like a crazy formula. That man was Dunbo, a rogue assassin with abnormally high blood sugar. He mocked that Levent, once a gang member, had betrayed and left. Eugen was shocked, guessing Levent arrived first. Jaka praised her sharp deduction. Georgie, wearing a metal brace, confessed he once tried to stop Levent from falling into evil. Dunbo raised a mouse puppet and began telling the story dramatically. He spoke of Phelps, once El Gato, later purified by the light of a child named Faliva. Eugene shuddered, recalling how he blamed Levent and felt confused. He realized his own words had pushed things beyond control. Suabi asked in surprise why Eugene mentioned Levent during battle. Banta sneered, revealing Levent was seen as a traitor, leaving her unsure who he betrayed. Georgie's mocking laugh echoed, saying Levent worked for the gang but still lived. He boasted they had fought and captured their friends. Suabi sighed, thinking it was something more serious. She calmly said if Levent dared betray the gang, he must not be ordinary. Eugene nodded in agreement with a confident smile. They both readied themselves, declaring they would defeat the foes and save everyone. Hearing that, the three leaders charged forward in challenge. Jokji began with a move releasing countless skin arms wrapping the enemy. He grabbed Eugene's wrist, twisting the arm at a strange angle. He threatened Eugene to sheath his sword because he lacked love. Eugene countered with Faliva armor technique, slamming him headfirst into the ground. A strong gust rose, making him take a guarded stance. Dumbo rushed in to support his ally. Eugene was stunned that his strike caused no harm. His sword to the head left no mark. The fat man mocked that heads were the hardest part. Uncuttable, he pulled his mouth open, revealing rows of shining blades inside. From his mouth, blades shot out at terrifying speed, his skin gleaming like steel. Unable to dodge, Eugen was hit, and Suabi screamed in worry. She cast Ferreira, summoning lightning around herself. A stone wall rose to block. She asked if he was okay. Eugen said his armor absorbed it, though not pierced. The blow hurt badly. He admitted long-range attacks were troublesome. Suabi saw Eugen was strained and sought a way to turn the tide. A sly smile appeared as she decided on the right target. The three enemies behind the stone wall admired her, thinking she was a high-tier mage. Dumbo warned them, but before finishing, the wall exploded. He realized he misjudged her. Suab rode a magic wave forward, chanting endless flow. A massive wave crashed down, making the three scream in terror. She smiled challengingly, calling Banta out for a duel. Banta, shocked, pointed at himself, asking, "Me?" He tensed up in anger as his comrades tried to calm him down. Banta ignored them, went berserk, activating maximum elastic mode. He corrected himself, saying good elastic skin worked too. Then he lunged axe-armed, right into Sua B's trap. Dumbo realized the trick, sneering that exploiting others' weakness was cowardly. Yujin stood up, drew his sword, saying those moral words sounded hollow. He glared, taunting the enemy with contempt. Sua B kept gliding on the waves, preparing her next strike. Banta roared forward, body blazing, shouting who dared call him wrinkled. The insult enraged him to tears, screaming madly. Sua calmly smiled, saying she had finished her task. Meanwhile, Yujin faced the remaining two alone. His sword suddenly ignited, turning into the flame's sword. The heat from it scorched the surrounding air. Yujin unleashed Fire Slash to Seo, burning a corner of the bunker into flames. The two foes froze. Dumbo fell in fear while Georgie shielded himself amid the explosion. Yujin quickly left, deciding to find Loro C and Levent instead of wasting time. But he realized he didn't know the direction, wondering if he should ask the enemy. As the fire faded, Georgie still stood amid the smoke. Speaking mockingly, Eugene turned in shock upon hearing his voice. Georgie raved that metal is as cold as Felon's love. He flaunted his muscular body in flames, calling it burning love. He covered his face, chanting devotion to Felon in a twisted ritual. Then he lunged at Eugene with battle-crazed pleasure. Georgie punched hard. Eugene quickly raised his sword to block. He was shocked that Georgie fought barehanded against a blade. Georgie struck repeatedly, screaming that the more love he received, the stronger he became. He proudly declared his steel body couldn't be harmed by swords. Dumbo charged too, laughing that even his head was forged of steel. He attacked when Eugene slipped, mocking that his strikes were useless. Eugene smirked, clicking his tongue as if inspecting cheap metal. He gripped the sword tightly, vowing to crush them all. Dumbo rushed in, mocking that facing him head-on was desperation. He laughed arrogantly, asking if Eugene's frail body could withstand the impact. Eugene stayed firm, eyes blazing with resolve. He gripped his sword like a bat, shouting armor break Bolivia. To counterattack, the swing smashed Dumbo's head, sparks flying, metal cracking. He spun and fell as Eugene coldly said, "Where's your steel head now? Even if you resist heat, I burned you awake." Seeing his ally fall, the last one panicked. Eugene ordered him to lead the way to Loro City, but the man fled in terror, shocking Eugene with his sudden cowardice. Looking at the flattened fat man, Eugene doubted Levent was truly captured. It seemed unlikely. He gritted his teeth, knowing losing the trail would make finding Loro Shi extremely hard. He immediately chased after Jock G before he could escape. That man ran for his life in pure panic. Gasping, he muttered that Eugene was a monster like El Gato. Desperate, he headed for the only door that might save him, the hostage room. He planned to use the alchemist child as leverage, but upon entering, his face froze in shock. He screamed in horror as the cell was open and the guards were gone. Only Lorochi sat there, trembling yet joyfully calling out. The joy vanished when he sensed something was wrong. From above, a cold gaze flashed. The hand of death was about to strike. The hand grabbed Jock G's head, squeezing until he screamed in pain. Then he was flung, spinning in a wild vortex. Levent landed softly after finishing him off. The man fainted while Levent exhaled, raising his hand and whispering, "Warm myself." A flash of memory reminded Levent why he came here. Back to reality, he looked at his trembling friend and gently said, "Come out, Lorosi." He reached out, telling the boy to leave before the place was surrounded, but the boy screamed in fear and stepped back. Loroch's panic startled Levent, who quickly apologized. He admitted he had dragged the boy into this danger. Without hesitation, Levent carried him on his back, rushing away as the situation worsened. Recalling Hermana's appearance made Levent bitterly realize things should have ended earlier. Just hearing her name tightened his chest. Hermana. He wondered why she was here. He suspected So's plan to distract him, but knew Hermana also hated So. Childhood memories surfaced. They once swore vengeance together. Levent clenched his fist, believing he could persuade her but needed to find Eugene or Hermana first. At that moment, Eugene had already encountered her, the worst possible outcome. In front of him, the mysterious girl approached silently despite his question. Suddenly, she slashed. Eugene barely blocked in time. He retreated, analyzing her power, sensing something deeper hidden. Seeing the petite figure wielding a giant axe, Eugene froze and said, "So, you really are Hermana?" Anna ignored the question, spinning fiercely. The fierce wind formed a tornado blocking all approach. Eugene was stunned, unable to grasp what was happening. A burst of attack shattered the ground. He reacted instantly to dodge. The spot he stood on was obliterated. He was terrified by the power. Recalling his mother's image, stones around them began to move strangely. Hermana swung her axe, sending a huge rock flying. With no choice, Eugene stepped on a rock to leap away. He spun and landed safely. Hermana charged, attacking nonstop while Eugene only defended. The impact blasted him away into the smoke, crashing into a thick wall. His body was badly hurt. Eugene gritted his teeth, realizing direct confrontation was suicide. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind. Levent shouted in shock. Surprised, Eugene burst out of the wall. Eugene recognized his friend and called out Levent. Before they could speak, another explosion forced them alert. Eugene pulled Levent to run, shouting, "Run now!" While escaping, they exchanged updates and rescue plans. Levent reported rescuing Lorchi through a secluded path. Eugene panicked, asking why he let Lorochi go alone. Levin sighed, saying there was no other way. Eugene stayed worried. He asked who Levin was fleeing from. Levin suddenly stopped, glancing back. Eugene halted too, wary of his reaction. He asked what Levin was planning. Levin reassured him it was an acquaintance, though her face was covered. He revealed her manhwa was once a special member of the Soho group. Eugene grew more confused about the special collection. They greeted awkwardly, and Levin apologized for leaving without explanation. He said his departure related to an old goal. While her manhwa trembled silently, Eugene sensed danger, sweat dripping. He lunged to grab Levin, dodging her manhwa's sudden attack. Levin froze, staring at the unresponsive girl. They narrowly escaped the fatal strike. Eugene panicked, blaming Levin for calling her an acquaintance. Still shaken, Eugene doubted their bond. While Levin was confused by her manhwa's attack, in anger and despair, Levin suspected she had completely changed. Dronzer stepped out from behind, mocking that this reunion was disappointing. Eugene was puzzled, not recognizing who they once hunted. He twisted his deformed head, revealing Elgato's face, thought dead as his henchman appeared, proving human endurance. Eugene stared in horror. They realized they were surrounded by other Sicario assassins. Levin sighed, saying this force far exceeded what was needed. Even with a twisted head, Dronzer mocked that Elgato sparked the rebellion. Levin objected, accusing Dronzer of madness, condemned even by Petrino, calling the Bolivia attack a mistake. He realized the link between Soho and the Eternal Order had been hidden, and Eugene's assassination order was secret. Dronzer laughed, straightened his head, saying El Petrino foresaw Elgato's betrayal. He declared Levin must prove his loyalty. He grabbed her manhwa, lifting her, saying the true traitor wasn't Levin. When the veil was pulled off, her manhwa's empty face appeared. She was the traitor. A control stone on her forehead showed she'd lost her will, turned into a weapon. Eugene panicked, stunned by the horrific sight. Dronzer mocked, daring Levin to kill her manhwa to prove loyalty. The soldiers laughed loudly, awaiting the tragedy. Levin trembled, rage and sorrow rising. Her manhwa had been the only light in his hellish life. She came from an ancient clan tied to Lord Feline and the 12 creators. After her clan's fall, she was imprisoned and used like property. Even so, she cared for and protected the children in the gang, but she was forced into the cruelest missions. Her manhwa sacrificed herself so the gang's children could live innocently for a while. She once told Levin that was how she reminded herself not to fall. She believed Lord Feline gave humans freedom and hoped the light freeing them from despair. George Ohm laughed insanely, mocking that a traitor like her manhwa deserved to lose her soul, a fate worse than death. He shouted again, challenging Levin to kill her manhwa to prove loyalty. But suddenly, Levin punched him in the face. Even hit, George smirked wickedly, accusing Levin of betrayal, enraging him to grab his hair. Rage turned Levin into a beastly brute. All around watched in shock at his transformation. George roared, ordering an attack, saying the traitor was revealed. The underlings rushed in as Levin searched his coat. Declaring George the real traitor, he accused George of destroying Phelps to steal technology and turning her manhwa into a tool. His voice cracked, admitting he was never loyal from the start. George retorted that traitors must pay with their lives. He threatened to torture everything Levin cared about. When nothing was left, Levin would beg for death. Levin coldly replied he had nothing left to lose. George shouted, confirming Levin's execution. He ordered them to capture Levin alive for prolonged torment. Eugene was struck by a sudden attack from the soldiers. He tried to defend, realizing they were skilled assassins, and signaled a retreat. But seeing Levin, Eugene knew he wouldn't run. George shouted for her manhwa to restrain Elgato. Her manhwa obeyed like a soulless puppet. She pointed her sword straight at Levin. Levin gathered power, activating enhancement magic to counter. Eugene on the other side could only dodge the fierce attacks. He realized her manhwa was the strongest warrior. If she joined fully, they would lose. Eugene knew only stopping her controller could save everyone. He charged toward George with reckless resolve. George realized he was injured, half his brain crushed. He lost control, his body spasming erratically. Eugene pressed his sword to his neck, ordering him to stop her manhwa or die. George sneered, daring him to strike, saying killing a traitor would help the gang. Eugene sweated, knowing they were blinded and negotiation was useless. In a split-second decision, he swung his sword down, but suddenly, Eugene froze, eyes widening in horror. George countered, slamming him to the ground and coldly laughing that Eugene had dropped his guard. George rasped that the serotoxin in him was lethal. Even if he died, Eugene wouldn't survive. He collapsed, while Eugene clutched his mouth as the poison began spreading. Meanwhile, her manhwa and Levin fought fiercely. Levin screamed in despair, asking what he should do about her manhwa. Suddenly, a stranger stabbed him from behind. Eugene gasped, feeling paralysis from the poison. His face paled as the toxin spread rapidly. Suddenly, strange water flowed from nowhere. Sweep slid it, panicking, shouting she couldn't control her magic anymore. Eugene instantly sensed something abnormal. The surroundings were quickly engulfed by a raging flood. The dry ground turned into a deep lake within moments. Sweep burst from the surface. Gasping for air, she sighed in relief, thinking she had died. Luckily, her magic returned, allowing her to save the group, but she wondered if a stronger mage was manipulating the area. Eugene thanked Suabe for saving everyone. She boasted that without her they'd be doomed, then scolded Levin for leaving without thanks. Levin coldly replied he never asked for her help. Suabe grew angry, reminding him he'd been captured and tortured, while Eugene stepped in to calm them. Suddenly, Suabe froze upon noticing something strange. She said Levin's back was leaking siro, and he indifferently called it a minor wound. Then sharp pain spread through his body. Suabe panicked, realizing he had burned the wound to stop the poison. Eugene quietly asked about her mana, the one Levin called with such emotion. He asked what she meant to him and urged him to share so they could help. Levin lowered his head, softly saying it was too late. He explained Phelps' technology had turned her mana into a living machine, deeply altering her brain beyond repair. His face grew heavy as he spoke of the controlling fragments. An idea flashed in Eugene's eyes. He suggested using the absolute removal tool, a magic that returns matter to zero. Breaking the fragments, he explained that if they tuned the right wavelength, they could separate her mana from the tech without harming her brain. Levin hesitated at the risk. Eugene smiled, saying that as long as there was hope, it was worth trying. Levin was deeply moved by that faith. He bowed his head, voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please help me save her mana." Eugene smiled firmly, saying they'd stand together even if Levin didn't ask. Levin began planning, noting they were in an underground channel. Suabe teased that he was waiting for rescue. The group gathered to discuss their action plan. Everyone agreed, and the mood grew more determined. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed. The entire bunker shook fiercely. Suabe panicked, asking if it was an earthquake or magic blast. Eugene and Levin immediately recognized it as a bomb. Levin analyzed that the enemy couldn't locate them, so they were sealing exits with explosives. Suabe feared they'd destroy their own base. Eugene replied they'd do anything. The group ran together, time running out. While running, Eugene recalled George's words about the serotoxin, realizing it was destroying him. On the other side, George's men were still unconscious. While he trembled and stood, George covered his eyes, screaming to blow up every escape route. As he spoke, an explosion erupted right beside him. He roared in rage, cursing whoever was stupid enough to blast there. Turning back, he froze at what he saw. Suabe jumped out cheerfully, boasting they caused that explosion. She taunted him, asking if he was happy to see them again. George went mad, vowing to kill them all and make Levin suffer, but Suabe sneered that he didn't need to bother. Levin silently gripped his axe, lightning flashing around its blade. Without hesitation, he slammed it down with full power. The massive current spread through the floor, paralyzing all of George's soldiers. Even George couldn't escape the electric surge. He convulsed violently, screaming in agony. All of them collapsed, groaning across the floor. Eugene was pleased the plan worked, while Suabe pouted, mocking his hero act. Levin quickly pulled out a bag of strange materials. He hurled them at the enemies, causing a massive explosion. Then he shattered the wall barrier, opening a path outside. He ordered Suabe to use water magic to wash the enemies to the lower level. She eagerly complied. Suabe raised her hand, confident she'd wipe them out with one giant water spell. But her smile quickly faded. Eugene and Levin turned, urging her to cast since they still had to save her mana. Suabe nervously replied that nature's magic wasn't responding, something was controlling it. As they hesitated, a familiar figure appeared within the water. Hermana slowly stepped out to face them. For mages, the number of threads determines their magical power and ability. For salmon mages, the threads connect them with nature. The more threads, the deeper the bond and greater the power. Suabe, the sea tribe salmon prodigy, possessed 8 threads, feared by archmages for her beyond-limit power. Thus, nature's silence was impossible unless something inhuman intervened. A force beyond human comprehension seemed to dominate nature here. At that moment, everyone realized Hermana's presence. Without hesitation, she charged to attack them. Levin panicked, cursing that their plan was ruined. He wanted a one-on-one with Hermana before the soldiers awoke, but now had to relocate. He suddenly fled, leaving Eugene shouting in confusion. Asking what he was doing, Levin raised an item, signaling the team to prepare. Suabe and Eugene looked puzzled. Not understanding, he shouted a warning before throwing the object to the ground. The object hit the floor and shone intensely. Strange light erupted from Hermana's body. A massive explosion followed, swallowing the entire area. The blast threw Eugene and Suabe far away. Water from the spell surged and flooded the tunnel. Suabe slid along the surface, struggling to stay steady. She angrily scolded Levin for blowing up the floor, but he calmly explained it was to reactivate her power. He reminded her that even without Seiman magic, she could still use her specialty ice spells. Eugene began chanting the absolute dispel spell. Preparing to strike, the three united, determined to continue saving her mana. They identified the stone on her forehead as the core controlling the fragments inside her. Only absolute dispel could remove it. Eugene suddenly panicked, realizing he wasn't skilled enough to control the spell mid-battle. He worried the casting time was too short and hitting the stone on such a strong warrior would be nearly impossible. Levin admitted it but believed they could still create an opening. He said Hermana was a descendant of ancient warriors who fought beside Lord Feline against the Abyss, far beyond human limits. Even so, she wasn't invincible. If he and Sweeb combined pull and ice magic, they could blind her, giving Eugen a chance. Sweeb's eyes widened in panic, shouting she wasn't skilled enough. She confessed she couldn't use salmon spells, and her ice magic barely passed her exams. Levin froze, unable to believe it. In that brief distraction, Hermana struck him with a fatal blow. Eugen screamed his name in terror. He rushed forward, trying to stop the fight. Hermana spun her axe, ready for another strike. She swept it fiercely toward Eugen. A thunderous explosion shook the area. Eugen was flung hundreds of meters, badly injured. Levin gritted his teeth, furious that everything went off plan and salmon magic failed again. He noticed every failure coincided with Hermana's presence. He guessed her ancient bloodline might be disrupting the energy flow. Though unsure why, he knew he had to create an opening for Eugen's absolute dispel. He shouted for Eugen to focus on the chant. He himself would blind Hermana. Seeing Levin's recklessness, Eugen fearfully begged him to stop. The technique Levin prepared was Fabful's ultimate magic, turning normal objects into magic swords through high-grade enchantment. But his body was exhausted. Using it over 5 minutes would kill him. Even so, Eugen trusted him completely. Levin poured all his energy into a massive strike against Hermana. She raised her axe to block, and the impact exploded violently. The equal forces made the ground quake. Eugen and Sweeb could only watch in horror. Sweeb clenched her teeth, hating her helplessness without salmon magic. Eugen grew wary, his vision blurring from the poison. He punched his cheek hard to stay awake. Sweeb gasped, shouting his name. Eugen's eyes blazed with determination, refusing to let his mind drift. He knew one slip of focus would doom the spell. This was their only chance to live. Seeing him regain composure, Sweeb was stunned as natural energy began to stir. She couldn't understand why nature responded to a mage with only one thread like Eugen. Suddenly, Hermana stopped fighting and turned toward Eugen. She sensed he was preparing a dangerous spell. Sweeb immediately stepped in front of Eugen, shouting she wouldn't be a burden. Hermana reached out and grabbed Sweeb's arm. He grabbed tightly and flung her far away. The throw made Sweeb roll on the ground. Dizzy, Eugen forced himself up, gathering all remaining strength. With just one more moment, he could finish the spell. A flash of lightning burst from Levin's side. The bolt struck Hermana, making her scream in pain. Eugen was shocked as a chance appeared before him. Levin signaled loudly, urging Eugen to act now. Eugen immediately entered the casting stance. His hands trembled slightly but controlled the energy precisely. All streams of power converged toward Hermana. The spell Absolute Dispel activated, shining brightly. Pure light flared between the two. As the radiance faded, Hermana collapsed. Her face gentle again, Eugen smiled. They had succeeded, his body exhausted. He spoke weakly, voice fading. Then Eugen fell to the ground, unconscious. Levin rushed to catch him, crying with emotion they had saved Hermana. Bee burst out anxiously, her body weak and mind filled with questions. She asked if Hermana was free. He said no. The device broke. They must destroy all remaining grafts. She watched nervously, deciding to find an escape but unsure how to leave. Levin calmly said they must act immediately. The team was surprised by his lack of preparation. He insisted they escape now before collapsing, asking them to pull him and Hermana out. Sweeb snapped at his orders. He pointed to the drain pipe. Suddenly the ground shook. Explosions continued, and monsters awoke. The team could only pray. The demon was now exhausted. The Supreme Commander appeared. He struggled to speak the truth, apologizing, actually, was poisoned. Shocking everyone, Levin told Sue-Abe to care for Hermana while he checked the situation. Before finishing, a loud explosion erupted. Smoke filled the vision. A shadowy figure appeared, mocking the traitors and the brats. The mutant laughed as his body transformed with new energy. Sue-Abe asked suspiciously how he found them. The giant replied that falling to the lowest level led to the only escape through the waterway. He revealed himself as Georgi, boasting his blood had reached peak level and that deduction was easy. Eugen was terrified, unable to believe he survived the fatal blow. He laughed, saying his blood had turned into regenerative fluid through extreme consumption. Levin paled, realizing they had surpassed human limits and doubting the headquarters. Iger recklessly drew his weapon to attack. He slashed fiercely, creating a sea of fire. Georgi remained calm, boasting his blood had become deadly poison. He praised the opponent's spirit, calling him a talented young warrior. But he said he now countered fire. Georgi's body protected him, and the three fought together. Sue-Abe feared he was exploiting teammates. Eugen was also drained after his last strike. Levin calculated, knowing both sides were exhausted and the battle must end soon. Georgi declared his counterattack was ready without blood liberation. They couldn't resist Hermana. He asserted they only had minutes left, forcing them to endure while he secured victory. Levin was furious, cursing his enemy repeatedly. Eugen realized the foe knew Levin's weakness, making the situation perilous. He begged Sue-Abe to perform the war blessing ritual for strength, but she refused due to strict conditions and high risk. He insisted he had succeeded before and asked her to trust him. She sweated nervously, Doubting his words, Eugen's eyes suddenly changed color, gaze turning strange. Lightning struck him before anyone could react. He convulsed violently and fell. Banda stepped out triumphantly, mocking them for their foolish mistake. Eugen endured the pain. Realizing the enemy had evolved into something far more dangerous, he despaired as his vision blurred while Levent struggled against the empowered guards. His strength was drained, leaving him barely able to move. A deep voice ordered everyone to stop. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. The ground split open, forming a massive pit. Eugen was horrified to see the abyss stretching deep underground. On the edge stood the imposing figure of a man. He drew his sword, scolding Eugen's stubbornness. Eugen was shocked to see it was Prince Hebronia. "Gone, Elisa!" Gon didn't hesitate, leaping down to unleash a powerful fire strike. The enemies were quickly forced into despair. Eugen was amazed that Gon's Desio strike was many times stronger than his own. Gon approached and called Eugen by a familiar name, Xiaoxia. He reminded him not to cause trouble again. Eugen stammered to explain but couldn't finish. Banda angrily interrupted, demanding why Gon was here. In an instant, Gon kicked him straight into the abyss. Above, Lavina gasped for breath. Gon praised her for completing her mission perfectly. Levin was astonished by the immense magic power Lavina controlled. Eugen was fading but breathed a sigh of relief. A hand reached out to support him. Jialoaname appeared, calming him as he nervously asked who she was. Gon ordered an immediate check on his condition. Suib reported he was severely poisoned, and Iname instantly grasped the situation. She activated her communication ability and began transmitting a report. Eugen, still conscious, wondered who she was talking to. Suddenly, monsters charged from behind, roaring in fury. They screamed threats to bury everyone in this hell. Levin panicked as blinding light erupted. Realizing they intended to self-destruct, Banda shouted that he would explode to avenge his comrades, then triggered the blast, but midway, he froze. Face stiff with shock, a sphere appeared, absorbing all his energy. Levent was stunned, not understanding why the blast direction had changed. All power converged into a single point, clear evidence of magic. This defied logic, for no one could control reactions faster than sound. The Twin Blade warriors could only gape in disbelief. Banda's face twisted in terror. He realized he was doomed. Stammering in disbelief, he trembled and asked, "What are you?" A girl appeared and coldly replied, "Duyalim." She was a battle mage from the academy who once fought the abyss, still alive. Eugen recognized her as his senior. Anika! She angrily vowed to punish anyone who harmed her student. Scene shift. Eugen woke up in the hospital, body still weak. He thought if they hadn't arrived in time, if Lorazzi hadn't escaped and called Anika, they'd all be dead. He remembered he was the one who risked himself to save Lorochi. Emotions surged, forcing Eugen to stay calm. He reached for the coat beside him. He decisively prepared to leave. The doctor panicked and told him to stay, but he promised to return soon. Eugen vowed never to let tragedy repeat again. Elsewhere, Gon and Iname were calmly drinking tea. Gon asked, "So, you really want to join Du Yulim?" He nodded firmly, affirming his resolve. Gon asked again, "Do you know what a Yulim truly is?" He hesitated, thinking it was a combat magic department. Gon calmly explained that Du Yulim was the oldest and most prestigious battle mage order. Now an elite academy, even in peace, only exceptional talents could join. Hearing that, Eugen wondered why he was unqualified just for being a single thread mage. Gon sternly said it was because he knew his weakness yet acted recklessly. Forcing them to intervene, he revealed that Anika was under house arrest and severely punished for the incident, shocking and angering Eugen. Iname added that to keep the criminal organization secret, they blamed Anika to end the matter quietly. Gon sipped his tea, mocking that troublemakers like him were unworthy of Du Yulim. He sneered that if Eugen only liked fighting, he should quit magic and go to Bolivia, a place for the weak. Eugen furiously argued he had worked hard to surpass the limits of a single thread mage. He vowed to prove his power, casting a spell right before them. That act instantly drew both seniors' attention, but Gan coldly shouted for him to stop acting rashly. He asked sharply if Eugen dared to chant a spell before him. Eugen froze, feeling the killing intent pressing down. He thought taking one more step would mean death. Iname intervened, reminding Eugen that his opponent was unlike Anika. They weren't restrained. She warned that even a slip of their hand could kill him. Her gentle words made Eugen break into a cold sweat. The tension eased as Eugen forced a smile, asking if the prince meant to mock him, but Gan retorted harshly that he wasn't weak enough to fight someone barely standing. Eugen still trembled from the lingering poison, his body frail. Iname helped him up, scolding Gan for being harsh. Was he planning to kill a wounded man? Then she sighed, scolding Eugen for challenging a prince, even a fallen one. Eugen knelt, explaining he meant no insult, but Gan curtly replied not to trust women skilled at hiding emotions. He clarified it wasn't about power. He himself had chosen Du Yulim, surprising Eugen, who thought had abandoned succession. Gan admitted he too was curious why Eugen longed so much to join, though ambition was understandable. He advised that strength didn't have to come from Du Lim or a magic academy. In Folivia, he could learn swordsmanship and be valued more. Yujin bowed his head, saying that since Lady Felon saved him, he had his own ideal. He wanted to become a mage like her and help unfortunate children like himself. Gon curiously asked what he said when he first enrolled. Yujin honestly told him he was mocked for weakness, poor alchemy, and dreaming to follow Felon's path. Hearing that, Gon sighed, saying he was overly self-conscious and should just shut up. Yujin remained firm, saying he only wished to protect everyone's dreams. That was the way to be like Lady Felon. He believed if all dreams were protected together, they'd move closer to Felon's ideals. Yujin admitted he was still weak without his senior's help. He couldn't have protected his friends. That's why he vowed to join Du Lim, to grow stronger and never repeat old mistakes. Gon fell silent for a few seconds at his fierce determination. Then he smiled faintly, showing understanding. He compared Yujin to a stubborn flower in the garden, always returning after being driven away, and Yujin replied, "Yes, I won't give up." Inaim interjected, saying that though admirable, they had no right to admit him into Du Lim. She reminded him to ask the supervising professor, which made Yujin suddenly remember. When he asked, he learned the professor was absent and no one knew when he'd return. Gon added that the man had been gone for 2 years, leaving Yujin shocked and worried for Du Lim. Scene shift, he stepped out of the room after resting for a while. In the hallway, Yujin saw Levin in a wheelchair, cheerfully greeting him. He asked in surprise, and Levin laughed, saying the doctor was just overcautious. He wasn't as bad as he looked. He also told him that her mana had finally stabilized. Yujin jumped up in shock, unable to believe his ears. He urgently asked if they could use the absolute removal module to extract the device from her brain. Levin replied, "Didn't you hear what the seniors said?" Yujin was puzzled. Which seniors? Then recalling the earlier tense talk, he began to sweat nervously. Levin calmly explained that her mana was being treated by the Du Lim team, whose doctors were top tier. After examination, they confirmed they could remove the implant and keep her safe there. He said Yujin's method was fine, but this way was safer and more reliable, so he trusted their decision. Hearing that, Yujin tearfully relaxed, relieved he wouldn't have to witness a risky operation. Levin only sighed that had nearly caused trouble. Yujin turned away, thinking more deeply about Du Lim. He wondered why an ordinary academic group had such advanced facilities and a powerful medical team. He concluded Du Lim must be hiding a great secret, yet he was still determined to join. Levin just shrugged, saying who could really know? Yujin eagerly suggested Levin join too, since Du Lim had helped them so much and seemed more trustworthy than expected. But Levin suddenly confessed, "Sorry, I'm already a member of Du Lim." His words left Yujin speechless, only able to utter, "Huh." He was confused, remembering they said no one could join while the professor was absent. Tears streamed down as Yujin quietly left the castle, full of disappointment and shame. Levin stood by the window, silently watching his figure fade into the sunset. Gon approached, softly asking if hiding the truth was right, since it had clearly hurt Yujin. Levin replied that if he revealed the pact with the professor and his reason for leaving the Magic Academy and Du Lim. Gon sighed, saying calmly that no one knew what Yujin might do. He was too impulsive and meddlesome. Levin frowned, saying firmly he didn't want to drag Yujin into the coming trouble, for the battles ahead would be more brutal than hell itself. Elsewhere, Sweeb was busy giving orders to the Du Lim team. While working, she teased Yujin that it'd fit better as a shaman mage. He protested for her to stop joking. Sweeb laughed, saying nature never answers her, yet it listens to him, a sign of a born shaman. She seriously explained that if nature connects on its own, even a single thread mage doesn't matter. Yujin scratched his head, denying it was just an accident during cutback training, as had never studied shamanic arts. Sweeb exclaimed that was exactly what amazed her. He didn't need to learn it. Yet nature still heard him. She grew more excited as the others stepped in to calm her. While Yujin stood confused by the commotion, he broke into a sweat, smiling awkwardly, saying he only wanted to join Du Lim and didn't care about shamans. The team teased, "Are you even sure you'll be accepted?" He answered firmly that he would. Even so, Yujin kept smiling confidently, saying he would definitely succeed, just his usual style. The group chatted about Du Lim while working, worried the professor had been missing for 2 years, but Yujin vowed to uncover the truth through Levin. A loud shout rang out. Grand opening. Crowds poured in, filling the street. Tang Mai stood holding a signboard, shouting cheerfully. People lined up with cups, the air lively and festive. Yujin rolled up his sleeves, excited for a prosperous sales day. The sunset dyed the street golden. Sweeb hugged her gold pouch, grinning brightly, thrilled at earning a big profit. She jumped for joy while Yujin and the Du Lim team sighed in relief after a long day. Sweeb gleefully said she could now reclaim her grandmother's shaman tools. Surprising everyone, Yujin stretched and suggested visiting Levin in the hospital to check on him. Sweeb, still admiring her gold ring, proposed buying a gift for Levin, making Du Lim laugh helplessly. No wonder she was always broke. They chatted and joked about money, unaware of a gaze watching them from afar. Eugene told Suib to store her gold safely, but she laughed that no one would dare rob them after they wiped out a gang, though Eugene worried about her spending. As Suib was about to step away, a hand suddenly grabbed her ankle. She screamed, trembling but muttering that she could always earn more. An old beggar looked up, trembling, apologizing and begging for help. Before he could finish, Suib furiously stomped on him, forcing Eugene to rush in and stop her. The golden sunset shone over the chaotic scene. The bruised old man still crawled forward, hoarsely pleading for alms. Shocking everyone, Suib coldly told him to earn money like her, but he begged that he was starving and weak from the long road. His plea made her pause, eyes softening as she recalled her own hardships. She opened her pouch to give him some money, but when she looked inside, her face froze, eyes going blank. The pouch was empty, a hole torn at the bottom. All the gold was gone. She gripped it tightly, heart twisting, rage igniting. She screamed, accusing the old man of stealing all her money. Suib turned to Eugene, demanding if he saw where the man went, but he shook his head. She fumed, scolding him for missing it when the man was right there. Eugene stammered. Speechless, they looked to the end of the alley, but the old man had vanished completely. Late afternoon, Levin's hospital room, the three entered. Suib still furious over her loss. Eugene comforted her, saying the police had been notified and would catch the thief soon. He stood outside the door, thinking police weren't always reliable. Eugene pushed the door open, muttering that if he saw the thief again, he'd make him pay. Inside, Levin was talking with a strange man. The air was tense. The man seemed slightly injured. Levin began to introduce him, but before he could finish, Suib screamed in rage, pointing straight at him. It was the beggar from before. The old man just smiled faintly, rasping thanks to the young lady for waking him up. Levin, confused, asked if they knew each other. Surprised to hear him called a beggar, Suib cut him off, charging forward like a storm, shouting she would kill him. The group panicked, rushing to stop her as Levin yelled for her to halt, but the old man simply raised one hand. With no contact, an invisible force instantly froze Suib midair. The fire in her eyes faded, her breath quick and shaky. The old man calmly lowered his hand, saying in a deep voice, "No noise in the hospital room." In that stunned moment, Yeodun realized the man truly possessed magic. Levin solemnly explained that the man was the professor of Du Lim Academy. Leaving everyone speechless, Yeodun, Su, and Geo Lim were shocked to learn the professor missing for 2 years had returned. Roy laughed smugly, looking proud of their astonishment. Yagin stood frozen, mind swirling at the thought that he once wandered like a beggar. His voice trembled as he wished it were a joke. Guilt rising inside, the sound of papers closing echoed as Christine announced the basic lesson was over. Christine informed them that next week would be the practical training period, where students would visit other departments. The class quickly focused, realizing the decision would greatly affect their futures. The teacher eagerly hoped her students would find their true path. Easton gathered materials and waved goodbye, ending class in a strange mood. Giovanna doubted the reason for the professor's return, while Havina Tam believed it was all prearranged. Eugen calmly replied that the academy was prestigious and full of talented seniors. Though Giovanna remained unconvinced, he mentioned other famous academies like Lucina and Megan, which specialized in combat and security. Eugene firmly stated that Duyolim was still the strongest of them all. Suib frowned, mentioned the theft case that made other choices invalid. Leaving Yidin slightly confused, he vowed to join Dulim to learn from Gaon, the only one who could master Disio. Havina mocked that some didn't know about the incident because they came from remote regions, prompting Giovanna's curiosity. Yeoden couldn't hide his impatience. Asking about the event they mentioned, Havina recounted how 2 years ago, many Dulim members mysteriously vanished. Casting a heavy mood, Yeogin was stunned, and Giovanna added that no one knew the cause, only vague rumors. The story made him suspicious, especially since the demoted professor returned right now. The group fell silent in thought. Eugen suddenly laughed excitedly, saying that only made things more interesting and decided instantly. Havina frowned coldly, mocking that fools only learn through pain. The Dulim department's trial session officially began. Yeodin and Suabi joined the crowded hall. Surprised it was packed despite the dark rumors, a gentle voice nearby said rumors only made people more curious. It had been 2 years since the academy last recruited. Eri appeared, looking at Eugene with a friendly yet unreadable gaze, saying there was no harm in trying. Maybe he'd be chosen. After a few exchanges, she introduced herself as Eri, and the other as Eugene Folivia. Eri admitted she had watched Eugene's fight with Asis, which inspired her to join Dulim. A mocking laugh came from behind. Ridiculing their flattery, he sneered that Eugene dared appear at Dulim after being humiliated by Asis, openly scorning him. Yeoden frowned, unable to hide his irritation. Suabi coldly demanded to know who the arrogant man was. Eri, startled, revealed he was Bento Bison, the son of a powerful noble family tied to royalty. Bento smirked mockingly, insulting Eugene and Suabi with disdainful words. His friends laughed loudly, calling the Bolivia tribe barbaric border people. Suabi shouted furiously, ready to fight, declaring that barbarians would never bow to nobles. Roy glanced ahead, amused by the rising tension. He clapped loudly, silencing the class as all eyes turned to the podium. Roy gently reminded Eugene's group to stop arguing. Professor Kwanthai calmly spoke, asking everyone to quiet down because he had arrived. The class murmured curiously, wondering if he was the head professor of Du Lim. As soon as Sua B saw him, she shouted thief, but Roy just laughed and said he was the real professor. Roy Seaton introduced himself as the head of Geo Lim. Sweeb, still angry, demanded her money back, but Roy ignored her and complained about the hardships of nobles. He began class with a brief introduction to the Duolim department. Roy scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, saying everyone already knew, so had skipped to the main lecture. His voice suddenly hardened as he warned those who came only out of curiosity to leave. Roy declared that only those truly qualified were allowed to stay. His words made Bento and Talia grin smugly. Assuming he was praising them, he warned the test could be deadly since this was a battle mage academy, leaving Eugene surprised. In this academy, the weak were mercilessly eliminated. He looked around, noticing fewer people left than he expected. Roy spoke sternly, asking the remaining ones why they chose this path. He asked, "Why walk the bloody road where you kill or get killed?" Silence filled the room. Eugene raised his hand, saying he wanted strength to protect his war-torn homeland. Roy smirked, eyes mixing disdain and curiosity. He mocked Eugene as a Navy noble, making the class laugh and Eugene blush. When it was Bento's turn, he arrogantly declared he sought honor on the front lines. Talia coldly said power was the only reason she needed. Eri said she wanted to gain confidence, while Sua B vowed to become the strongest. The students cheered together, the air burning with determination. Roy's gaze turned icy, saying they didn't waver even after his warning. He mocked their smiles, saying they were foolish to treat this place like a game. He stepped closer to Eri, voice dripping with sarcasm, asking again why she came. Roy sneered that Eri thought Du Lim was gentle training. Stirring the class, he harshly told unserious students to leave. Eri trembled, trying to explain. Roy's tone dropped heavy as he asked why someone so weak was still standing there. Sua B and Eugene stood up in protest, questioning his cruelty. Roy gave a twisted smile, clearly pleased by their defiance. He paused briefly, then replied coldly, "The reason is..." Then he cast a spell, burning Eri to ashes, terrifying the entire class. Yen froze, unable to believe what he'd just seen. Roy screamed madly, saying he despised their hypocrisy and war fanaticism. He gestured for the start, a chilling aura flooding the room. Roy declared he'd let the little nobles and ladies taste real combat. Yeo Den stiffened as Roy said he'd attack for 5 minutes, while Bento laughed, calling him insane. Roy announced that anyone surviving 5 minutes would be accepted into Du Yelim. Making Talia grin slyly, he warned coldly that the fearful should run 2 years ago. People had disappeared the same way. His words made Eugene's heart sink. Realizing this place truly demanded lives as the price, Roy's gaze locks on Eugene, as if provoking and choosing him as the target. Yuden tries to stay calm despite the surging emotions. The class panics, screams echoing as people scatter. Yuden grits his teeth in anger. Confused about what kind of test this is, he shouts for Roy to stop when seeing his fist flying forward. But Roy refuses to stop, scolding that this is no place for jokes. His punch strikes with terrifying speed and ruthless power. Blows rain down endlessly, his arm seeming to turn into many fists. Eugene's glass sword flies from his hand. His stunned realizing this is real magic. Talia and Bento are frozen. Sua B screams for Yuden amid the chaos. Roy roars that even children at the military academy know the cost of being a warrior. He scornfully asks if they truly understand the meaning of battle mage. Roy furiously declares that the uncommitted don't deserve the mage title. He commands them to either leave or prove their courage. Talia immediately chants, declaring she'll respond with her own magic. Bento arrogantly retorts that the professor knows nothing about real honor. Sua B joins in, arguing that survival in nature is constant battle. Yuden panics, begging them to stop before they get caught in a magic storm. After minutes of chaos, the room lies in ruins with few still standing. Dark, twisted light flares as mana surges, making Yuden shiver. He realizes in horror it's the same spell as before the hunger magic. Roy charges at Talia, saying strength is not a choice but a necessity. He shouts, asking if they've ever truly fought for their lives. Stunning Talia. She's struck hard and sent flying before she can react. With a crashing sound, Roy coldly says the slow only die. Yuden's mind flashes. He realizes Roy's punches and invisibility use the same technique. Roy bends light with magic so no ordinary eye, not even Eugene's, can see him. This spell doesn't shine but leaves faint black trails, perfectly concealing him. Though simple in look, he moves subtly to stay out of opponent's sight. Roy turns on Bento, his speed and strikes deadly precise like a master swordsman. Eugene takes a deep breath, eyes sharp, believing he can block the attack. He rushes to shield against Roy, guessing his moves from battle experience. Roy lets out a dry laugh amid the smoke, praising Eugene as different from the rest. Bento grits his teeth in anger, snapping that he doesn't need help. Roy suddenly vanishes, cold wind sweeping behind Bento. The counterattack coming from the rear. He appears, swinging like a blade, scolding that hesitation means failing to protect anyone. Bento collapses, and Roy swiftly turns, eyes locking onto Eugene. Sua B shouts, telling Eugene to prepare to combine attacks. He answers instantly, both ready to fight together. Sua B draws magic, light spreading as she mocks Roy as a thief posing as professor. Yuden unleashes full power, merging mana with hers, slashing furiously at Roy's notion of teaching through battle. Roy smirks, amusement flickering on his face. Eugene releases his strength, creating massive ice that shatters space. Dust engulfing the classroom, Roy squints with a cruel grin, watching them like prey in a thrilling hunt. He realizes Eugene copied a spell. Surprised by the boy's stealth in the smoke, calling him a genius, Roy coughs amid the dust, sneering that such weakness is fatal. He casts Iron Thorn magic, raising hundreds of sharp metal spikes. Roy smirks slyly, asking how angry they become. He roars, his body exploding with mana like a raging beast. Roy charges like a storm, panting yet laughing, praising their true fighting spirit. Suabi stays silent, drawing a complex magic circle midair and chanting Vera. Energy spirals around her, merging with Eugene's spell as both shout begin. Holy water crashes from behind, Roy straining to withstand the crushing force. In Eugene's hand, an ice sphere forms, mana surging to its peak. From above, countless ice crystals fall like relentless hail. Eugene dashes from behind, trying to land the final strike. Talia smiles, eyes gleaming as she senses the moment to counterattack. She casts Frozen Chain, binding Roy amid the barrage. He roars, pouring all strength into a punch that shatters the binding spell. The air explodes, everyone frozen in the shockwave. The classroom trembles, fire and smoke engulf it, the castle nearly collapsing as Roy sighs in anger and frustration. He groans, "Damn, lost my salary again," then declares all students failed. Roy tilts his head, breathing heavily, his gaze still fierce. He steps forward, grabs Talia, intending to finish her to avoid future trouble. But he freezes, a chill of danger running down his spine. Eugene rushes with all his might, sword trembling, shouting for him to stop. His hoarse voice pleads for the teacher to stop and kill no more. Roy's face twists, a mad grin forming like that of a demon. Gon enters, surveying the wreckage, coldly scolding Roy for the chaos. Roy, now bandaged, calmly says the test went fine. Only a few were badly hurt. Eugene and several other mages are being healed, their spirits unbroken. The Folivia group is also listed among the recovering. Only about 3 people passed the test in total. Eugene steps forward, facing Roy, asking if he has anything more to say. He angrily demands the removal of that absurd grading system. He questions how a professor could be so cruel to his own students. Roy lets out a cold laugh, making Eugene angrier as he asks why he's laughing. Suddenly, Eri, thought to have burned to death, stands up, greeting everyone casually. Eugene panics, screaming in terror, thinking to see a corpse rise. Eri removes her mask, revealing Lavina in disguise, shyly apologizing for scaring them. Eugene listens in confusion as Lavina explains it was merely a loyalty test, no one truly died. Roy interjects coldly, saying the Magic Academy trains warriors, not children. Gon nods, adding that battle mages need iron wills unlike ordinary scholars. Eugene is shocked to learn it was all part of an experiment. Yet he still shudders, remembering how real Roy's killing intent felt. Sweat dripping, he asks about the rumors of missing students in Du Lim. Roy calmly admits it's no rumor. He confesses that he either killed them himself or sent them into deadly places. Gon cuts in, telling Roy not to talk nonsense before new students, then adds that if Eugene joins, he'll learn the whole truth himself. Roy nods, telling Eugene to meet him privately if he wishes to enroll. Moments later, guards arrive and cuff Roy. He only laughs, telling them to finish their investigation before being taken away. He adds that today's actions might affect the entrance exam. His final words, Du Lim promises no glory, but it can help him face the real enemy. That night, Eugene lies under his blanket, restless over the word enemy. Everyone thinks he wants to join Du Lim out of hatred. He still carries wounds from the old Bolivia invasion. Eugene pulls the blanket tight, wondering why he still feels uncertain inside. A quiet sadness passes as he realizes he doesn't yet understand himself enough to choose a clear path. Eugene lies silently, biting his lip, realizing he's still lost despite meddling in so many things. Eugene thinks that joining Du Lim might mean facing his own friends, telling himself to be brave. The next morning, Eugene, Sue, and Levin are summoned to a remote mountain, wondering why class is held there. Levin half jokes, asking Eugene why he came, thinking he had lost faith after the violent professor incident. Suabi looks around, noticing several strangers appear, making her wary. She points at a lip-pierced man, saying she's seen him fight, then asks who the other one is. The student smirks confidently, saying he knows exactly why he was chosen. He claims to have understood Professor Roy's true purpose in the test, puzzling Eugene and Suabi. He explains that while they fought, he hid quietly until the end, angering Suabi, who asks why someone like him passed. He replies that the goal was to survive 5 minutes. It was a survival test, which sounds fair but enrages Suabi. She protests fiercely, while Talia mocks them from afar, calling them pitiful insects. Suddenly, Roy steps out of the bushes, telling the loudmouth to shut up before testing his patience. He walks out calmly, asking if everyone has gathered. Roy seems pleased that at least a few students dared to come after such a brutal test. Eugene panics, asking why he's in the forest. Roy calmly replies he's preparing for the new lesson. He approaches the strange student, suspicious since he doesn't recall letting him pass, making the boy back away. Levin quickly explains that he passed by hiding through the test. Roy nods, saying it's an interesting method. The student wipes sweat and confidently says he correctly grasped the exam's goal: survive to pass. Roy tilts his head, mockingly asking if he truly believes the test was meant to select cowards. He stares at the boy for a while, as if weighing something, then he suddenly laughs lightly, saying, "Fine, pass." Shocking Sua beat. She angrily points and demands to know why he accepted a cheater. Roy replies that normally he'd fail him, but today the boy fits the lesson's theme. Yudun asks if today's forest lesson really involves survival. Roy's expression darkens as he confirms they're right, the lesson is about a survival challenge. He takes out a small map, announcing their task is to hunt for a hidden treasure in the forest, while Suabi shouts in protest, and he laughs, saying that's exactly the point of today's lesson. The group's combat ability is recognized, but success depends on completing the mission. In any army, violence is minimized, and Yulim follows the same principle. Thus, with only small clues, they must solve things on their own, a minor starting challenge. Roy claps to start, urging new students to cooperate in searching for gold and silver treasure. Sua B frowns skeptically, repeating gold and silver in disbelief. The group grows excited at the mention of riches, while Eugen calmly questions the mission's true meaning. Levin glances at Talia, eyes slightly uneasy as if sensing something suspicious. Eugen and Sua B study the map. Troubled by its rough sketches, the blurry map makes them doubt whether the treasure really exists in this vast forest. Levin leans toward Talia, suggesting this might just be the professor's puzzle to test their wits. He points at the map, guessing the drawer intentionally marked an obvious landmark. Levin proposes finding the matching terrain and starting right away. Suab frowns, her gaze distant and thoughtful. She looks ahead, saying the terrain there seems quite similar. She sits down, exhausted, realizing the journey could last all night. Eugen worries, suggesting they find food first to avoid exhaustion. Talia folds her arms, sternly warning the group to stay alert. She smiles slyly, hinting at suspicion about Levin's connection to the professor. She questions whether Levin might be an insider setting them up. Talia quietly tells Levin she suspects he might betray them. Suab suddenly reacts, sensing something unusual happening. Eugen re-examines the map, realizing they might have misunderstood its direction. He hands the map to Talia, asking what the drawing truly means. Talia sighs, showing clear frustration and confusion over this strange mission. Eugen cheerfully invites her to find food, irritating Talia for losing focus. He proudly shows a found fruit, bragging as if it's a great discovery. The group eats together, laughter rising, the atmosphere turning friendly. Inaim smiles from afar, secretly aware of the danger awaiting them ahead. A chameleon raises its head, terrified by something abnormal. Meteors fall from the sky, turning the night into a sea of fire. Eugen and his friends are stunned, eyes wide in shock. His face pales, heart pounding wildly. The group panics, running in chaos. Suabi screams in confusion, unable to grasp what's happening. Crashing meteors shake Talia and Levin violently. Levin looks up, eyes wide, still not understanding what's going on. A man falls from the sky, rocks exploding around him. Nikan smiles coldly, declaring their doom. Suabi panics while Levin shouts, recognizing him as a senior from Yulim. He is known as one of Yulim's two strongest pillars. Equal to Gan, Nikan frowns slightly, voice dripping with contempt. Before finishing his words, he kicks Levin hard, scolding him for stealing his introduction. The explosion startles Talia, her eyes wide with shock. She smirks confidently, saying the group was never meant to be safe. Eugen shouts for Levin amid the chaos. He darts through streams, dodging falling meteors like rain. Eugen turns back, realizing the enemy is still pursuing them. Levin yells that this is the real test. He steadies himself, saying this trial is meant to train their ability to complete missions under adversity. Urging Eugen to stay focused, Eugen bites his lip, reflecting on his heavy responsibility. He nods and keeps running, leaving the rest to his friend. Nikan sneers, declaring they've misunderstood the true target. His gaze fixes on Levin, saying the only target is him. He scorns Levin for gaining favor through status and connections. Though he respects the professor's decision, he cannot accept it. Mana bursts from his body, rage flowing through every surge of energy. Nikan roars, unleashing two massive lightning bolts to test Levin's courage. Levin faces him, replying coldly with a taunt that leaves his foe stunned. Nikan goes berserk, charging to kill him in fury. A violent clash erupts, shaking the entire forest. The other three flee, terrified and awed by the brutal battle. Eugen signals the team to stay silent and avoid detection. Meteors keep falling around them, explosions echoing as the group screams. They run and complain, baffled how even small sounds let the enemy track them. They realize the enemy is tracing their mana trails, striking with deadly accuracy. Lightning follows energy paths, proving the attacker senses even tiny air vibrations. That means they're close enough to hear but still attacking from afar, baffling indeed. Only by finding the cause of this anomaly can they escape their current plight. Inam leisurely sips tea, looking calm and detached. The warmth spreads over her skin, making her smile with quiet delight. Inam grins slyly, enjoying the sight of rookies struggling below. Amid chaos, screams mix with the roaring of mana all around. Nikan raises his leg, preparing to strike. His figure flashes like lightning, movements impossibly smooth. He laughs loudly, daring his foe to take his blow. The dense smoke leaves Levin frozen, horrified by the overwhelming power. Talia sets a defense circle, cursing the opponent's savage fighting style. Nikan dodges, smirking and mocking her as another's servant. Levin grips his sword tight, fury blazing in his eyes. He steps forward, replying with sarcasm that ignites Nikan's wrath. Levin raises his sword, steel gleaming through the dense darkness. His heavy voice declares hell never back down, no matter who the foe is. His aura erupts, the ground trembling violently beneath him. Nikan lifts a brow in amusement, mocking Levin's ambush attempt in the dark. He bursts with mana, fiery power flaring as he vows to hunt him to the end. Levin dodges swiftly, ignoring provocation while calculating retreat. Nikan suddenly kicks hard toward Talia, making her scream in fury. Levin seizes the moment, deciding to find Eugene to continue the mission. He leaps to a tree branch and vanishes from sight in an instant. As night falls, Eugene clutches his stomach in hunger while Sua B grumbles about the other's recklessness. Eugene sighs, puzzled how the enemy can keep casting magic till dusk, even with the area sealed. Attacks curve around, proving the enemy is far away. He frowns, wondering how they can track the group without sensing mana directly. After some thought, Eugene suggests Sua B use a portal spell to break through the blockade. She protests sharply, saying it would only drain her to death. Sua B explains seriously that such recklessness would destroy the spell structure, and Eugene agrees, realizing magic has its limits. At that moment, their companion returns with a bunch of food, making Eugene stare in surprise. He proudly shows off the berries he picked, and Eugene happily praises him as a true survival expert. The three sit eating in the quiet night. Eugene suggests resting and waiting until it's fully dark to leave. Surprising the others, Eugene calmly explains the seniors can't keep watch forever, they'll escape once vigilance drops, but both companions suddenly turn pale. Seeing their faces, the friend worries. Suba clutches her stomach in pain. She dry heaves violently, making him panic. Unsure what to do, Eugene tenses up, sensing something abnormal happening. A surprise spell shoots toward them, and he quickly raises a magic shield. Eugene shouts for his teammates to grab the trees to avoid injury. They immediately hide behind a trunk, staying out of sight. Eugene anxiously asks the cause. Sua B weakly says it's from the berries they ate. The friend protests his innocence, but Eugene cuts him off, signaling to stop arguing. He takes a deep breath and calls for help, hoping seniors would aid the injured. Instead of rescue, they're met with even fiercer attacks. Eugene feels a chill, realizing the enemy can hear sounds so they aren't deaf. He begins to suspect the seniors are letting them fend for themselves, then realizes the attackers might hear but not understand their language. Eugene freezes as countless red eyes gleam in the darkness. He shudders, wondering why the beasts don't flee. Maybe someone is controlling them. Eugene suddenly recalls something crucial. He remembers Havanaten the mage who once controlled animals through summoning magic. Havanaten's words echo. Controlled creatures react only to sounds, not to speech. Eugene quickly devises an escape plan, telling the group to disguise themselves with leaves to confuse the beasts. Sua B doubts the idea. He explains those creatures are mere tools under someone's control. Eugene firmly says such magic can only convey sensations, not complex information. He concludes that if they mimic wild beasts and move carefully, the enemy will lose track. Sua B remains skeptical. Elsewhere, Inem watches through a projection, smiling in satisfaction that the group can now blend analysis with action amid chaos. Roy smiles, impressed by Eugene's reasoning and leadership, believing proper training could make him a great supporter. But Inem insists on testing them again. Roy sighs, telling her to go easy on the rookies. He gazes into the distance, worried that such harsh trials might become deadly. Roy chuckles to ease the mood, telling Lavina to rest. She softly thanks him and lies down warily. He stretches, murmuring that it's time to prepare for the next stage. At the same time, Eugene, Sue, and their friend follow the forest path and find a house near a cliff. Eugene shouts in joy at finding the final location, while Sua B doubts it, saying the house looks haunted, not like a treasure site. Eugene recognizes a familiar voice. Senior Gan steps out of the darkness, confirming they've arrived. Eugene sighs in relief, asking if the mission is almost over. Gan nods, saying this is the final stop. He takes a vial from his robe, telling the mage to drink it because she's been poisoned. Eugene is stunned, not expecting that. Sua B turns pale, insisting she's never been poisoned except that one foolish time she ate dried meat with strange mushrooms, leaving Eugene horrified. Gan gives a faint smile, saying if she's lasted this long, it's not serious, then sternly announces the next lesson phase, startling Eugene. He draws a gleaming knife, saying what they seek lies beyond the door and can only be reached by defeating the gatekeeper. Eugene protests in confusion, saying they have an injured teammate who needs treatment. Gan raises an eyebrow, admitting the poisoning was beyond his expectations. Then he suddenly dashes forward, declaring that for fairness, the other side must suffer equally. Eugene stammers, but Gan coldly says 1 second is all he needs. Eugene freezes, unable to believe what he just heard. His face shows shock and confusion. Angered by the arrogance, Eugene feels utterly insulted. He retorts, challenging if Gan truly believes he can defeat him in just 1 second. Gan calmly insists on the duel's rule that without such a limit, the challenge loses meaning. As soon as he finishes, the battle erupts fiercely, flames flaring between them. Gan is amazed by Eugene's casting speed, such power from a 1-second mage. Eugene controls swirling fire, launching precise and rapid attacks. Gan counters with a single spark, his calm face showing it's a waste of effort. Eugene is quickly defeated, shocking everyone as his massive flame is snuffed out by a tiny spark, the power gap immense. Of course, the fight can't end that easily. Contrary to the students' surprise, Gan merely frowns slightly in mild astonishment. DCO is a technique that multiplies threads by cutting existing ones to amplify magic power. But a 1-thread mage still has limits. 4 threads are needed for basic effect. With only 1 thread, a user must strike 3 times to reach that level. Gan had limited himself to 1 but secretly held 4, making his DCO erupt unpredictably and hard to control. Thus, right after his first strike, he teleported behind, using the 1-second taunt as bait. Gan inwardly admires Eugene's sharp tactics, seeing cold calculation behind his anger. However, he stresses that even the best plan has flaws. If Eugene intends to win through swordplay, it's a grave mistake. Outside, several students are horrified to see Eugene overwhelmed in sword combat by a mage. Gan smiles, reminding them that even Eugene's brother never bested him in swordsmanship. He mocks that with such immature DCO control, Eugene can't possibly compete. After a few moves, Eugene feels the heat from Gan's spell exceed what his body can bear. Questions swirl in his head. Why? If both use 1 second, is Gan's DCO so much stronger? He quickly analyzes. DCO creates temporary threads by cutting old ones, which should cause instability, yet Gan controls it. Seeing his puzzled look, Gan begins explaining. Gan says the difference lies in rhythm and timing. Eugene repeats in surprise, not grasping the meaning of those words. Gan explains that threads are energy vibrations. If one cuts at the right wave rhythm when using DCO, the power flows steadily into the physical world. The key lies at the exact moment the string reaches balance, striking then maximizes power. This allows all energy to be focused into a single sword strike. Eugene suddenly understands the principle and believes he can do it too. Gan smiles, reminding him that saying is easy, doing is hard. DCO is more art than combat. He emphasizes precise timing is extremely difficult, requiring years of training to master. Eugene confidently insists he can do it now, making Gan sigh and warn it took him 3 years to learn, urging humility. Gan doubts him, but Eugene confidently gathers all his past knowledge to replicate the technique. He recalls the moves of Crown Prince Hebrona and the style of Gawain Liza. If he combines that with the Falivia family's technique and Gan Alyssa's style, he could recreate DCO. Eugene acts immediately, merging attack, DCO, and fire slash at once. Gan swiftly counters, leaving no openings. Heat surges so intensely that forest moisture evaporates instantly, shocking Suabe. After 7 strikes, Eugene excitedly asks if he succeeded. Gan is speechless, only uttering a stunned sound. Amid friends' cheers, he looks down at Eugene's sword. The ice blade is melted from the extreme heat, making Eugene jump and shout it's hot. Gan, still astonished, asks how he succeeded on the first try. Eugene cheerfully explains he once practiced a similar skill with Senior Annika by aligning the strings and reusing the method. Gan frowns, saying if it's that simple, even a cook could be a swordsman. Irritated but impressed, he admits Eugene's rare talent rivals top mages like Lavina or Annika. Maybe 1 second is just a temporary limit. As the group celebrates, Gan's expression turns serious, saying the trial isn't over. He declares the mission ends only when they truly enter the house ahead. To pass the gatekeeper he says, you must first defeat this weak sword. The group protests it's unfair since the blade can't endure Desayo's heat. Eugene accuses Gan of denying their success. Gan laughs but stops as the door behind him suddenly bangs open. Levin appears, head held high, announcing they've passed the test. Senior Gan, Eugene, stunned, asks how. Levin raises a key, explaining he quietly unlocked it during the fight. Gan sighs, unable to refute, and acknowledges the result. He declares the group victorious, prompting cheers of joy. Suddenly, laughter echoes from inside the house. Roy appears, cheerfully saying the noisy students have finally arrived. He looks around, teasing that one person is missing but laughs it off. He tells them he's preparing the next lesson and invites everyone inside. He announces it's time for the day's final lesson. As they enter, the group sees a path leading into a dark cave, making Suabe cry out in fear. She notices it resembles the legendary Abyss Lair. Roy smiles, confirming they're right, it once belonged to Abyss worshippers, now repurposed for spiritual training. Suabe grows curious, wondering where the treasure actually is. Teacher Roy smiles mysteriously, revealing the treasure is the snake boy just brought before them. The boy, caught off guard, trembles in fear. The students are horrified. Suabe fiercely objects, refusing to believe has the reward. Roy calmly explains the snake boy is the real treasure because he was discovered. The group gasps upon hearing his suspected of poisoning food, leaving them confused. The boy hurriedly defends himself, saying he and Eugene ate the same dish unharmed. Levin questions sharply whether he added anything to the food. Roy advises him to tell the truth, warning he's just being used. The boy softens and admits he didn't know it was poison. He reveals the one commanding him was a professor from the Magic Academy. Roy, enraged, demands the name. The boy blurts 0 before an abyss monster appears and kills him instantly. Roy interrogates the creature, which mocks him and delivers a prophecy of the plague god before exploding. Eugene gets splattered with the monster's blood. Filled with anger, at that moment, he realizes the creature's true identity. It is the Grand Duke of the Abyss. Eugene faces it calmly, declaring he won't be seduced. A sinister voice echoes in his mind, awakening memories from ancient lives. The voice torments his mind, causing everyone pain. It threatens that the original sin is unavoidable and destiny already sealed. Suabe, nauseated, guesses the monster self-destructed. Roy worries the plague could devastate a major city. Roy calms the students, checking on them though they are still shaken. Gon analyzes coolly, saying they must notify the academy and call a doctor due to divine plague factors. As they plan, Eugene suddenly faints, making Levin panic and call Roy. Roy orders everyone to stay back, warning of danger. Everything around Eugene turns chaotic as energy spirals out of control. Hone admits has never seen this, warning Eugene will explode if it's not stabilized. Eugene suddenly screams. An explosion erupts, terrifying the entire group. At that moment, Professor Easton appears, stopping the disaster in time. She coldly warns this is the second time Eugene has exceeded his limit. With only one chance left, Easton reminds him that a third time means she can't keep her promise. Eugene, confused, asks who she really is. She doesn't answer, only urging him not to let abyss illusions lure him and to remember he is Eugene Folivian. Eugene, angry, declares he already knows the hidden truth. He realizes all tragedies stem from an ancient secret creating a cursed cycle. Easton gently approaches, advising him to erase memories of past lives. She vaguely speaks of the mystical balance of the celestial scales. She reveals Philin crossed countless stars just to free him from old pain. Eugene stands silent, sadly admitting he can't resist the abyss power. Easton encourages him, saying the abyss only yearns for his inner light. Moreover, the whole world wishes to protect him. He is surprised, while she insists he hasn't yet understood his true power. She vows to teach him how to awaken his inner force, the world's power against the abyss. Roy appears, suspecting she intervened in the explosion. She calmly admits she was the one who stopped it. Afterward, she officially announces she will be Eugene's new mentor. Annika's sudden decision shocks Roy, who can figure out her motives. Eugene also finds it hard to believe what's happening. However, Annika sets a condition in exchange for her teaching. She strictly demands he not leave until she allows it. The story shifts to the Magic Academy. On the way back, Roy complains about the summer heat, joking he's lived like a northerner for decades. From above, he watches students training and asks Gon about their progress. Gon confidently replies that the female student is improving well. He explains that combining martial arts and magic is extremely hard, yet she mastered it in a month, a rare talent. Down on the training field, Niken's disappointed voice denies the result. Suabe angrily reacts, but the instructor continues, stressing that speed isn't the most important factor. He adds that the core is controlling rhythm and harmonizing body movement with mana flow. He sighs, lamenting that after a month, success rate remains only 70%. Feeling belittled, Sue becomes furious. She activates combat mode, arguing it's impossible to maintain that technique mid-battle. Hearing the quarrel, Gon sighs, realizing the student is still dissatisfied. He defends that such progress is impressive since Decio is a rare fusion of sword and magic. He admits, however, that some prodigies can copy skills after seeing them once. Roy adds that Decio is deemed outdated because the West obsessed over pure magic and ignored this path. He suddenly recalls Eugene and asks Gon about him in the magic tower where Annika trains him. Gon sighs, saying there's been no news. Annika always gives vague excuses, leaving him clueless. Gon starts doubting Annika's strange teaching, puzzled how Eugene surpassed limits with only one mana string. Roy is stunned by this, finding such ability unbelievable. He recalls the explosion that day, wondering if such power could truly come from a single string. He grows more uneasy thinking of Annika's extraordinary act of hiding a disaster, suspecting she faces severe consequences and terrifying constraints. Their thoughts are interrupted when Lavina rushes in calling for Roy. She pants, saying Shiz found him and it's urgent. Lavina hurriedly tells them to go to the third-floor infirmary immediately. They instantly realize the gravity of the situation and confirm the location. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the academy, where a secondary medical facility stands. Meanwhile, Levin trains alone, injecting himself to maintain energy. He admits his biggest weakness is being unable to sustain overdrive during combat. Even Phelps, who perfected it, was defeated, proof of its danger. The body modification causes severe side effects, forcing him to limit it, yet without risk he can't beat his enemies. Lost in thought, he hears a noise outside the door. Suibi enters, grumbling about the expensive training room and asking what he does there all day. Levin quickly hides it, replying coldly that she wouldn't understand what he's doing. She teases him, saying he should exercise instead of staring at machines. Then remembers she has urgent news. She hurriedly says the professor ordered her to bring him to the infirmary immediately. She tries to recall the room number seems to be 308. The scene shifts to the infirmary, where Hermana screams uncontrollably, muttering nonsense. Roy gently calms her, explaining they are allies fighting against someone named Soren. While running there, Levin can't stop worrying about Hermana's condition. Hearing Shiz awake, he speeds up, with Suabe chasing him in panic, telling him to stay calm. Suddenly, Levin halts upon spotting a silent carriage by the road. He approaches and asks the driver if it's heading to Kingdu. The driver looks at him in surprise and confirms his mage Levin. Levin freezes, wondering how the man knows his name. Sensing danger, as he turns around, a man with a weapon charges at him, shouting to kill. Levin recognizes the attacker's familiar scars, shocking him. Before the strike lands, Suabe suddenly delivers a powerful punch, knocking the man out. She coldly scolds Levin, saying he should choose smarter enemies. As she finishes, a group of armed men rushes in, startling her. It turns out the man was part of a bandit gang surrounding the carriage, all aiming weapons at them. Suabe narrows her eyes, wondering why they're gathered in such a remote place. Then she shrugs and smirks, declaring she'll just take them all down quickly. Levin quickly stops her, saying they're not enemies but civilians. Suabe snaps back that anyone raising a weapon can't be called a civilian. Levin sternly explains they're being forced because of massive debts. In his mind, he sees a blonde man smirking slyly, thinking of the syrup used to repay debts. Suddenly, a young man appears behind Levin, smiling with interest and praising his sharp instincts. He lifts his cloak, revealing his face in excitement at meeting a worthy opponent. He is El Lobo, one of Cardinal's 5 hairs, mocking Levin that intellect is his only strength. Levin recognizes him as Votega. Eyes filled with anger and fear, he grits his teeth, calling Votega's name with hatred. The scene shifts to Hermana, who has awakened, revealing that Soho has crossed the line and made a pact with the Abyss. Roy nods, confirming Soho is the leader of the cartel, weapons trafficker and mercenary commander. If he truly allied with the Eternal Order, that power would be like a monster with wings. They must act before it's too late. Hermana interrupts, saying the pact is far worse than they think. Trembling as she recalls Soho's true nature, she says the Abyss feeds on humanity's despair, and Soho rules that darkness, once trading children to the Abyss for world-destroying power. A catastrophe is about to begin from the north, with Abronia as the first target, leaving Roy speechless. Back on the battlefield, Levin and Suabe struggle amid the dense encirclement. Suabe fights irritably, questioning why those forced victims attack so fiercely like real mercenaries. Levin shouts angrily at Votega, accusing him of exploiting innocent people. Votega only laughs, saying he's merely giving debtors a chance to redeem themselves while entertaining his boredom. He looks disappointed, calling the fight dull and his opponents too weak to amuse him. A bandit Suabe knocked down earlier shouts for a chance to kill Levin to earn Votega's favor. Votega rolls up his sleeves and smirks, doubting his subordinate's words, then cuts appear on his own arm and spread to the bandit's body. He mockingly greets Levin as an old acquaintance. Seeing Votega's dark aura and chilling tone, Suabe feels an unprecedented shiver. Votega instantly appears before her, grinning and speaking of a curse only mages can sense, filling the air with malice. Suabe realizes in horror the being before her isn't human, her whole body trembling as instinct forces her to guard. She takes a deep breath to steady herself, then attacks decisively, declaring such a monster shouldn't exist. Levin yells for her to stop, warning that attacking is exactly what Votega wants, but Suabe ignores him, landing a powerful punch to Votega's face. Blood splatters, but the wound mirrors on her own body, knocking her down as Levin cries her name and Votega laughs madly. Levin clenches his fists, demanding Votega's true purpose. Is this all a game to him? Votega scratches his head and sneers, saying he only defended himself, then mocks Levin for being soft because of his girlfriend. Levin draws his weapon, threatening him for answers, while suspecting his traitorous identity may have been exposed. Hearing this, Votega sighs lazily in boredom. He says he hasn't gone far, as Soho just sees new land for business expansion. Levin widens his eyes in shock at the news. Votega shrugs, adding that Soho needs more manpower and is merely escorting a special person. Levin grows wary, realizing the land near Kundal belongs to nobles and suspecting Soho's dangerous scheme. As he's thinking, Votega suddenly grabs his weapon and grins, demanding Levin tell the story of the destroyer he's so curious about. The scene shifts to another place where blue lightning gathers around an energy orb. Eugen shouts excitedly that Hez about to finish the exercise. He rolls on the floor, exhausted and wondering what this bizarre training is for. He complains that what he's learning is completely different from the Academy's curriculum. Anika calmly replies that he should forget everything old because she's right and the Academy is wrong. She explains modern mages are bound by their magic chains and erroneous legacy of Ananis doctrine, which is a tool, not the essence. Anika compares it to students memorizing formulas without understanding principles, advising Eugene with only one magic chain to abandon outdated theories. Eugene, confused, asks if she didn't also study at the Academy. Eugene sighs, saying no matter how grand her words sound, he still doesn't understand the point of endlessly reconstructing broken things. Is also frustrated that Anika deliberately sealed his already limited mana. Anika replies calmly that this training must be self-realized and can't be explained. The seal will lift once he passes the trial, leaving Eugen furious for still getting no answers. He sadly misses his friends, wondering how everyone's doing, probably Taya causing trouble again. Eugen loses control, shouting that he wants to leave, tired of being trapped in the tower for a month without knowing why. Anika just watches in exasperation. She gently advises him to endure a bit longer since he's almost met the standard. Yujin jumps up, eyes bright, asking eagerly if he's really almost done. He curiously asks in what way his clothes, and Anika explains he can't sense it because his energy is still sealed. Suddenly, a blaring alarm cuts their conversation short. Eugene startles, guessing it's an emergency alert. Anika confirms it's the Academy's urgent signal. A telepathic message arrives. A massive massacre just occurred near Levant's area. Roy is stunned by the news, asking if it's truly where Levant was stationed. Gon also receives the signal, muttering in disbelief at the word massacre. Hermana panics, screaming that Levant can't possibly be there. Roy immediately orders to head to the scene himself and contact Anika, who's closest to the site. A dreadful premonition grips Roy if the cartel targeted Levant. Their whole plan may collapse. Elsewhere, Votiga smirks provocatively, asking Levant if hell come along. Levant realizes it's clearly a trap set by Soho, and going means almost no escape. He weighs his options. Refusing means instant death, but accepting could ruin the assassination plan, yet refusal now is suicide. Holding the injured Suabe, he knows more than his own life is at stake. He grits his teeth and accepts, saying hell go, making Votiga grin, noting Soho will be pleased. Even so, Levant demands to take Suabe to safety first. Votiga sighs mockingly, calling it unnecessary, then raises his hand to kill her. Light flashes. Votiga casts a killing spell, and Levant screams in horror to stop him. At that moment, Eugen suddenly appears, slashing to block the strike, stunning Votiga. Levant stares wide-eyed, unable to believe Eugene is here. Eugen angrily demands if he's the one behind this chaos, but his shocked as syrup like blood flows from his own body, even though Votiga was the one struck. Votiga laughs with amusement, curiously asking who he is, while the air thickens with demonic miasma choking Eugene with fear. Levant panics, shouting, "Be careful, Eugene!" Votiga is also rather stubborn and foolish. A monster suddenly appears, binding the dragon god in deathly aura. In an instant, she seals the dragon god completely. Speaking calmly, she says, "So you are Eugene Folivia, how unexpected." She adds there's an order to eliminate Eugene, questioning why they seem so familiar. Levant reacts, saying the order to kill Folivia makes no sense. Votiga laughs, saying no need to explain. Luckily the Red Doctor warned not to touch him, since killing him means war with that madman. She replies coldly that she has no reason to tell him anything about that lunatic. If he wants to know, he can come to their domain, where the madman resides with them. Eugen shouts in shock, "What did you say?" Votiga adds the place has grown too noisy, so they should return. Eugene looks confused, not understanding what Levant means when he says to take care of him. Votiga laughs merrily, asking where Levant is going. Everyone's waiting for him. Then farewell, Eugene Folivia. Eugen stops Levant from leaving, invoking the third law of Nihirit. He yells, "Stop," activating the erasure spell. Votiga smirks disdainfully, mocking such feeble power. She scolds Levant for failing to kill Eugene, accusing him of laziness. Levant snaps back angrily, telling her to look more closely. He explains it's magic from one of the 12 ancient schools. Votiga seems intrigued, finding him rather interesting. Eugene thinks about what he mentioned, the territory where Kediue and Uncle Widaya reside. He looks around the scene before him, filled with astonishment. Eugene helps his teacher up, softly saying, "You came late, teacher." At the Duelim base, Roy calmly reports about Votiga has a wanted criminal worth over 300 million, regarded as the organization's strongest weapon. Hermana concludes that Votiga and Soho always act together, so the news about Soho must be true. Gon adds that the region around the capital belongs to the Marquisate of Bison. Now troubled by unrest and strange plagues, Lavina is shocked to learn Bison is the Crown Prince's maternal family. Roy smiles, calling it a chance to strike back. Dulim decides to infiltrate Bison. The mission this time has two main objectives. First, investigate Soho's plan and gather evidence to launch a counter-operation. Second, seek allies against the new Marquis Pearson and the local organizations. They are ordered to prepare swiftly before the enemy can react. The door suddenly bursts open. Eugen rushes in, eyes determined, calling out, "Teacher!" He requests to join the mission to the Marquisate of Bison, saying he's also part of Dua Lima. Roy coldly refuses, saying he's too inexperienced for battle. He reminds Eugene he hasn't completed Anika's training and isn't qualified yet. Eugene, furious, says Levant's been captured and he wants to rescue his friend. He yells that the one who destroyed Folivia is there too, so how could he sit still and train? Roy sternly says this mission is for intelligence gathering, not revenge, requiring reason over emotion. He warns Eugene's impulsiveness could endanger the entire team. Eugene bows, realizing his mistake, while Roy firmly leaves, telling him to focus on training. He reassures that when the time for revenge comes, Eugene won't be left behind. At Eugene's home, Taya bursts in excitedly, scolding him for being away too long. He shakes Eugene's shoulders while complaining, leaving Eugene dizzy from the overenthusiasm. Eugene hesitantly says he must return to the Mage Tower for a while. Taya asks in surprise, and Eugene awkwardly denies what he said. Taya sighs in relief, happy his friend isn't leaving, while Eugene stays silent. Taya suddenly remembers a pile of letters that arrived while Eugene was gone. making him excited. There are letters from friends, from Lorosi, and most from Professor Eston. Taya says she copied all the lectures, leaving Eugene dismayed. It's all study material. A noble's envelope stands out with an elegant seal. Taya, surprised, says has never seen such a letter before. Eugene opens it, curious about the sender. He stammers as he reads, Marquis de Bison. Taya excitedly celebrates the Marquis invitation, but Eugene feels uneasy. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounds, and someone calls Eugene's name anxiously, making his heart skip. Eugene, startled, asks why Suabe isn't resting. She replies quickly it's not important. She continues, saying he now carries part of her power. Eugene, astonished, asks if it's true. Did he really receive it? In the Marquisate of Bison, Eugene's group arrives, with Taya admiring the scenery excitedly. He praises the Marquis land as impressive and noble in spirit, but Suabe looks displeased, finding nothing appealing. She says the place reeks of malice and mocks that Taya got invited only thanks to his connections. Ihik reminds Suabe to stay calm, aiming to attend the new Marquis celebration. Taya admires Eugene's composed demeanor, like a true noble. Eugene says he has private business with Suabe, and they leave together. Suabe complains about the Marquis' arrogance, while Eugene sees it as a chance to act. She smirks coldly, vowing revenge by destroying the organization behind him. Eugene shudders at her cruel look, realizing Suabe's true motive. She regains composure, saying rescuing Levant remains the goal but they must reach him. Eugene suggests tracking the organization first. Suabe irritably asks where to find them since they won't appear openly. Eugene asserts he already has an idea of their base. As they enter the luxurious building, Suabe is awestruck by its splendor. She marvels at the noble scenery and wealth everywhere. Eugene says seriously the casino is the perfect hiding spot for the organization. He believes gathering intel here could lead them to Levant, and perhaps reveal the whereabouts of the uncle hiding nearby. The scene shifts to a dark, silent place. So's smug voice boasts that half the kingdom's nobles have gathered here. He mocks that no one can refuse the new Marquis invitation when power tempts them. Idea, annoyed, asks if the plan is ready. So confidently says everything is set. He says the ball will make the fallen nobles drown in lust. In the casino, the crowd stirs as Shakes wins big again, shocking everyone. In a corner, one noble grits his teeth after losing, while another rejoices. Eugene forces a smile. Sensing the growing danger, he washes his hands, feeling like he's doing something deceitful. Even so, it's the only way to approach the gang leader and find clues on Levant and the uncle. As he thinks, Annika's image suddenly appears in the mirror, startling him. She teasingly remarks how lively and luxurious the party is. Eugene, confused, asks why she's here. Annika says she used a tracking spell to find him. She scolds him for leaving the magic tower and playing in a casino. Her face hardens, warning that the Dark Duke still follows him. While she's bound and can't help remotely, Eugene bows and apologizes, saying he has a special reason to be here. Annika shrugs, saying she can't force him to stop. She tells him to meet Roddy, the only one who can help if the tracking formula activates. She brushes off Eugene's complaints, her tone turning serious. She allows him to unseal the first seal, leaving Eugene both thrilled and afraid. Annika reluctantly says it's the last resort, though still dangerous. She warns that unsealing will draw the Abyss' attention, to use it only when desperate. Eugene senses her urgency, feeling a coming catastrophe. Annika warns the Abyss invasion has begun and this place will soon be consumed. After speaking, she vanishes in magical light. Eugene calls after her in vain. Outside, crimson light bursts with countless eerie eyes in the dark. Eugene freezes, muttering has the Abyss truly arrived. He runs to find Suabe, shouting for her to leave and inform Du Lim immediately. Suabe turns back, face twisted, trembling that she can't control herself. Eugene panics and asks what's happening to her. Suabe grabs his shirt, begging for money like a desperate gambling addict. Eugene, shocked, says this isn't the time to talk about money. She clutches her head, confessing she's bound by the organization's contract. If she can't repay, she'll die. Eugene, unaware of the danger, reassures her money isn't scary, but his words are cut by a chilling sound. A mad woman laughs, saying it's easier to deal with those who can't pay their debts. The man beside her, nicknamed Capitan, the casino's chief of security, says Petrino ordered them to harvest noble souls for the cult, killing just enough to keep profits. Staff bow to the powerful woman entering. They greet El Conjo in unison, and she responds cheerfully, full of arrogance. El Conjo, the casino owner and one of 5 gang heirs, asks about business. Furious, Eugene steps forward, unable to stand such inhumanity. He shouts how they dare treat human lives so cheaply. He casts a spell attack, stunning El Conjo momentarily. The staff scream in panic, begging mercy for their mistress. Capitan intervenes immediately, ordering no further chaos. Eugene halts, sensing something wrong with his body. El Conjo folds her arms and sneers that attacking an authority is forbidden. She coldly asks why Eugene was allowed to move freely. One trembling worker confesses he's the only one who beat Casinoa, making El Conjo angry and order them punished. Eugene yells in horror, asking if she's insane to kill them. Conjo calmly smiles, saying they're merely paying their debts. She declares all debtors must pledge their souls to the ruler. That's the rule. Eugene is frozen, enraged at lives being traded, while Alkanjo mocks that money is worth more than life to most. Eugene clenches the chips tightly, furious at such cruel laws. He throws the chips onto the table, declaring Hell join the game. He states the condition: if he wins, Hell pay everyone's debts and earn the right to challenge Alkanjo herself. Kanjo laughs loudly, calling Eugene crazy but entertaining. She reminds him once a bet is placed, no one can withdraw. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerges from the shadows surrounding Eugene. He realizes it's the invisible force trying to crush his soul. The beast Suabe mentioned must be a being from the abyss. Eugene thinks if they accept the game's rules, it's his chance to counterattack. He knows El Kanjo is a high-ranking leader holding clues about Levant and the uncle. Eugene's eyes flare with resolve, vowing to defeat her at all costs. He faces El Kanjo, firmly stating he'll play himself without any proxy. Kanjo smirks, agreeing to play, but declares she'll set the rules, so watches the casino from afar, musing that the world runs on exchange. Those who control the rules dominate. Tonight he'll prove it to the hares, and that's the world they must perfect in the future. Levant angrily interrupts, saying he's told him many times already. He, called El Gato the first hare, declares he has no intention of inheriting. Kanjo excitedly explains the rules. Each flipped card lets death take a body part from the sacrificed, from fingers to eyes. Among 23 cards, whoever draws the first hidden one wins absolute victory. She declares if Eugene wins, all trapped souls will be freed, but if he loses, he must pay double. Eugene angrily shouts, refusing to join the meaningless killing game. Kanjo laughs madly, saying there's no escape for him now. The monster behind whispers coldly in Eugene's ear. It warns him to be careful with every word he speaks. Eugene realizes the chains around him carry the same absolute command power as the Grand Duke of the Abyss, a binding impossible to resist. He understands this is what Annika had warned about. The Abyss black veil now covers the city, radiating deadly energy. Eugene concludes Soho, the uncle, and the Eternal Order are plotting to sacrifice the entire city. The soul collection at the casino is only the first step. Knowing his chance of victory is near zero, he still grits his teeth and accepts the pact with the Abyss can't be undone. Eugene adds that any cheating means instant loss. Kanjo giggles, agreeing mockingly. She leisurely tells Eugene to pick a debtor as the first sacrifice. Then she grabs Suabe's chin, eyes gleaming with delight. She says maliciously, this one fits the role perfectly. Suabe trembles in terror. Stammering, she softly calls Eugene's name, voice choking. Kanjo looks at her card and sneers. An arm! Huh, what a pity. She orders the punishment to be carried out immediately. The beast lunges forward and devours one of Suabe's arms. She screams in panic, saying she can no longer feel anything but numbness. Kanjo calmly explains that once an arm is gone, most finger cards are useless, making the game less exciting. She mocks that this sacrifice is truly unlucky. Eugene slams his card down, hissing, now it's my turn. He blames himself for being careless, never expecting Suabe to be chosen. Rage and despair surge as he roars, how could anyone stay calm after this? Kanjo crosses her legs, mocking that the earlier hero is gone, leaving only a trembling fool. She smirks, confirming his Eugene for Livia and taunting that he relies only on those eyes. She adds the game is fair, and even his eyes are useless here. Eugene trembles, biting his nails, angrily denying a filthy cheat like her could play fair. Kanjo laughs, thinking Eugene has been completely consumed by doubt. She declares that as the rule maker, his suspicion is expected, but she doesn't need to cheat. Her goal isn't victory, but to crush his soul. Eugene shouts in horror as the next card appears. The head. El Kanjo gleefully asks if he can bear killing his own comrade with his hands. The Eternal Order once ordered Eugene's elimination but changed plans to turn him into an experiment, slowly destroyed. They bet on the power of the Prophet's second apostle, which makes El Kanjo even more intrigued. She laughs wildly, pretending to concede, then screams that Eugene is the winner, voice dripping with mockery. She snarls, you're the hero today, facing the villain and saving their souls. Right? Look, they're cheering for you. She approaches and whispers in Eugene's ear, let's witness the hero's moment together. Then she shouts that this is the moment the hero frees his comrade by killing them. Eugene yells, wait, making El Kanjo pause and ask curiously, huh? She wonders how he'll react: anger, begging, or rejection of the rules. Eugene shouts, I won't kill Suabe. This game was nonsense from the start. Kanjo smiles twistedly, amused. Exactly, that's what I was waiting for. She coldly says the ruler sets the laws, and now Eugene has two choices. 1. Accept victory but kill his comrade to free all souls. 2. Surrender and save her but lose his own soul. You've already won, so what's there to hesitate? Complete the ritual, she urges. Eugene freezes. Realizing this was her plan all along, Kanjo chuckles softly, saying no matter his choice, the result is despair. Eugene frowns, his eyes blazing for a brief instant. He points at El Kanjo and declares, that's exactly what's irrational. My wager, Eugene clenches his fist, is the total debt of every debtor in this casino. Suabe once owed money, but if Eugene wins, She's no longer a debtor and can't be sacrificed. She calmly smirks, twisting words, saying victory requires the sacrifice's death. If the sacrifice doesn't die, the debt remains forever. Eugene counters that victory comes from drawing the first card, not from death. He insists it's not wordplay and demands she release the imprisoned souls. She smirks inwardly, realizing Eugene understands abyssal contract law, limiting her power. She admits the game has flaws but still despises Eugene. She angrily concedes that using debtors as sacrifices was a mistake. She rejects Eugene's win by the first card, yet accepts his declaration. She announces the match annulled and a new one starting, leaving Eugene confused. She promises to return Eugene's friend's soul, assuring she can recover. A man angrily grabs Eugene's collar, accusing him of risking everything and scaring everyone. Another protests, calling Eugene foolish for abandoning a clear victory. Eugene despairs, wondering why everyone forces him to give up his choice. Kanjo mocks that humans are easily swayed and corrupt by the crowd. Eugene painfully stares at the selfish crowd, furious at their cruelty. In rage, he attacks and breaks a man's arm. He screams, accusing them of fearing death while devaluing others' lives. In madness, Eugene coldly says they deserve to die. Then he panics, realizing he's crossing the line. Kanjo laughs, mocking that he too is consumed by human selfishness. She sneers, telling Eugene to let everyone die and fall into hell, making him yell for her to shut up. The noble he hit stands up and insults Eugene as hypocritical, saying he's gambling with others' lives too. He keeps mocking that Eugene is saving the wrong person, angering Eugene for being misunderstood. Kanjo smiles coldly, agreeing with those venomous words. Suddenly, a weak hand rests on Eugene's shoulder. A familiar voice advises him to calm down. It's Suib. She smiles, saying her act of weakness will fail if Eugene loses control. Kanjo is shocked, unable to understand how Suib revives so quickly. Clap echoes, breaking the heavy silence. A distant man praises them, drawing everyone's gaze. Gan coldly orders silence, declaring the victor holds the right to decide. Eugene stares at Gan in disbelief, and Suib gasps in shock. Eugene realizes he truly won by drawing the first card, saving all debtor souls. Even though Suib was the sacrifice, the rule allows her to live since victory was decided. Eugene sees he exploited a loophole, but the game master seeks to void it for her gain. He looks straight at Kanjo, declaring the abyss has confirmed his victory. Eugene is certain she lost and no longer controls the game. He firmly demands she release the souls, determined to save everyone. She smiles faintly, realizing the real match has reached its end. With calm composure, she agrees. She declares all will be freed. Then she smiles, saying the fun of the game is over. As she speaks, she removes her blindfold, revealing 3 glowing red pupils. She screams, announcing everyone will soon return to reality. Eugene stands stunned, confused about what's happening. The surroundings distort, and a massive creature emerges amid chaos. She stands furiously atop the monster, saying this is the price for breaking her game. She laughs coldly, vowing to teach them a cruel lesson with a new wager fair yet unfair. Eugene panics, asking about the monster, while Gan carries Suib and explains it's an abyssal summoning ritual rare and forbidden. He runs while shouting that there's no time to analyze further. Eugene suddenly stops, telling Gan to take Suib while he holds off the beast. Gan is startled as Eugene calls his true name, suspecting he saw through his identity with the Folivia eyes. Suib removes Gan's mask, teasing him for hiding his identity. He curtly tells them not to act rashly. Eugene, confused, asks more. Gan explains the monster is an extremely rare abyssal type. Elsewhere, Inam and Lavina detect the anomaly. Lavina panics upon learning Eugene and Suib are involved. Inam tracks the map, pinpointing Eugene's group's location. He instructs them to escape through Route 3 to avoid the monster's detection. Gan shouts for Eugene to turn into the nearby alley. Once safe, Inam confirms their position is stable. He orders Lavina to fire. Lavina raises her hand, chanting a spell and unleashing a powerful attack. On the other side, Kanjo curses furiously at the fleeing group. She rages, fearing other hairs might notice. Lamenting the wasted souls, she chants zone release, unleashing countless feral spirits. She vows not to let her own soul fall into anyone's hands. With her 3 red pupils, she surveys the city, declaring no one can escape her 14,000 souls. She summons tens of thousands more eyes to monitor everywhere. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light crashes down like a meteor. Kanjo panics, hastily activating her ultimate spell Urban Catastrophe. Meanwhile, Gan, Eugene, and Suibi hide in a narrow corner. Eugene worries the wide area spell will kill civilians, but Gan says only nobles and guild members remain here. Eugene, shocked, asks about the Basona citizens. Gan solemnly replies they're no longer here. He adds that Eugene might have been right about the people's fate. Eugene trembles, reasoning that the entire city may have been sacrificed to the abyss. Gan solemnly admits it's a massive ritual that could cause extinction if not stopped soon. A violent explosion erupts, drawing Vertiga's attention. He leans on the railing, smirking that the Marquis faction has finally struck back. Eri beside him worries, recognizing Lavina's ultimate spell and wondering why they're making such noise. Vertiga says gravely the area is reaching the abyss power limit, recalling El Lobo's words about the diffusion ritual soon to happen. Abentu, One of the 5 hares says this is the perfect moment. A Lobo warns him to stay quiet since their father is negotiating with the Abyss for his own gain. El and another hare adds their father ordered the area's protection, yet all tied to the Abyss must be destroyed. Elsewhere, Kanjo lies buried under rubble. She screams, vowing to kill them all, revealing herself as one of the Abyss 5 hares. Inam and Yujin watch from above as the giant beast stands unharmed despite a direct hit. Inam realizes the laws of reality are collapsing. The monster, with blade-like claws, is slowly awakening the Grand Duke of the Abyss. In a secret room, mages discuss combat plans, mentioning breaking the seal created by Lord Felon and the 12 disciples. Yulim is deemed a temporary safe zone. Yujin anxiously asks if the Abyssal Grand Duke is real. Gon replies it's highly likely and says other hares have bonded with high-tier abyssal beings like the Death Dragon of the North. Yujin doubts it, saying the taboo of naming the Grand Duke is suspicious, but even sacrificing a city shouldn't awaken him. He recalls a similar event in Bolivia when a colossal abyssal beast awakened. Shaking the world, Yujin urgently calls for action, asking the professor's location. Inam says they still don't know why he is here but briefs him on the crisis. She explains the sacrifice ritual occurs inside the palace, where citizens are held. Due to danger, they only monitored El Kanjo's casino, the only active site, when chaos broke out. Inam continues, saying Professor Roy, an infiltration specialist, has entered the palace alone. Yujin worries over the recklessness. Before she can add more, a mocking voice interrupts. A chilling command orders all rats killed. As skull tentacles surge to attack Yujin's group, Gon instantly draws his blade and charges into battle. Yujin throws daggers, counter-attacking fiercely. The group is engulfed in a blazing fight, flames consuming the battlefield. Yujin sees things worsening, shouting that the professor's position is exposed. They must save him now. Inam, fending off attacks, replies the professor is deep inside Basona Castle, the enemy's course, so retreat is impossible. Yujin insists they can still help, but Inam yells that even the enemy's normal power far surpasses theirs. Yujin shouts back that only by stopping the sacrifice ritual can they save everyone. He stresses they must strike directly at the enemy's lair to end the catastrophe. Leaving Inam hesitant, Gon intervenes, agreeing infiltrate the palace with Yujin. Inam, furious, warns it's suicidal, but Gan remains firm. Seeing Yujin's logic, he gives many convincing reasons that the enemy is in chaos. This is their rare chance. Gon encourages Yujin, saying he knows the boy never slacked in training. Surprising Yujin, Inam thinks, then admits Anika must have trained Yujin harshly before letting him out. She finally agrees, assigning herself and the rest to find the Bison Knight commander, while Yujin and Gaon lead the main assault. Before leaving, Inam firmly warns Yujin not to reveal the plan during battle. Then she and her team continue fighting, clearing the path ahead. Yujin and Gaon dash forward as Inam wishes them luck. Meanwhile, Kanjo rages over a failed plan. She screams in fury, lamenting all the souls she gathered now wasted. Kyuvo, another hare, coldly orders El Kanjo to shut up, reminding her she's not a warrior. El Kanjo grows even angrier, dark energy flaring around her. She spots several rats Yujin's group entering the ritual zone, making Kuovo realize the situation is dire. Kanjo calms down, unable to believe what she's seeing. From the sky, a blazing object hurtles straight toward them. Kuovo stays composed, drawing his weapon to fight. A new battle erupts violently. Blinding lights and magic weapons clash, forming a storm of energy. Kuovo grows cautious, admitting the opponent is an incredibly powerful mage. Yujin is stunned as the enemy is cleaved apart in a single strike. Inam is shocked the sword aura equals that of a paladin commander, an amazing feat for someone so young even if empowered by the Abyss. She realizes the title paladin commander she mentioned matches the Holy Guard rank. Yujin smirks, saying they're in real trouble if they lack a paladin commander on their side. Kanjo feels a surge of dread. She quickly climbs up to Kuovo's position to confer with him. A warning voice calls from behind, telling her to beware. She spins around to see a knight commander standing tall. Naum swings his hammer furiously at El Kanjo. He roars, accusing her of losing her humanity and becoming a monster. The glowing hammer strikes down, holy light tearing through the ground. Yujin is captivated by the light. Turning to look, he stares wide-eyed, never having seen such power before. Gon explains it's Sir Nahum Seva, commander of the Bison Knights, a retired paladin, once one of the 11 squad captains, second only to the Sword Saint. Yujin marvels in awe at such a legendary warrior. Gon adds that people like him are rare even in Bolivia. Only a few compare. Thanks to them, Inam and Lavina can hold the enemy. Hearing this, Yujin grows more worried. If even the strong can only hold, what about Professor Roy under siege? Gon sternly tells Yujin not to worry about the professor. They stop by a wall overlooking below. Gon says Levin, who knows the cartel's power, still has absolute faith in Roy, because he knows only Roy can face and defeat the cartel. Meanwhile, Professor Roy clashes with Soya, Iceland's subordinate. The latter mocks that Roy still clings to the Abyss despite being tainted. Soa laughs arrogantly, greeting the mercenary legend and asking if he's been hired to kill him. Roy frowned, lamenting that dealing with Soya alone was already a headache. From afar, Another voice issued an order. Ensure the ritual is not interrupted. The shout made everyone stop. Even idiot Olivia appeared on the battlefield. Roy saw Kowu lying motionless amid the ruins. He frowned, confused about what was happening. He thought that such a weak girl being called a noble heir was absurd. She was merely so as disposable pawn. He gripped his weapon tightly, deciding to destroy all remaining foes. But suddenly, Kowu appeared right behind him. She smirked, regretting not killing Roy earlier. Roy calmly asked, "Self-destruction." His gaze was firm and fearless. He immediately turned and slashed at her. Both were wounded, and Roy furiously demanded, "What are you?" Kowu replied coldly, "There is only one me." As soon as she spoke, her body exploded, and another form emerged from the flames. The violent blast blew everything away, throwing Roy off balance amid the chaos. Kowu declared coldly that until her father's dream was fulfilled, she would live eternally through immortal power. Professor Roy skeptically asked what she had sacrificed for such power. She smiled and explained that each time she died, her soul moved to a new body, her memory dulled. But that didn't matter. Roy shouted angrily, demanding she stop spouting nonsense and confess how many innocent souls were sacrificed. Kowu calmly said she didn't know the exact number. She added casually that each resurrection required about 100 souls. Regretting she couldn't be more efficient, Roy grew furious, veins bulging with rage. He roared and charged forward, vowing to end her wicked immortality. In the distance, Anam shouted, searching for the Knight Commander amid the chaos. She worried as she saw Roy completely lose control. Attacking recklessly, she assessed that although Roy was strong and strategic, he was still alone against countless clones of Kowu and couldn't last. Inam tried to stay calm, reminding herself the enemy could self-destruct and resurrect. So emotion was dangerous, yet deep down, a vague fear arose within her. On the lower level, the ritual had summoned a gigantic creature, signaling the worst was coming. Kanjo collapsed, laughing wildly in joy, calling it the final fireworks. Lavina, exhausted and out of mana after battling monsters, gasped that this was beyond human endurance. Inam anxiously surveyed her forces. Only a few could still fight, while both the Knight Commander and Roy were in peril. She knew Eugen and Gaon had to join them now. She thought that if they fell now, the entire resistance would be surrounded and destroyed. A voice spoke from behind. "Is this the place we're needed?" Inam and Lavina turned. Shocked to see Suabi appear, she asked coldly, "This is our target, right?" Inam panicked, urging her to rest since she hadn't recovered. Suaib shouted that being treated as a burden was more humiliating than death. She couldn't stand idle while comrades fought. El Kanjo laughed mockingly, jeering that the old sacrifice had come seeking death. Suaib smiled back, saying she was delighted that her opponent this time was El Kanjo. She immediately leaped from the fortress, declaring she had waited for this moment for a long time. Inam shouted for her to stop, but Suaib had already landed and begun the duel. Suabi struck the terrifying giant tentacle. She went berserk, charging straight into battle. Inam and Lavina panicked, fearing she was risking her life against the tentacle. Nijo was stunned, unable to believe the girl's recklessness. Inam ordered a sealing spell while Lavina used destructive magic to clear the path, surprising the whole team. Despite the surprise, Lavina eagerly faced Kanijo without fear. Nero was shaken, terrified by his opponent's courage. Suaib admitted her fear but said something was scarier than death itself. After speaking, she rushed forward, trembling yet still attacking. She recalled Nikan's lesson about merging spiritual energy with nature to create infinite power. He laughed, saying she was still a novice who didn't truly understand. He demonstrated, displaying the supreme might of nature beyond old techniques. Nikan mocked her, driving Suabi into furious anger. She cursed Nikan for always looking down on others. Suabi declared herself a Sky Sea tribe mage, united with nature. She confidently claimed she could reproduce that power endlessly. Nijo counterattacked furiously, unleashing a defensive strike. Suaib delivered a fatal punch, embodying harmony between heaven and earth. Nijo froze in shock, unable to react, and collapsed. Suaib won but was exhausted. Her comrades lifted her up, and Inam admired her extraordinary growth. In a short time, Suaib had reached even surpassed her master Nikan. Nijo, dying? Asked about Eugen Olivia, but Suaib's group answered with disdain. Kanjo realized Eugene wasn't there. Guessing he had gone to stop the upcoming ritual, Kyuavo was ordered to cease fighting and return to the castle due to an intruder, and he was stunned by the bad news. He obeyed instantly, retreating swiftly. Naom descended angrily to confront El Kanjo. He grabbed her by the neck, shouting in rage, but El Kanjo only laughed provocatively. She taunted that if she were killed, tens of thousands of civilians would die with her. She said the mastermind was the demon of pleasure, who toyed with human souls, and she herself was merely the most obedient debtor. Nahum threw her to the ground in fury. Inam rushed to stop him, urging calm. Inam reminded him to stay rational to save lives, and Nahum spoke solemnly of his regretful past before suddenly coughing blood. Alarming Suaib and Inam, ignoring his illness, he revealed the true cause of the Bishan disaster. Preparing to disclose a long-buried secret, He said Lord Bison was a follower of the plague evil god. Shocking the three girls, the Bison family had used the power of the evil god's relics to rise into royal nobility. Nahum confessed he once discovered the truth but dared not expose it for fear of annihilation. He chose to help the Lord conceal the abyss traces, unable to destroy the relics of the evil god, so they buried it deep beneath the castle, an act that made the abyss cult hate them bitterly. In Aim-Cudden, realizing the horror, she deduced they were sacrificing the entire city to resurrect the plague god Negra. Nahum bitterly confirmed, having no excuse left. He said Negran once brought humanity to extinction, the enemy of Lord Felon and the 12 saints. If revived, the world would lose all hope. Elsewhere, Dia stood silently, sighing as souls reached toward him. He looked down at the two fighting below, complaining about the noise. Roy coldly removed his coat, preparing to unleash his true power and reveal his collection of anomalous weapons. Soho smiled, saying those items cost a fortune. Astonishing Roy with their potential power, Roy realized his opponent wasn't bluffing about wanting to rule the nation, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Soho smugly declared the battle would end as Master Olivia desired. He snapped his fingers, summoning countless radiant orbs in the air, ED's mind filled with determination to destroy Soho no matter what. He shouted, unleashing waves of light that surged toward Roy. Roy dodged as the beams collided, exploding violently. Soho remained calm, speaking as if everything was within his plan. The two clashed, their punches tearing open a blinding rift in space. Soho tried to draw his gun to counterattack, but Roy swiftly sliced off his arm, saying teleportation was no longer possible. Both were enveloped in spatial power, continuing their close-range duel. Soho was thrown back as Roy coldly explained the principle of the spell he used. He said spatial magic required extraordinary calculation, mastered only by geniuses, but as an ordinary man, he relied on space's self-balancing ability to fight. Space always restores its original form, generating recoil opposite to deformation. By using that recoil, even a small distortion allows instant spatial movement. He asked aloud, echoing his professor's words, how to harness all that restorative force. Soho mocked him, saying Roy was too academic and theoretical. Roy replied he was never a model student, then struck back fiercely. At some point, he had already grabbed his opponent's shoulder. A void sphere formed in Roy's hand, concentrating all spatial recoil energy to unleash maximum destruction. Trapping Soho, Soho burst into manic laughter. Nearly insane, he stammered, void, truth. As if in despair, the explosion from Roy's final attack echoed far, startling Gan and Eugene. Eugene instantly recognized the familiar power. It was the professor's. When Roy's battle ended, Eugene noticed something off. If the professor wished, he could have hidden, meaning someone had forced him to act. Gan shouted in panic to run, and Eugene agreed, dashing after him. Vertigo watched them from afar, smiling wickedly. In a blink, she appeared ahead, blocking their path. As Vertigo laughed, the walls around them crumbled to dust. Akai looked at them excitedly, praising their sharp reflexes. Votega hesitated, admitting their strength far exceeded rumors. Gan suspiciously questioned what she meant. She sneered that such power made up for being imprisoned. Then summoned Ethan. Ethan appeared, sternly saying abyssal power was Nodo in confirming they were the troublemakers Kyovo had mentioned. Upon seeing Pento, Eugene's face turned pale. He was stunned by Pento's transformation. Frozen in fear, Pento laughed madly, shouting the names Gan, Eugene, and Bolivia like a lunatic. He screamed, accusing Eugene of once mocking him and recalling their old grudge. Eugene was shocked, recognizing him as the noble who took part in the mage entrance exam. Gan's face darkened as he roared, calling Pento a fool. Pento grew more agitated, insulting Gan for disgracing his family, then ordered Ethan to kill the bastard son of the concubine. Pento raged on, demanding punishment and calling Eugene a heretic for invading his palace. Ethan coldly accepted, igniting red flames in his hand and declaring in the name of Pentobison the abyssal verdict, the blade of Azazel. He recited the verdict, declaring the sins proven but granting the opponents a chance to justify themselves before the gods. Red chains ignited, binding Gan and Vertiga, forcing them to prove innocence through a death duel. Vertiga smirked wickedly, declaring the prey could not escape. Gan looked around in confusion, not understanding the strange shackles. Ethan coldly stated no one could escape the arena. As the distance was limited to 15 meters, he frowned and continued reading the rules. The duel ends only when one side surrenders their soul or dies, then asked coldly, do you understand the law? Gan retorted sarcastically, noting Ethan's detailed explanation and realizing this power was meant for control, not battle. He believed if Phelan was just, righteousness would prevail. While Pento smugly thought it was over, Pento arrogantly praised his opponent, believing the man had never tasted defeat. Gan glared at Vertigo with killing intent, recalling she was the most dangerous foe, bearing an ancient bloodline stronger than his. Hermana's warning echoed in his mind. Vertiga, despite her youthful look, had lived over a century. During that time, she was hated by humans, cursed, and suffered pain proportional to her abyssal power. That power exceeded mortal limits, making her the strongest spear of the Abyss faction. Gan felt intrigued. An ancient, fallen being who still endured was fascinating. In an instant, red flames rose around Gan as he accepted Vertiga as a worthy opponent. At that moment, Eugene realized in shock that he too was being dragged into the death match. As he hesitated, a voice answered, it's me, Eugene turned in disbelief. Levin looked at him coldly, declaring himself Eugene's opponent, making him tremble as he spoke his name. Vertiga laughed triumphantly, welcoming Levin. Ethan announced the death duel officially begun between the two warriors. Eugene panicked, screaming for Levin to stop, but Levin ignored him, merging instantly with abyssal power. In a flash, his battle form changed, Philistine armor covering his body. A crimson, demonic glow enveloped everything, warping space. The sky turned thick red like syrupy blood. Silence shattered as thunder roared and lightning struck violently. Levin kicked fiercely, sending Eugene flying. He was surprised Eugene still stood, praising his unexpected endurance. Eugene shouted angrily, accusing Levin of selling his soul to the abyss and betraying a mage's pride. He pressed on, recalling how Levin stayed silent while Soho killed comrades, then swung his sword, but Levin blocked it. Levin noticed the item in Eugene's hand, Phelps' relic, making Eugene freeze in shock, burning with fury. Eugene demanded Levin face his sins instead of making excuses. Levin calmly grabbed Eugene's collar, shifted their stance, and prepared to counterattack. As he finished speaking, 3 explosions thundered above. Vertiga looked up in awe, saying the other battle had reached its climax. Vertiga smiled faintly, saying they should begin too, but Gan attacked first. His slash was gracefully dodged by Vertiga. She mocked him, asking if he knew the consequence of striking her with that move. Vertiga triumphantly warned that the curse would rebound, causing him unbearable pain. Gan calmly replied that she didn't know everything about him. He muttered, "It'd be more entertaining if my subordinates were watching." Vertiga looked puzzled, unable to react in time. Gan stared coldly and declared he would show her what true supreme magic swordsmanship was. Vertiga was stunned. She was struck but unharmed. The curse failed to trigger. Reality's rules contradicted themselves. She realized he was using the ancient supreme sword art. The supreme sword art was an origin-era technique only achievable under special conditions. Vertiga grit her teeth, furious at being forced into a disadvantage. She burst into mad laughter, calling Gan a fool for touching power beyond humanity, warning he would die before understanding it. Gan, exhausted yet calm, believed his last strike had hit Vertiga's weak point. At that moment, massive explosions shook the entire space. A streak of light shot down to the ground, blazing like a falling meteor. Levin finally exhaled in relief. He glanced around, murmuring that things seemed stable. Before he could finish, Eugene punched him in the face, shouting, "Levin, we need to talk." Eugene yelled angrily, demanding to know what had happened to Levin. Suspecting all his past words were lies, Levin froze, seeing the fury blazing in his friend's eyes. Eugene, enraged, charged into attack. Their clash erupted in violent explosions. Levin dodged while urging Eugene to calm down, trying to explain the armor he wore. He admitted it was his father's relic, the previous Phelps, shocking Eugene. Eugene trembled, asking, "What do you mean?" Levin recalled how Soho once suspected him of betraying the abyss. He had used that very armor as leverage to force Levin's submission. Levin continued, revealing the Philistine armor was the final wish of the former Phelps. He painfully explained that Phelps' magic had deadly side effects, requiring a special yet dangerous control process. His father found a way to reduce that risk, and the result of his research was this armor. Eugene was stunned, unable to believe it since Levin once said his father was burned alive by Soho. Levin frowned and said slowly, "Yes, he was burned, but in truth, he survived, horribly burned and barely clinging to life." Eugene worriedly asked if Levin had been pretending to obey Soho all along. Levin interrupted, saying that was only what Soho wanted him to believe since controlling life and death was his specialty. He explained that Soho used both research and abyssal power to sustain life, but he no longer cared. With this armor, he could wield forbidden magic and would use it to kill Soho, even if he had to feign loyalty. After hearing this, Eugene's attitude shifted, realizing Levin had never betrayed them. Levin confirmed it and said he had prepared for a long time. Levin handed him a notebook of gathered data, telling Eugene to take him to the professor for full explanation. Eugene suddenly remembered their original mission to rescue the professor who had infiltrated the ritual center. He asked if Levin knew the location of the sacrifice, and Levin confirmed he had memorized the path. Though even hairs were forbidden entry, Levin suggested they split up. He would infiltrate while Eugene delivered the documents. Eugene agreed, but as soon as they separated, red chains bound them both. They were yanked back, panicking as the chains couldn't be broken. Levin explained it was Azazel's power, part of the main plan. It was a force that defined authority among lords, not an attack spell, but an absolute divine binding. Levin tensely said there might still be a way to break it, but Eugene urged him to hurry since time was running out. After thinking, Eugene decided, "We go together," surprising Levin. As they moved, he cursed under his breath, fearing failure if caught. Eugene replied from behind that risk was all they had left. Delay meant losing the chance to save the professor. To reassure Levin, Eugene said he would hide carefully to avoid detection. Levin still doubted, thinking Eugene was like a ticking bomb. He feared if Eugene lost control against the ritualist, disaster would follow. The man went madly attacking, so he, wishing to die together in the tomb. He laughed hysterically, completely deranged. Soon after, the space around them shattered violently. He finally spoke. He stopped, confused as his magic vanished, sensing something was wrong. At that moment, he noticed the spatial anomaly decaying. Space was completely distorted, reality bending out of shape. He said coldly that the heart of the plague evil god had begun to beat. Prince Huanghu turned at the sound, only to have Sui suddenly slam his head down. The man sighed that the prince's efforts were useless. This distorted space was unbearable. Was this the end? Idea calmly replied, not yet. A key fragment was still missing, as this entity only temporarily existed within the horizon-linked space. The prince was horrified, realizing the enemy intended to release that being, which would bring unimaginable disaster. Then all world laws would collapse, plunging everything into chaos. So he sighed impatiently, calling this god troublesome and asking what more was needed. The Silent One finally spoke, saying humanity had done all it could. Idea turned slightly, saying the rest belonged to fate. On the other side, Eugen was terrified. He screamed in panic as he saw the strange spatial distortion. Levent realized the collapse was happening. With the abyss spreading wider, he hesitated, suspecting it was the result of the sacrificial ritual. Unsure where to go, Eugen stopped him, saying his eyes shone with light and he had found the way. He glanced at him, saying it was time to break Phelan's curse, the soul cycle chain. The 10-sword magic originated from the Dawn era, a pure human ancient art. Now, few could perform it, as ancient humans were far superior. Its secret lay in their perception before the universe's rules had formed. At that time, magic was chaotic and infinite, unrestricted by any law. That mastery came from intuition, not theory. He realized ancient beings possessed absolute perception, and restoring it would let magic burst infinitely when fused with the 10-slash. That power transcended causality, creating miracles. The stellar 10-slash. The foe screamed in pain as his arms were severed. Gon coldly said this strike came from the realm of chaos, detached from causality, so curses could not affect it. Vertigo roared furiously, calling him a degenerate human for daring such defiance. Gon looked at his sword, admitting it was merely a trick. The gap in essence, skill, and draconic bloodline was insurmountable. He admitted he could not surpass Vertigo's absolute power. Gon's eyes gleamed as he silently resolved to fight on, no matter how slim the hope. She laughed madly, warning he would pay for using forbidden power. Secretly despising his arrogance, red flames engulfed her body. Darkness rose, and her eyes burned crimson. She declared she would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Gon calmly thought he had foreseen this once the true 10-slash was unleashed. Vertigo would go all out to prove her superiority. Although the 10-slash held infinite potential, it was still limited by his own experience and emotions. Levent believed Gon could resist Vertigo thanks to the 10-slash uniqueness. So he deliberately provoked his fighting spirit, creating a destined duel between them. Then he separated Eugene, and Gan smiled faintly, acknowledging Levent as a true strategist, though regretting the ancient magic consumed immense life force. He swore not to disappoint the next generation. Blue light flared around Gan, his sword trembling like flowing wind. He mocked Vertigo for believing a fallen one could defeat the magic of ancient guardians. Vertigo took stance, roaring a challenge and vowing to torture him until he begged for death. Gon told himself he could not fall now, not after all their hopes for the future. As he finished, cubic images of multi-space began floating around. Eugene gasped in horror, while Levent froze in shock as chaos emerged. He feared reality was collapsing, thinking the Grand Duke of the Abyss might have revived. Eugene realized abyssal energy was colliding with the horizon, reverting the world to its primal chaos. Levent urgently called to Eugene, saying they must retreat since the central zone was out of control. Eugene remained silent, with eyes gleaming. Eugene firmly replied, "No." His gaze blazed as he stepped forward, saying he could sense something, startling Levent. He pondered, recalling the process of restoring what was broken, now understanding its true meaning. Eugene spread his arms as cubes formed into a ship, realizing the world and the shattered vessel shared the same essence. Observing the fragment structure, he deduced the original shape of the whole. Eugene thought that if intuition merged with the Falivia family's vision, he could touch the essence of chaos itself. Golden light spread, enveloping the disorder. Eugene realized that even within chaos, law still existed. Levent stared in awe, asking how he could do such a thing. Eugene clutched his head, recalling Elder Anicaps' words that magic was never bound by limits. He understood that shapes within chaos changed by personal perception, and humanity's desire for order was the root of all magic. The pain overwhelmed him, making it hard to breathe. He realized this power bordered on suicide. While Levent, shocked, asked where he learned to create such order. Like a primordial creator, Eugene staggered, telling Levent to leave and continue later. Levent sighed, hating being dragged into such murky, hopeless situations. He watched Eugene go, thinking that though stepping into the void was madness, Eugene was the one who could find a path in chaos. As they crossed memory fragments, Idea's voice echoed, praising Eugene for surpassing all his expectations. He continued, saying destiny had long arranged for him to arrive here. Levent faintly heard a distant, deep voice. Idea approached, saying he once feared greatly to let Eugene enter chaos. He smiled, admitting that his faith in Eugene's courage had finally released the fear had long suppressed. Levent reflected, whispering the name Idiot Folivia, wondering if Eugene's arrival here was part of his plan. He suspected it might be a kidnapping but couldn't understand why they brought Eugene to such danger. Suddenly, he gasped at the shifting colors of the space. Levent shouted for Eugene to stay calm, warning that this was the realm of chaos, where the abyss ruled. He grew tense as Eugene's anger rose, knowing any negative emotion could become real. Levent warned as his body fragmented into cubes, telling him not to fall for the enemy's trick. Idea frowned, saying the noise was bothersome and that he would temporarily remove Levent from the scene. He knelt on one knee before Eugene, reassuring him that he was merely sending his friend somewhere safe. Idea sighed, saying he never meant to harm Eugene even if it angered him. Eugene's face turned cold and terrifying. He clenched his fists, shouting that his uncle had hurt him too much and should stay silent if he had any sincerity left. Eugene attacked. Idea blocked. He screamed with hatred, mocking him as a cowardly hypocrite afraid of death. He bitterly mocked himself for wasting so much time hesitating over what to do with him. Idea calmly said he wasn't afraid of death but still had duties. After Eugene's illness, he tried everything to heal him but failed. He said, "I am the scar within your soul," believing it was a bond imposed by Philon. Eugene was shocked and asked what he meant. He shouted in denial, saying Philon saved him, not Idea, and told him not to confuse him with lies. Idea stepped closer, asking if he truly believed he had escaped the curse. He sternly told him to think carefully, as the illness was only a shell and the Grand Duke of the Abyss never let him go. Eugen suddenly realized perhaps the Grand Duke was the one targeting his soul. He wondered if this was what Annika had hinted at. Idea said unless Philon broke the seal, the Abyss would chase him through every reincarnation. Eugen was horrified that his pain was predestined. Idea confirmed he had sacrificed everything to alter a fate bound by absolute forces. With only one final step remaining, he placed a hand on his sword, saying Eugene could kill him when it was over. He even wished for it. Idea raised the blade to his neck, smiling warily, begging Eugene to end him when all was done. Eugene trembled, eyes filled with conflict and fury. He vowed to sever the endless thread of destiny. That vow was what kept him standing. Idea raised his hand, pleading that amid the struggle between the Abyss and Felon's power, they still had a chance to reshape fate. He sat facing Eugene, saying everything was ready but time was running out. Idea reached out, inviting Eugene to follow. Eugene frowned with suspicion. Eugene's face stiffened, anger mixed with confusion. Even deep in Kiao's, old memories lingered like scars as if a single moment could have changed everything. He gazed afar, sighing that standing up once more was enough, wondering why he must still endure. Idea spoke sternly, reminding him he was still bound by destiny and countless trials ahead. Eugene bowed his head, voice heavy, asking why he spoke of this only now. He bitterly recalled Idea burning Folivia as a sacrifice. Asking why he thought it'd follow him, Idea softly replied he never sought forgiveness. He said he had witnessed Eugene's soul's pain through endless reincarnations and eternity. Idea said, "You know better than anyone the torment your soul has endured, don't you?" Eugene frowned, eyes hollow, saying he remembered the darkness of his childhood in this and past lives. If all those sufferings were echoes of a cursed past, then every pain had its cause. He realized fate was cruel, yet still unsure if he could avenge his fallen friends. Eugene looked up and asked, what if he truly accepted it all? Light flashed in his eyes as he wondered what would happen if he accepted fate. Idea objected fiercely, saying he didn't yet understand the horror of that destiny. He said the sky was closing, and creation had forsaken them, and soon, the Abyss would consume the veil of reality. In this realm, Eugene's fate was to bear all Horizon's sins, becoming the sacrifice to appease the Abyss' wrath. Idea rose, declaring it a filthy fate imposed by Phelan, scolding Eugene for wanting to submit. The more he spoke, the more desperate he grew, begging Eugene to wait. Once the ritual ended, the chains would break and he'd live free. Eugene recalled Annika's words that his fate was weighed on the scales, hoping he could escape and live peacefully. But now the Abyss had risen, and he was the one to suffer the heaviest price. He believed his current life was a gift earned after countless painful reincarnations. But if the price of that gift was the Abyss revival, then his choice was, Eugene decided, raising his golden marked hand and firmly declaring, "I accept it." Holy light spread across the space. He spoke resolutely that even if fate demanded others' lives, he would no longer run. There was no other path left. Eugene said in pain that his life wasn't enough to redeem the city. Idea was stunned by his resolve. Facing the blazing light from Eugene's hand, Idea exclaimed that he hadn't wavered at all. Idea spoke lowly, saying he truly didn't want to hurt him. He looked straight at Eugene, saying there was no time to persuade, nor would he beg forgiveness. Blood around Idea hardened into spikes and shot toward Eugene. The real battle began. Idea dominated, wielding his blood arts with masterful precision. Eugene gritted his teeth, using the power of transformation zero free regeneration beyond normal limits. He had once been the warrior who dealt Folivia heavy losses, and though victory seemed impossible, Eugene still sensed a chance. His eyes lit up as he declared he had surpassed magical limits, then unleashed a spell hurling boulders at his foe. Idea smiled, saying this was the true power Eugene was meant to have. He wondered who could now face Eugene once insecure, now beyond every boundary. But in midair, the boulder shattered to dust. The blood spikes pierced through Eugene's entire attack in one strike. Idea laughed madly, praising Eugene's brilliance but claiming the brighter he shone, the tighter the curse's darkness would bind him. Then the blood blades struck. Eugene was gravely wounded, clutching his chest in pain, feeling needles stabbing his eyes. His senses collapsed, agony spreading the cost of exceeding magic's limits. Yet he didn't stop. Eugene clenched his teeth, recalling his promise to Phelan. If given life again, he'd use it to save others. Gathering all strength, he once more activated the magic in his palm, preparing the final blow. Idea was horrified by the radiant light bursting from his hand. Eugene shouted that if fate forced him to face the abyss and embrace that power without fear, he dove from above, holding destructive light, aiming straight at Idea at the center, for only that way could he shatter all shackles and free the souls trapped within the abyss. Idea was stunned, the name Phelan flashing in his mind, the one who bound Eugene's soul in cruel chains. Idea's body was split in two by the light strike. Eugene gritted his teeth, demanding if he was the cause of it all. He choked up, saying maybe one day he'd forgive him, for at least now he understood him. But from the chaos, Idea's weak voice said, "That satisfies me, but I realize Phelan has brainwashed me. Words can't change you anymore." Seconds later, Idea's split body fused back together. He coldly said there was no need to waste time, and Eugene asked in horror how he still existed. Idea calmly replied that only part of his zero was erased. The rest remained. Eugene wasn't the only one wielding power in the chaos. He explained that light and darkness, chaos and order were two sides of one scale, and the blow had shaken the plague Grand Duke. Idea laughed madly, declaring that Negrin had awakened. He raised both hands to the sky, screaming in madness. A black cord extended from the void, wrapping tightly around his struggling arm. Levant collapsed, realizing his body couldn't move at all. Frustrated being trapped in this absurd space, he wondered how Eugene could move freely in the chaos, certain he had used some special method. Suddenly, a face fragmented into cubes appeared before him, making Levant scream in terror. Seeing his reaction, Suhi laughed mockingly. Levant angrily shouted, asking why he was here and how he dragged him into this bizarre place. The man replied calmly that he only had to imagine it for it to happen, saying this realm wasn't as bad as it looked. Levant was shocked by his ability, wondering if Suhi had also been acknowledged by the chaos like Eugene. He pointed at the binding cord, asking why he was imprisoned, assuming he was sucked into chaos during battle. Suhi glanced at his hand, saying his side also seemed to have someone who had entered this area deeply. He smiled coldly, praising Levant for still being sharp, then hinted the true enemy was a big fish. He asked if Levant had heard the name, the one now devoured by chaos. Hearing that, Levant worried about the professor, hoping he had escaped, for the professor was no ordinary man. Suhi continued to mock, regretting that Levant hadn't witnessed it. Levant clenched his teeth, realizing he was being tested. Trying to stay calm, he asked if this chaos eruption meant the ritual to resurrect Negran was complete. Suhi raised his hand, revealing countless struggling human arms in his palm, answering yes and that it was only the beginning. When he released them, the bloody arms fell. He laughed, saying that since Idea left in time, he had seized the vital artifact. Levant's face grew grim as he realized the man had stolen a god's power. He furiously demanded why he betrayed eternal order. Suhi just laughed loudly, saying the question was pointless. With a dark smile, he replied firmly, "I did it because it benefits me. No other reason needed." Knowing his crimes, Levant gritted his teeth, calling him insane. The man confidently spoke of his new intent, curious what would happen if he devoured a god alive. Levant shuddered, shouting against that mad thought. Terrifying visions filled his mind of power beyond human control. Even with slim chances, he still wanted to use chaos to seize the abyss power. He warned that if that happened, humanity would perish under the divine plague unleashed, so he decided to act immediately. A blinding beam shot toward the triple shock platform amid the battle. The ground cracked, debris scattering wildly. Yadain appeared, swinging his sword in a fierce assault. Eugene's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed the moves Bolivia. Desio, the opponent summoned the Zero Sword. Using the Bolivia sword art of 24 forms, the violent clash shattered heaven and earth. Eugene was thrown back while the foe stood firm, showing superior mastery. Eugene recalled the basic sword lessons from his father, once a great genius of Bolivia. His uncle, meanwhile, was scorned as a talentless man. He had learned only the basics but honed them to extraordinary perfection. That persistence let him overcome prejudice and prove his worth. The man coldly declared the duel over, recalling admiration for his uncle and smiling respectfully. Yao Dun grabbed him, emotionally saying he once believed effort could break limits. Eugene smiled as his energy flared, questioning why he couldn't decide his own fate. He realized he had confined his thinking while chaos held infinite potential. Eugene decided to break all restraints, expanding power from point to line, from line to plane, but he didn't stop. He created a new technique, evolving the plane into a polyhedral form. From there, he ascended to higher dimensions, forming chaotic structures that blurred all reality. Space shattered, black rifts tearing reality apart. Yao Dun gasped in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Idia shouted angrily, demanding what foolish thing he was doing. He steadied himself, saying things had gone beyond control. The balance of fate had tilted, and told everyone to retreat. Before anyone could react, a black chain yanked Eugene away. The power of Azazel had appeared. Dai tried to save him but failed, screaming Yao Dun's name in despair. He roared furiously as the warped space prevented pursuit. A demon full of eyes and mouths mocked that his reunion with his nephew must be postponed. Dai spun around angrily, asking Iceland what this meant. He sneered, replying that everything had followed the prophecy's plan. Realizing the truth, Dai darkened, seeing himself as just a pawn in the prophet's game of fate. In another dimension, Levin and Eugene were drawn into a familiar corridor. Realizing Azul's chains had reactivated, while Eugene clutched his head in pain, asking what was happening, Yen spoke sternly, confirming the identity of the one they suspected. Levin gloomily admitted that even after witnessing it, he still found it hard to believe. In the sky, a colossal red pillar of blood appeared. Suhi had devoured Negran, the god of plague, gaining unimaginable power. If the Plague Grand Duke revived, catastrophe would wipe out humanity. His followers growing stronger than ever, repeating the old cycle of destruction. The resurrection of the Abyssal Grand Duke signaled mankind's doom. The cruelest despair came from their own kind. After absorbing Negran, Suhi mutated into a multi-armed monster. Laughing madly with newfound might, gigantic arms rose, covering the sky. As he felt he now grasped this meaningless world, one massive hand tore the sky open, revealing a gateway to another realm. On the ground, students watched in horror as the Tower of Hands rose with a crazed vow. I will recreate the world from zero. Suabe trembled as the sky collapsed, horrified by the creature tearing it apart, while Wu Ting smiled in satisfaction for achieving the final goal. Yadi sensed energy converging into a single point, identifying it as heading straight for Suhi. Even gravely wounded, Eugene insisted on fighting, telling Levin not to worry about him but to focus on stopping Suhi. Levin, angry with concern, warned that Eugene was self-destructing his mind from forbidden magic backlash, risking permanent damage. Eugene firmly replied that if they sat still, it wouldn't be just him who lost, the whole world would. Only he could stop the foe. Levin hesitated but grasped Eugene's hand, deciding to fight back together. A sudden energy blast knocked away a stranger who had just appeared near them. Eugene was shocked to realize it was an assassination attempt. Levin explained the assailant was Ovo, an immortal who could reincarnate in new bodies. She stood atop a roof, coldly questioning Levin about betraying the organization. He replied that he only sought revenge on Suhi, who destroyed his family and hadn't betrayed anyone. The girl sneered, admitting his words were plainly true. Cold wind swept through as she accused him of never treating them as family, while Levin sighed, frustrated by another deadly problem facing an immortal assassin. Suabe suddenly appeared behind her, smiling after a long absence. She swiftly locked Cardinal down, slamming him to the ground, grinning triumphantly as she believed Shed found a way to kill the immortal. Eugene and Levin below were utterly stunned by Suabe's action. Cartel was pinned, roaring in rage and struggling to break free. A blue explosion erupted, smoke engulfing everything, a perfect self-destruction that left no trace. Unexpectedly, she chose death. Suabe gritted her teeth in fury, cursing the mad ones who'd lost their humanity. Levin calmly said the opposite was true. They reflected humanity's essence more than anyone. While Abyss cultists fell to faith, Su's corporation bred sin from greed, Eugene mused that if Suhi crossed the horizon with that power, the outcome would be unimaginable. Levin agreed, saying they must stop him at all costs, though reaching him was near impossible. Hearing the cause of the catastrophe, Suabe panicked, screaming in disbelief that Suhi was behind it all. The ground shook as a colossal structure rose, deepening her terror. Eugene confirmed in a trembling voice that yes, that was their target. He came up with the idea of using the giant body to approach, believing the place where the branches converged was Suha's true position, shocking Suabe into protest. With no other choice, they decided to press on, explaining that Suhi had absorbed the Grand Duke and must be stopped before leaving Basona. Yao Dun asked Suabe about the others and the professor's whereabouts. She clung to a branch, replying that the seniors had gone to another front and the professor was likely with them. Even so, no one was sure he might have been caught in the chaos during the fight with Suhi. Kathio appeared, seeing the three climbing and scolding them as truly insane. She then swung her sword toward Eugene, saying this would more easily break the formation. Eugene couldn't react in time, realizing he couldn't defend himself in his exhausted state. Shurikens and ice magic rained down fiercely. Yao Dun was struck, his wounds piling up. Levin was forced to use the skill Lightning Judgment to counterattack and save his allies. He turned into lightning, dashing forward to grab Eugene and land safely. Suabe grumbled that he could have been gentler, but Levin urged haste, warning the trees' slowing movement made it easier for enemies to catch up. Suabe worriedly asked Eugene if he still had strength to fight, though everyone knew he was near his limit. Levin helped him up, insisting only Eugene could land a hit on Suhi, angering Suabe, who argued he could barely cast spells. Eugene firmly replied that as long as he lived, he could still fight. He asked Suabe to perform a special ritual on him, shocking her as she grasped his intent. She shouted furiously, calling Eugene insane for knowing the ritual would kill him. Levin suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent closing in. He shouted for everyone to run as fast as they could. Massive tentacles slammed down from the sky with brutal force. The battlefield was engulfed in dust and smoke, vision completely obscured. From the chaos, a lone figure slowly emerged. Kathio surveyed the corpses coldly, sneering that this was the fate of traitors like Levin. She mocked him messily, thinking he had no way to survive after betraying them, but she was stunned when Eugene's group still lived and counterattacked with savage sword strikes. The blow was too fast and precise, slicing Kathio apart as Ko was fighting what was extinguished. Su, Abe, and Levin were shocked to see space shatter. Wondering how Eugene could use magic in that condition, Levin broke into a sweat, realizing it wasn't magic anymore but primal instinct made real by chaos. Su, Abe asked in confusion, but at that moment red cords bound Levin, silencing him. As he was dragged through the air, he managed to say everything had long since fallen into chaos. In the distance, Suhi sensed someone approaching and focused his gaze. He arrogantly watched Eugene charge like a madman, then froze at his transformed, divine form. Suhi recalled his allies' words and understood why Iceland was obsessed with Eugen Immortal, who could touch divine power. He sneered, raising his hand and declaring he knew Eugen's weakness, just a mindless monster. Shattered magic mirrors reflected Eugen being consumed by his own rage and obsession. Eugene whispered that he no longer had the strength to save anyone. In that instant, he realized a truth so cold it extinguished his will to fight. Refusing his uncle's offer to end reincarnation had been a selfish and cruel decision. His other selves in alternate worlds never had that choice. They were stray souls in fragmented timelines. After countless reincarnations, the final chance to break the curse had appeared, yet he stubbornly believed he could save even the fallen souls. That stubbornness caused countless others to suffer, forming an eternal cycle of punishment through endless rebirth. Elsewhere, Iceland observed, recalling how the prophet once said not to worry about Eugene Folivia. Now he realized the prophet was right, even impaled and seemingly destroyed. Eugen still endured, terrifying Iceland with the intricately planned destiny. Idaya demanded why he imprisoned her and dared use avatars to bind her. Iceland only laughed, saying it was merely to keep her too occupied to resist. He coldly revealed his true plan to exchange bodies with Eugen Folivia. Idaya was stunned, speechless. Iceland explained that Eugen bore a heart pure as the stars, yet within him lay countless reincarnations, a bottomless black hole. If that star fell into darkness, the result would be unimaginable. Thinking of that, he laughed madly, declaring he would witness the birth of a new Lord of the Abyss. Even hearing that, Idaya remained calm, calling his scheme a waste of time. She reasoned that Iceland intended to force Eugene to face his past lives and collapse, but it would fail, because Eugen was stubborn. Once he chose a path, he would never turn back. Eugene declared clearly that he would face every self from every life. No longer running from fate, he would turn despair into power, using the wrath of the Frozen One to fight the Abyss. So he sneered, saying such mental attacks were too weak to harm him. Levin watched Eugene awaken. Astonished by his sudden transformation, he retreated to defend, realizing that even strengthened, he couldn't match that terrifying speed. A chilling feeling overwhelmed him. Even the god of plague seemed afraid of Eugen. While Sui frantically sought escape, the enemy panicked, desperate to flee immediately. In the final moment, he reached out for freedom, believing once he escaped, he would become a true god. Levin shouted in despair, trying to stop him, but it was too late. He was nearly free of the seal. Eugen forced himself to focus, gathering all remaining strength for one final long-range spell. The sword in his hand blazed brilliantly. Rising into the air, Eugene gripped the hilt tightly and murmured, "I will not let you escape." Blinding beam shot towards Suhi, piercing the island between heavens. His gigantic body was impaled, peacock-like arms falling amid thunderous screeches. The horrific sight made Levin scream uncontrollably. Suhi still reached upward in despair, just one step from freedom. Levin rushed to catch Eugene, staring at the monstrous being and choking out, "Suhi, look at yourself, you're no longer human." Levin said coldly that this was the fitting end for one who abandoned humanity. Suddenly, Votega appeared, smiling as she spread her wings to collect Suha's shattered body. She said this was only the beginning, terrifying Eugene and Levin as the merging energy surged. Levin thought it was over, but Votega's new monstrous form left him frozen in shock. She embraced Suhi, flying into the radiant light, calling for him to awaken amid the rising power. The soldiers below gazed up at the light in fear, unaware they were nearing annihilation. Votega carried Suhi to the mouth of a massive abyss, where tens of thousands of Hebronia troops gathered, and Suhi grinned grotesquely at his return. From the earth, a colossal creature rose, its blackened fingers stretching toward the army. Suhi transformed, laughing loudly and proclaiming he had broken his chains and returned to the world. His massive body towered over the tens of thousands before him. Magical chains shot into the sky. They coiled tightly around Suha's arms in an attempt to seal him. A command rang out as the entire Hebronia army pulled the chains taut. Striving to imprison the abyssal monster, the commander warned that if Basona fell, the capital would burn. They must destroy the creature at all costs. Soho coldly looked down at the battlefield with disdain. With one swing, he blew the entire battalion to ashes. He laughed madly, mocking humans for offering themselves as sacrifices before he entered the capital. Votiga raised her head and declared she had reached immortality with so many souls. Soho summoned a giant machine amid the crowd, saying he would answer this blood feast. He drew a long sealed sword glowing with dark demonic power. Hebronia's magic commander was horrified to recognize it as an ancient weapon of destructive energy. Hundreds of weapons activated, lighting up the sky. No one believed one being could control such power. He shouted for the army to stop them, not letting any fall. The ground artillery fired in unison, launching volleys skyward. Soho mocked that their efforts were jokes before ancient ruins. He waved his hand, unleashing hundreds of weapons from the sky. The annihilating strike. The entire Bronia Mage division was erased instantly. Commanders froze, realizing they faced a being beyond human, equal to a Duke of the Abyss. Ariel Folivia, commander of the 3rd Regiment, gripped her sword and vowed to end this monster. Eugen shouted loudly Soho, making him look down. Above, Eugene and Levin stood on a floating rock, eyes sharp, ordering, "Stop." Their gazes clashed. Battle was about to erupt as Folivia and Levin appeared with power beyond single-thread mages. On the ground, a female mage healed comrades. It was Lavina, a heavy-class levitation mage from Doi Lim. Kochak had rallied hope of victory, ordering the army to block the enemy at all costs. Fuxiga charged in fury, broke the light restraint easily, and rescued allies. The mage commander ordered to stop him at all costs. One move caused mass slaughter. He inspired everyone to unite their lives and fight even when mana ran dry. Soho despised all opponents, seeing them as flies. Levant was astonished the kingdom's army gathered so fast in half a day. On the ground, divisions crowded the battlefield. He suspected time in Bisona flowed differently due to its dense energy. Even with Soho's betrayal, the Eternal Order silently observed as if all was planned. Maybe every plot from summoning nobles to Soho devouring the Grand Duke was prearranged. They might be sacrificing Soho and the Duke to summon something worse. Memories intertwined, revealing fear and desperate faith in the Chosen One to surpass Kiao's. Some doubted Eugen's appearance, wondering how he touched divine power. Levin warned Eugen not to use that energy again. Confusing him, he hurriedly explained, if Soho wasn't the end, Eugen might be endangered by that power. Eugen charged forward, golden eyes blazing, ready to fight with his own strength. In an instant, he faced Soho, vowing to destroy him no matter the cost. Soho was sliced in half but kept cursing madly. Countless guns appeared from space, aimed at Eugen, then exploded into dust. Levant was shocked to see they were Phelps weapons and wondered why they still worked. He steadied himself, set aside doubts, and focused only on victory. If those were truly Genesis tech weapons sponsored by Phelps, when the energy thread takes control, they obey Felson's command. Levin declared the control was his as the hair of Genesis tech, infuriating the enemy who called him a traitor. Eugene unleashed full power, his mana cube bursting 32-fold for the finishing blow. He added another energy cube, attacking recklessly despite not mastering Genesis magic, using tricks to surpass his limit. Soho was sucked into the Force Cube, shocked at defeat though Eugen hadn't used divine power. Fuxiga roared in fury, watching his comrade fall. Eugene poured wrath into the final strike, declaring judgment for his sins, the 3rd proof of Nihirit. Levant coordinated, seizing control of the sealed arsenal and firing. The destructive energy pierced all, linking batteries to annihilate in unison. Soho screamed in despair before dissolving. The massive explosion's shockwaves swept everywhere as Ariel calmed her troops. Smoke and fear covered the field. The aftershock alone shattered the army. Before them lay a vast crater, proof of Genesis-era magic. Soho wasn't fully dead, crawling in slime trying to escape. Before he fled, a bullet pierced him. Levin ended him coldly, scorning his weakness. Dying, Soho hissed in hatred, accusing Levin of betrayal and forgetting his legacy. Levin calmly replied, revealing he was forced to bear what he never wished for. He accused the other of exploiting Phelps' knowledge to manipulate the sealed creation arsenal. He bluntly stated he was just a pawn in his plan. Cornered, Soho trembled, begging, claiming they didn't understand why he had to do it, but Levin ignored him. Unmoved by his final pleas, he weakly asked why the creators sealed the weapons, saying even gods had abandoned them. Exhausted, Eugen still responded, doubting his words. He recalled Idea's words about the creators forsaking humanity, wondering if the Eternal Church was involved. Levant, skeptical, warned Eugen not to trust the liar who twists truth, saying killing him was safest. Vertiga burst into rage, her wings turning into giant hands for a fierce assault. The strike blew up the ground, shaking the entire area. Levant dodged swiftly, using magic to block, but he was countered by a cursed blade, the pain reflecting back on the attacker. The curse energy weakened from decayed fusion yet remained deadly. Levin saw he was trying to save Soho, so chose to kill first. If Soho survived and recovered, all effort would be wasted. Levin questioned why Vertiga cancelled fusion had he abandoned escape. Vertiga clutched Soho's charred body, desperately shielding him in vain. Levin coldly warned the kingdom's army was approaching. Death the only mercy left. She laughed bitterly, mocking sin, saying wiping out humanity still wouldn't repay what they caused. Eugene and Levant listened silently, stunned by her deep hatred and words of final loss. Eugene felt her torment, Partly understanding the immense hatred that shaped her, Soho weakly soothed her, saying it was over and he was at peace since she remained beside him. He passed the lawful heir title to Vertiga, granting her his final power, but she coldly stabbed through the body of the man she had just held. The scene left Eugene and Levent frozen in horror. A blinding light burst from Soho's body, signaling the coming punishment. Eugene forced his eyes open to see what was happening. Before him was a terrifying catastrophe that made his body break into cold sweat. In the sky, countless giant swords appeared, world-cleansing weapons of annihilating light. No one knew of this, an ultimate weapon hidden beyond all records. Beyond even Phelps' knowledge, the doomsday light exploded, his sight and senses surpassing reality's limits. The true nature of the weapon emerged. Perhaps this was the meaning of the collapse of balance. As the machine started, everything on the horizon vanished, a tool made solely for destruction, symbol of chaos imbalance. That collapse also meant the barrier protecting the world and humans from transcendent beings was fading. Eugene realized the dreadful truth, unable to fathom why their ancestors yielded to such divine power. They had created a weapon capable of erasing the world and all humanity. Levent rushed to restrain Vertiga, begging her to stop. She calmly said he never understood her, that living on was meaningless. She smiled madly, embracing death and destruction, saying hatred was her only reason to exist, just like Levinson. Levent stood stunned, unable to grasp her words. Vertiga continued, asking if he knew the true nature of the giant sword above. She told how long ago humans, fearing extinction, created the radiance of annihilation, a weapon to wipe out all life at doomsday's edge. Because of its absolute power, it was sealed and could only activate when ancient bloodlines united in utmost despair. And now, she alone bore that bloodline, the cruel irony of a weapon against the abyss resting in the hands of one devoured by it. The final piece fit, revealing the full truth. Soho had allied with the Eternal Order to resurrect the Grand Duke of the Abyss, merely to meet the weapon's activation condition. As for Levent, he lived only to become a tool of the radiance of annihilation. No different from her, Vertiga bitterly said everyone in this world was a pawn. She lamented that the only precious thing was respect. Yet for centuries she was scorned and used. Even the places that once valued her had vanished. With that, she snapped her fingers to activate the weapon, ending her purposeless life. In the sky, swords pierced the clouds, releasing annihilating light. Eugene watched in despair as his soul dimmed. He wondered if this was truly the ancestors' will, what they had fought for. Behind him, Ariel shouted, "Young Master Eugene, why are you here?" Eugene turned, startled by the familiar voice. Sister Erin. She froze at the sight, horrified, asking what that thing was and where the others were. Her arrival woke Eugene from his daze. He blamed himself for hesitation and weakness. He took a deep breath, steadied his resolve, vowing never to waver again. Recalling his old vow, Eugene summoned the mana cube. Ready to fight, he swore to save everyone, unleashing the 32-layer variant of hyperspatial cube, blocking Vertiga's annihilation beam. The night was drowned in radiant blue light as all stared in awe at the divine weapon's overwhelming power. Furious plasma heat melted everything, yet Eugene resisted, using Niehevich's law of absolute null. Despite all effort, Eugene grew exhausted as divine energy kept pouring down. He realized that if he kept facing it head-on, he would soon be crushed by its might. In a life-or-death moment, Eugene strained his mind, searching past life memories to find a way to survive. Knowing the risk, he still believed that reaching the most primal memory could save everyone. A girl appeared, gently touched his shoulder, and apologized she would withdraw permission to enter Phase 2. Eugene recognized her, Senior Annika. Everything around froze, leaving only him moving within the halted flow of time. Annika appeared, saying even Phase 1 was too dangerous for Eugene, and she had to stop it. She stepped closer, voice sorrowful. Speaking of that insane weapon, the symbol of fear born from abandoned children. She sighed, saying they had lived in despair ever since the predecessors left the world. Annika's voice echoed softly. Eugene looked at her, saying he had seen her silhouette in his deepest memories, but Annika told him, forget it. She gently reminded him she was the balance between stars and the abyss. That primal memory could become the weight collapsing everything. With that, Annika turned away into the dazzling light, saying this time she would bear it instead. She softly said, in this life, you need not sacrifice anymore. Eugene, you are the youngest star among the 12 those who descended in the Dark Age. Forever loved, our youngest one, you've endured too much, her trembling voice said. Eugene ran after her in panic, unwilling to leave her alone. But Annika raised her hand to receive the celestial blade, embracing the catastrophe while crying and blessing her little star brother to finally be freed from pain and find true happiness. In the distance, Iceland was horrified to recognize that magic as belonging to the legendary 12 disciples of Phelan. He screamed in fury, cursing that they dared appear now to interfere with destined fate. A deep voice behind him calmly said they only brought a message from the prophet. The threads of destiny were nearing their end. Even if the 12 disciples intervened, the final act would close in the royal capital where the origin of all would be Folivia.